Nova City stretched endlessly into the sky. Anti-gravity trains cut through the air between towering skyscrapers, while floating billboards and air balloons flashed endless streams of ads and news. In Sector 6 stood Nova 5 High School, one of the many institutions under the city governor. Inside the teacher's office, Teacher Jard stared coldly at the student in front of him. "Gray, you know why you're here, right?" Gray Lockhart frowned slightly. 17, messy black hair, pale skin, average in every sense. He tilted his head. "This about yesterday. Or about me not talking about it?" Jard's face stiffened for a moment before turning cold. "You should understand the consequences of speaking out." A clear threat, but Gray didn't react. The old Gray might have been scared. This one wasn't, because he wasn't from this world. 10 days ago, he had crossed over from Earth. In those 10 days, he had learned everything about this place. A world far more advanced and far more dangerous. Evolvers. Superhumans who wielded cosmic power. 10,000 years ago, an energy storm erupted from Blue Star's core, bringing cosmic energy to the surface. Along with it came 3 ancient paths: immortal cultivation, martial path, Esper path. That was the beginning of the Evolver era. At first, only 1 in a million could walk these paths. But over time, scientists created new variations. With enough money and talent, anyone could become an Evolver. Anyone except Gray. He had 0 compatibility. Not a single path accepted him, a complete outlier. While others rose, he was meant to stay behind. But that was the old mindset. Gray wasn't planning to stay weak. He had seen worlds like this before in novels, stories, fantasies, and he knew one thing: people like him always found a way. "Gray," Jard's voice cut in. "Let's not waste time. I want you to drop out." Gray didn't react. "I'm doing this for your own good," Jard continued. "You're the only one in your class who isn't an Evolver. Staying here only drags the school down." He pulled out a glass card. 5,000 Union credits. "Take it, leave quietly, and I'll arrange a spot for you at Scholar University." Then he added, "And don't tell your sister." Alyssa Lockhart, a licensed Evolver, elite class, first-rank prodigy, Gray's sister. Jard didn't want trouble with her. Gray glanced at the card, then smiled. "No." Jard's expression darkened. "You don't get a choice." "I do," Gray replied calmly. "School rules: I can't be expelled unless I break them, and I haven't." Then he took out his phone. A video started playing. "If anything happens to me," Gray said casually, "this goes public." Jard froze. Rage flashed across his face, but he couldn't act. Gray had him. "Relax," Gray added with a faint smile. "I don't want trouble, just don't push me." Jard clenched his fists but stayed silent. Gray turned and walked out. Outside Nova 5 High School, Gray stood at the bus stop under the noon sun. Then, something stirred in his mind. A massive lotus appeared, glowing with intricate patterns. Its petals pulsed with mysterious energy. Gray's eyes lit up. Finally fully charged. This lotus had been with him since he arrived. His cheat, his only hope. Buzz, words formed in his mind, clear and absolute: defy death, defy the Tao, defy heaven. Defy reality itself. Gray smiled. Now things were getting interesting. Light flared in Gray's eyes as his consciousness slipped away, dragging him into a deep trance. A boundless starry sky stretched before him, endless. Silent, countless constellations shimmered like scattered diamonds, each carrying an untouchable brilliance. The cold vastness pressed down on him, making him feel impossibly small. Then, a lotus of pure flame bloomed in the void. Its petals burned with an ancient, sacred aura. Before Gray could even react, the lotus shattered into countless streaks of light, shooting straight into his mind. Whoosh, the world collapsed. The sky cracked apart. Stars shattered like glass, fading one by one into darkness. Everything vanished. Blue Star, daylight returned. Noise rushed back, wind honking the chaos of the city. Gray's eyes snapped open. He was standing in the middle of the road. A massive truck was rushing straight toward him. Too close, too fast, no time. For a split second, fear locked his body in place. His pupils trembled as the truck's shadow swallowed him whole. Then, something changed. His vision sharpened. His pupils flickered unnaturally, as if time itself slowed. "Hey, watch out." Someone screamed, but it was already too late. The truck was less than a meter away. Whoosh, your comprehension defies the heavens. You have grasped. Instant recoil step. Batum, batum, his heart roared like thunder. Adrenaline exploded through his body. Muscles tightened, joints snapped into perfect alignment. Every movement synced with brutal precision. Twist, bend, release. A violent burst of air erupted, and Gray vanished from where he stood. The truck tore past, but Gray was already gone. Even the driver looked confused for a moment before speeding away. Silence followed. Then, Jacques. Everyone nearby stared in disbelief. "Whoa, Big Brother is so cool," a kid shouted excitedly. That was definitely an Evolver. No normal human can move like that. Gray collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Steam rose from his body. He had pushed his body beyond its limits, complete control, absolute precision, but the cost was heavy. Are you okay? The man from earlier rushed over, short black hair, sharp yellow eyes, lean build. Handsome face, he pulled out a large bottle filled with blue liquid. Drink this. Gray narrowed his eyes. How did you pull that out? Then he noticed the ring, spatial ring, rich, possibly a young master. Suspicion instantly rose. What is this, muscle poison? You trying to kidnap me? I smoke and drink daily, my organs are already weak. He jumped back defensively. The man froze, then gave a helpless smile. It's just an energy potion. No harms. Gray stared, then grabbed it and drank it in one go. Sweet, fizzy, like lemon soda, nice. Instantly energy surged back into his body. Fatigue gone, muscles restored. Gray's eyes lit up. This is actually good. How much? 100 union credits. What? Gray froze. That was 1/5 of a monthly salary for a normal worker. 5 bottles could bankrupt a family. Yes, long way to go, he muttered. My name is Evan, the man said. Nice to meet you. I thought you were going to die, but you're an evolver after all. Gray forced a smile. Evolver, he wasn't one. That moved just now. It wasn't power, it was pure control. A technique that pushed the human body to its absolute limit, something that would normally take decades to master. I'm Gray Lockhart, he replied, and thanks. Evan's expression shifted slightly. Lockhart. I know someone with that name. Common name, Gray shrugged, then Evan asked. What path do you follow?
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Gray was back home. Evening had already fallen, the last glow of sunset fading beyond the horizon. By now, both his sister and his father, Richard, had returned. Alyssa likely just finished her training while his father had come back from work. Without pausing, Gray made his way straight to his room and shut the door behind him. Seeing this, Richard and Alyssa exchanged a brief raised eyebrow, but as usual, they quickly returned to their own activities. This kind of behavior from Gray was nothing new. In Gray's room, he swiftly threw his dress and entered the shower. The technique he utilized made him sweat a lot, with some turning into pure smoke from the heat radiated from his body. Taking a quick refreshing shower, Gray was now ready to check out his newly found power. Defier of Heavenly Logic, that was the name of his ability. It was a rare ability which allowed him to comprehend what normal people or even geniuses would struggle to comprehend. For example, in the moment of life and death, he defied the odds, and the heaven, which is said to be the sole existence that governs the world, and comprehended a technique which could utilize his body without wasting energy or a single movement, and control the adrenaline to burst out with a speed and power which can only be outputted by someone at pseudo-level of first rank, depending on what path they cultivated. Pseudo-level evolvers referred to those who had yet to truly step into the threshold of the first rank. They were slightly weaker than a true first-rank evolver at the lowest level, and were considered to be in a transitional state rather than officially ranked. There were 4 major stages of evolution, from the first rank to the 4th rank. Each rank was further divided into 12 common sublevels, a universal standard shared across all evolutionary paths. Due to the sheer diversity of evolutionary paths and their differing systems, the stages of evolution were simply referred to by their rank, first, second, third, and fourth rank, as a general classification system. This is a very interesting bug I can utilize. Gray nodded with a matter-of-factly look. If he had an eyeglass, then he would definitely try to readjust it with a professional look on his face, but unfortunately, he didn't have one. He had read almost hundreds of web novels, and he didn't have any confusions or doubts of what path he should take in the future and what he should do with his heaven-defying ability. It was simple. First, he will get rich enough to drink energy potions as if they were mere water. Second, become the strongest being there is. And third, forge his own perfect evolutionary path without any flaws. Now, forging one's own path might seem crazy or even outright impossible. But as a professional web novel reader, he was confident in himself to actually build one. For one thing, he for sure couldn't make himself be compatible with cosmic energy. Since that was the case, should he not try to build his own evolutionary path? Maybe I can, but what's the point of that? There was a probability that he could in fact deduce a technique that could alter his body to make him compatible with cosmic energy. But why would he do that? He will find an energy even more powerful than cosmic energy and energies utilized by other evolvers. He believed in his ability wholeheartedly, especially after finding out its true capability with the truck incident. But how will I find another form of energy, though? Thinking about made Gray's eyes darken. His aspirations were high, but he didn't know where to start. Should I start with observing other forms of energies? Gray mused as he searched up types of energies in the internet using his computer. With his heaven-defying ability, he believed it was definitely within its capabilities. Soon, his eyes fell onto the immortal evolutionary path. Immortal path was special. They didn't utilize cosmic energy and instead relied on spiritual energy, which was believed to be superior to cosmic energy. There was no literal way to measure which one was stronger, but people still loved coming up with theories on the internet. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate the immortal path. In fact, he had the least compatibility with spiritual energy, even worse than with cosmic energy. But he felt like sensing other forms of energy might just help him understand more energy as whole, and he might even deduce a technique related to an energy that way. He had to become an evolver no matter what, and he wouldn't settle for anything less. He had his dreams. One day he would become a being who can swallow the stars and decide the fate of millions with a snap of his hands and roam the starry sky with his body alone like in those novels. And to reach that goal, he had to become a strong and perfect evolver with no errors. Just then, he heard of the doors to his room opening, and there stood his father, Richard. His father, Richard Lockhart, was a man in his 30s with a rough stubble beard, long eyebrows, and steady brown eyes. His face was rather plain, but his body told a different story: broad shoulders, corded muscles, and a presence that made people instinctively second-guess whether he might be an evolver. But Richard was no evolver. He was just an ordinary factory worker, his powerful physique forged from years of hauling heavy loads and grueling labor. Richard and Gray shared no resemblance, and for good reason. They weren't bound by blood. Years ago, Richard had found Gray abandoned in front of a public park, just a few months old. Unable to turn his back, he took the infant home and raised him as his own. "Were you studying for the upcoming entrance exam?" Richard asked with a gentle smile as his eyes fell on the glowing screen. Evolutionary path materials opened before Gray. "It's good that you've already started preparing. If you can pass, you might even have the chance to become an evolutionary path researcher and perhaps discover a path of your own." His tone carried warmth edged with encouragement. "Work hard." Yes, Gray nodded lightly. In truth, he wasn't preparing for the so-called entrance exam to the top universities in 2 months' time. What he was really doing was trying to make sense of his newfound abilities, testing the edges of them, searching for the faint outlines of a path he could call his own. But of course he couldn't exactly tell Richard that. Richard's smile deepened. "It's time for dinner. Come, I made stir-fried chicken today." "Yes, Dad." Gray stood up from his chair and followed Richard toward the dining room, leaving the glowing screen behind. Gray followed his father into the dining room where his sister was already seated. Alyssa sat across the table, her gaze fixed on her phone, expression cool and unreadable. Alyssa Lockhart, Gray thought. Her long silken white hair shimmered faintly under the warm light, framing a face both delicate and striking. Those deep blue eyes, calm yet piercing, seemed to hold an untouchable sharpness. Every detail of her features blended into a beauty that felt natural, effortless, paired with a poise that drew attention even when she wasn't trying. This stunning girl was his stepsister, but more than that, she was a prodigy. Invited into the Evolvers Association before even finishing high school, she had already become an official ranker of Nova City. Only a week ago, she'd earned her license as a ranker. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed their father's efforts entirely. With her status as a first-rank evolver, she now had the qualifications to take on association missions, hunting inside those corruption fields, earning money, carving her place. Gray wouldn't be surprised if she had already started and simply kept it from him and Richard. This world wasn't normal. It was plagued by a strange power that slowly corrupted everything, gnawing at existence itself. They were known as corruption fields. A corruption field appeared without warning, an obsidian rift ringed by writhing streams of crimson energy. It was like the world itself had been slashed open, a festering wound that devoured anything that strayed too close. From swallowing a single street to consuming an entire town, if left unchecked, a corruption field could eventually grow large enough to engulf a whole city. The only way to eliminate a corruption field was to hunt down and destroy the corrupted beings that crawled out of it. Their strength varied, twisted by the level of corruption they carried. Once they were eliminated, the foul energy lingering in their wake had to be cleansed from the core of the fields. Only then would the field collapse. In short, it was a plague gnawing at the world itself, an endless disaster that demanded vigilance. Across Blue Star, millions of evolvers were constantly on the front lines, struggling to keep the corruption fields in check. Richard, however, was just a father at heart. Gentle, caring, and protective, he wanted nothing more than to keep both his children safe. More than anything, he wished Alyssa could stay far away from danger until she finished high school and passed her entrance exam. In short, he wanted her to enjoy the last remnants of a normal youth before stepping onto the harsh path of an evolver. But Gray knew his sister better than that. Aloof and indifferent on the surface, she was far from heartless. Beneath the cold exterior was a girl who had always carried the burden of wanting to support Richard, even when she was little. Of course, there was one other detail worth mentioning. Alyssa absolutely hated his guts. Why did Alyssa hate him? The reason was simple. The previous Gray had been a scumbag through and through. He bullied Alyssa, stole her pocket money, even stole from Richard to fund his own selfish pleasures. His personality had been rotten, his behavior disgusting, and his tendencies warped even toward his own sister. If Gray placed himself in Alyssa's shoes, he would have despised that person too. The old Gray had been that detestable. Eventually, Alyssa had enough. One day, she cut all ties with him. She no longer considered him family, and from then on, her coldness toward him had been absolute. And truthfully, she had every right. There was no changing how she saw him now. With that, dinner passed quietly. The three of them ate in silence, the clatter of chopsticks the only sound between them. Just then, Gray's expression became strange. He kept his gaze fixed on Alyssa, who seemed entirely unaware of it. Naturally, there was a reason for his stare. All at once, his mind stirred to life, and fragments of information began surfacing piece by piece, like scattered puzzle parts drawn together. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By witnessing a true dragon's breathing technique, you've gained insights into true origin energy breathing technique and comprehended the origin insight skill. Gray was flabbergasted. True dragon. Where? Gray looked around him, but there was only Alyssa in his sight. Is my sister a dragon? Gray was dumbfounded. Just now in his mind, he saw a powerful blue frost dragon bursting out with energy that could end the world. There was no mistake. The reason he gained insight into the breathing technique was by looking at his sister. A true dragon. He didn't know exactly what that meant, but one thing was certain. So far, there were no records of dragons ever existing in this world. In fact, he doubted the people here even knew what a dragon was. Not a single myth, legend, or passing tale about them seemed to exist. That aside, what him and the entire world knew about Alyssa was that she cultivated the Asper evolutionary, and she possessed strong ice manipulation power and telekinesis. But it turned out she was a true dragon and cultivated a special evolutionary path. Then Gray slowly started sweating. If his sister was a dragon, will she eat him out of spite? Gray shivered slightly when he thought of that. Just then, the concerned voice of Rickard came from the side. Gray, are you all right? Why are you shaking? And nothing, Dad, Gray said while gulping down the cup of water. Gray quickly averted his gaze from Alyssa and focused on his food in silence. What if she decided to eat him for staring too much? Still, the pieces were beginning to fall into place. From the insights he had gained into the true origin breathing technique, he could tell she cultivated an extraordinarily high-level evolutionary path, one that most likely didn't even exist on Blue Star, and cultivated a unique energy called true origin energy. While gaining insight into her unique technique, Gray had also unconsciously comprehended a brand new skill. It was an ability that allowed him to perceive the flow of true origin energy, and beyond that, it could even be applied to trace the flow of other forms of energy as well. This left Gray feeling oddly unsettled. It was as if his ability itself understood what he lacked and deliberately guided him toward the path he needed. Originally, his plan had been to observe the release of cosmic energy when it becomes tangible and various other energies to study their workings, but now he could witness the circulation of energy in real time, even without someone manifesting it outside their body. This was impossible for an ordinary person to achieve, but with his ability, anything was possible. He took one more glance at Alyssa and focused once again and activated the Origin Insight skill. Buzz. The moment Gray invoked Origin Insight, the world around him dimmed as though all other lights bent away from his vision. Alyssa's body unfolded before his eyes, not in flesh and blood but in streams of radiance. Veins became rivers, meridians became starlit pathways, and flowing through them was the true Origin energy. The true Origin energy was like silver threads of light flowing through her body. They bent and curved into small spirals, then straightened again, always looping back as if they were turning in a wheel. Each spiral connected to the next, forming a pattern that pulsed in time with her breath. It looked alive, steady, and endless. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By witnessing a true dragon's energy flow and breathing rhythm, you've gained insights into true origin breathing technique. More and more information about the technique surged into his mind, deepening his understanding with every passing moment. Alyssa's breathing was unlike that of any ordinary human. The rhythm, the pattern, everything about it was fundamentally different, yet to an unsuspecting observer it would appear utterly normal, as if nothing was amiss. The intricacy was hidden so flawlessly that no one could hope to replicate or comprehend it unless they possessed his awesome ability. Which I do possess, Gray grinned in his mind. True origin energy, without a doubt it was stronger than cosmic energy. And from the fragment he just obtained he realized that this form of energy didn't have anything to do with compatibility, and relied on the breathing technique itself to produce the same pattern as the true origin energy, which in turn would give birth to it inside one's body. It was an internal breathing technique and didn't require one to draw cosmic energy present in the outer world. That meant he could in theory utilize this breathing technique to become an evolver. The problem of finding a new stronger energy was solved faster than he thought. But if I start cultivating with true origin energy, wouldn't Alyssa instantly notice it? Gray frowned as he took another bite of his food. She was not a normal human, and he didn't know what kind of overpowered abilities she possessed as a mythical true dragon. Still, considering that she will be at home daily, I can just stare at her without her knowing and comprehend it faster. Gray nodded. Then he felt a bit weird. Staring at his own beautiful sister all day was definitely something a creep would do, and he was not a creep. Cough, it's to comprehend the breathing technique, nothing wrong with it, Gray nodded righteously. Alyssa sat across the table, silently watching Gray. She knew he was sneaking glances at her, but she didn't bother to react. Because it would be strange to react as she wasn't observing with her eyes, but rather her powerful true dragon mind perception which stretched out far even when it's in its passive state. What caught her off guard was his changing expression. First it was shock, then confusion, followed by excitement and righteous determination. Her lips twitched seeing this. Did this guy go insane mid-meal? She quickly shook her head, her gaze turning frosty. Whatever. His stupidity isn't my problem. I hate him, I don't want to concern myself with him. Gray, on the other hand, noticed her sudden shake of the head and the cold look she gave. He stared at her strangely. Does this woman have something wrong with her head? Why is she shaking her head randomly while looking at me? Catching his weird stare, Alyssa's eyes sharpened. She glared back at him, icy blue light flickering in her pupils. Cough, cough, Gray nearly choked on his food. Wow, the food sure is spicy today. Richard sighed and poured him a glass of water. Eat slowly, Gray. Gray gulped it down in one breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. This isn't good. The true dragon just glared at me like I'm its midnight snack, and I didn't even do anything. If she decides to swallow me over some small inconvenience, I'm finished. Dragons are arrogant and fickle. They treat anything weaker as food. The more he thought, the more he realized that his sister might eat him as a midnight snack one day. He silently cursed the previous Gray in his heart. Why did he have to make enemy out of probably the most terrifying existence in Blue Star? Did he have a cannon fodder young master-level fate or what? Meanwhile, Alyssa leaned back with the faintest triumphant look on her face. Watching Gray sputter and sweat was oddly satisfying. Serves him right. Choke harder, idiot. Gray wiped his mouth and took another glance, only to catch that smug glimmer in her beautiful pair of eyes. Seeing this, Gray's expression darkened slightly. This dragon sister of mine, just you wait, I'll show you who's the older sibling in this household. After a brief exchange with his hater of a sister, Gray went straight to bed, exhausted from the day's chaos, and woke up refreshed the next morning, precisely at 9 a.m. Yesterday, he had been called to Nova 5 High School to discuss his dropout status. School had officially ended, and now every student, whether pseudo-evolver or true evolver, was busy preparing for the entrance exams to the top 4 universities of Blue Star. Of course, that would arise the question, why aim for the universities when they could simply join the Evolvers Association like Alyssa and become full-time soldiers hunting corruption fields? Simple. Perks and resources. An Evolver's lifeline was resources. The higher one climbed, the more demanding the cost became. And the top universities weren't just overflowing with techniques and evolutionary paths. They gave their students direct access to cultivation resources, training grounds, mentorship under Rank 3 and Rank 4 experts, and a level of protection ordinary evolvers could never dream of. To put it bluntly, universities were stepping stones to greatness. The association gave you a battlefield. The universities gave you the means to rise beyond it. The universities were more than just schools, they were research hubs for evolvers. Countless skills and techniques were being developed there daily, refined to suit nearly every evolutionary path. For most, the only way to access these treasures was either to enroll in a top university, or pay an astronomical sum few could ever afford. Graduating from one of these prestigious academies directly elevated a person's citizen rank. A common first-rank citizen, like the majority of Blue Star's population, would rise to second level upon graduation, earning not only higher privileges but also a military title, usually starting at captain. It was a leap in both status and power. Some graduates even went on to become governors of major cities across Blue Star. The most renowned universities were Sun and Moon Academy, Star Constellation Academy, Heaven's Gate Academy, and Celestial Flame Academy. Their reputation wasn't unfounded. Each was backed by a rank 4 powerhouse, being so strong their might was said to rival the Federal Master, the sole leader of the Evolvers Association, and the entirety of Blue Star. Rank 4 was an entirely different realm of existence. A single move from such an expert could shake a continent. If one went berserk, legends claim they could erase a continent altogether with just a snap of their fingers. These terrifying figures had established the top universities with one goal: to nurture new talents strong enough to push back the corruption fields. Humanity was losing ground every year. More and more habitable lands were devoured by corruption, twisted beyond recovery. The great experts believed that if all corruption fields could one day be cleared, they would never spawn again. I should definitely aim for one of those top universities after becoming an evolver, Gray thought. The better the path, the more resources it demanded. And as someone intending to carve out a completely new evolutionary path, what he needed most were resources and inspiration. Both could be found in abundance at the universities. The further he progressed, the steeper the road ahead would become. That was why in Gray's mind, joining a top academy wasn't just a goal, it was a necessity. With that aside, Gray got up. Today, he was heading to the open training zone of the Evolvers Association in Sector 6. It was the largest training ground in the sector, always crowded with Evolvers honing their abilities. Gray's plan was simple: watch, learn, and memorize. If he got lucky, he might spot someone openly practicing with spiritual energy in the public arena. If not, he'd just have to sneak into a private training room and observe a high-level evolver there. Worst-case scenario, he'd get thrown out. But that was a small price to pay, as long as he could engrave the workings of different energy forms into his mind. An hour later, Sector 6 Central Plaza. Skyscrapers curved like blades of glass and steel, their surfaces veined with glowing lines of energy and advertisements. Vertical gardens spilled down their sides, vines and blossoms glowing faintly in neon hues. Suspended walkways crisscrossed high above the streets, connecting tower to tower like luminous threads in the sky. The lower levels pulsed with life. Holographic billboards painted the air with shifting colors, while streams of pedestrians filled wide avenues beneath canopies of artificial light. Vehicles slid silently along the roads, their sleek frames reflecting the glow of violet and indigo signs. Above it all, drones floated in orderly patterns, casting faint trails as they cut across the sky. The atmosphere buzzed with a subtle hum, technology and nature woven together into a living rhythm unique to Sector 6. The technology of this world, it's at least 1,000 times more advanced than Earth. Gray, dressed in a black t-shirt with "I Love Nova City" printed across the back, sighed with emotion as he came to a halt before one of the many skyscrapers in Sector 6. He raised his head, staring at the towering structure with awe. This was the branch building of the Evolvers Association, and also where the open training zone was located. Even from outside, he could feel an oppressive aura emanating from the building. There were undoubtedly powerful Evolvers inside. There was a total of 3 branch buildings in Nova City, one in Sector 6, another in Sector 3, and the last in Sector 1. Because of that, the majority of Nova City's Evolvers could usually be found in one of these 3 branches, either training, preparing, or gathering before heading out to clear corruption fields. With that thought in mind, Gray stepped forward and entered. A bald man in a black suit stood with professional poise, one hand steady as he held an umbrella overhead. His sharp demeanor made it clear he was no ordinary attendant. "Miss Leah, would you like some refreshments?" he asked politely. Beneath the umbrella stood a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her presence was so striking that even standing idly made the entire scene feel elevated. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her with awe as they walked past. She wore black sunglasses and a loose, oversized t-shirt, the cut slipping slightly on one side to reveal the strap of a sports bra beneath. The casual dress swayed gently with her movements. Despite her elegance, her expression was slightly speechless. Turning slightly toward the bald man beside her, her face looked as though she was about to cry. "Albert, we're inside the association's training zone. There's no sun here. Why are you even holding an umbrella over my head?" She seriously wondered if her bodyguard had something wrong with his head. Perhaps she should have a doctor examine him later. Hearing Miss Leah's complaint, the bald man, Albert, maintained an expressionless face. After a brief pause, he silently lowered the umbrella. Miss Leah shook her head and took out her phone. Today, she was here to find a senior evolver she had hired as an instructor to study a special set of sword techniques called zenith sword art. It was a technique known to be extremely hard to cultivate, and she wanted to master it to increase her overall combat capabilities. She was now just an inch away from mastering the technique and entering the basic entry mastery level. But she believed she was lacking something and decided to get expert advice. Hence, she had hired an instructor who claimed to have advanced mastery over the sword technique. Technique mastery was divided into 6 stages: basic entry, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and finally completion. This sword technique was said to be one of the hardest to comprehend, with fewer than 100 people across Nova City having succeeded. And now, she had been standing here for an hour waiting for her instructor. She checked her messages. Her instructor, Daniel Carter, was supposed to arrive an hour ago. Daniel Carter, sorry Miss Leah, something came up. My wife got angry at me. She's a demon when she's angry, and the only way to calm her down is by buying her ice cream. I'm currently on the run to the grocery store to buy some. Please understand my situation. I promise I'll be there in an hour. Leah, fine, I understand, Mr. Carter. I will wait for you here. Daniel Carter. Thank you, Miss Leah. Daniel Carter, to identify me in the crowd, I'll be wearing a black t-shirt with the print, I love Nova City. I've got an average face and slightly long hair, so you should be able to spot me quickly. Leah, all right. And that was the last message she had received from him. So far, she hadn't seen anyone wearing a black t-shirt with the print, I love Nova City. However, just as that thought crossed her mind, the door to the training zone opened. A young man with long black hair and an average face stepped inside, dressed in a black t-shirt with the words, I love Nova City printed on it. This is Instructor Daniel Carter. Leah's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected the instructor to be so young. He looked to be about her age. But then she dismissed the thought. Evolvers had long lifespans and they practically stopped aging physically once they reached rank 2. She believed Daniel Carter must be a powerful rank 2 cultivator. Still, finding an average-looking rank 2 was unusual. After all, once evolvers reached rank 2, they underwent their second metamorphosis, transforming into a more refined and perfected version of themselves. That process usually made them more striking in appearance. Of course, she didn't dwell on this. Instead, she walked straight toward the unsuspecting young man who was gazing curiously at the evolvers training around the room. She stopped in front of the clueless Gray, the bald man following a step behind her and bowed slightly. I greet the instructor, she said softly with a smile. Huh, Gray blinked in confusion, glancing to his left, then to his right and even behind him. After confirming there was no one else nearby, he pointed at himself. Me. Me? Gray pointed at himself, looking like a confused cat. Yes, Instructor Daniel, I've been waiting here for you this entire time. It's good that you finally arrived. We can now begin the training for the Zenith Sword Art, Leah said matter-of-factly. Before we start, would you like me to transfer the fee of 5,000 Union credits for 5 hours of guidance, as you mentioned? 5,000 Union credits. Gray's expression changed instantly from blank confusion to a sharp, locked-in look. 5,000 Union credits. The average salary of a middle-class household was only around 400 Union credits. With that much money, he could easily buy a normal car in this economy. He honestly wondered if this beautiful woman in front of him was playing some kind of prank, but looking at her luxurious, rich girl getup, he doubted it. Then it struck him. The girl had called him Instructor Daniel. It must be a misunderstanding. She had mistaken him for someone else, likely her actual instructor for guiding her in the Zenith Sword Art. Gray knew of the Zenith Sword Art. Back in Nova 5, it was the favored practice of the young masters from prominent families. Most of the time, this sword art was the talk of the class, often used as the benchmark to compare with other techniques. It was notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring immense guidance and countless resources to even grasp, let alone master. But then a grin spread across Gray's face. Did that concern him? Not at all. With just a single glance, he believed he could comprehend it to the master level or even the grandmaster level. After all, he possessed the defier of heavenly logic. His entire existence was a walking cheat capable of comprehending anything and everything, which meant he could definitely guide the lady standing before him. He was once called Instructor Daniel back in the day. Sorry, Instructor Daniel. I'll be stealing your student today. First come, first serve. How unlucky for you. Gray looked at Leah with the grin of a businessman who had just landed a massive deal. Yes, Miss Leah, he said smoothly. Please wire the money over. I guarantee you will be satisfied with my 5 hours of guidance. Gray flashed a big smile at Leah and pulled out his phone, showing her his bank details. Leah nodded calmly and gestured to Albert, who stood silently behind her like a ghost. Without a word, the bald man took out his phone and swiftly completed the transaction. Ding, 5,000 Union credits have been transferred to your account from sender, XXX, current balance. 5043.28. All right, Miss Leah, let's begin. Gray spoke with a professional expression, the same kind of look a car salesman would flash the moment they realized their customer was filthy rich. Yes, Leah nodded lightly. I've already booked a top-tier training room for practice. Please follow me, Instructor Daniel. Gray nodded as if everything was natural and followed alongside Leah, with her butler trailing closely behind. Together, they swiftly made their way toward the training room she had arranged. From the very start, Gray could feel an extremely oppressive aura radiating from both Leah and the butler. There was no doubt they were powerful evolvers. But did he care? Not in the slightest. What mattered to Gray was the money. Besides, while training her, he could also observe the unique energy patterns flowing within Leah. To cultivate the zenith sword art, one had to either be a martial artist, a bloodline warrior, or an immortal cultivator. Gray immediately ruled out the lower-ranked evolutionary paths. Someone as wealthy as Leah clearly came from a prominent family with a powerful bloodline. She most likely had strong compatibility with cosmic energy, or perhaps even with spiritual energy born of heavenly resonance, the kind utilized by immortal cultivators. When they finally reached the room, Leah stepped in first. Gray followed right after, but when Albert attempted to enter as well, Gray suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Did you pay me to guide you in the zenith sword art?" Gray asked, his tone carrying the air of an experienced expert. "You can stay outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone disturb us." Of course, the truth was much simpler. He absolutely didn't want this guy inside. What if he slipped up and Albert discovered he was just an ordinary mortal scamming the young lady? Albert was most definitely an evolver at rank 2 or rank 3. Only those at higher ranks could constantly exude such an oppressive presence. Compared to him, Gray didn't feel much from Leah, which meant her butler was the truly strong one. Gray could easily tell whether someone was a mortal or not, and this man was far from ordinary. Of course, he knew the truth. The fact that he was scamming Leah would eventually be exposed once the real Daniel Carter contacted her. But did Gray care? Once again, not at all. In the end, what truly mattered was customer satisfaction. He firmly believed that with his defier of heavenly logic, he was a far better teacher than this so-called Daniel Carter. By the time this session ended, he was determined to leave Leah so satisfied with his guidance that she wouldn't even feel angry when she discovered the truth. In fact, he would make sure she would definitely call for him again. "Apologies for my butler's behavior," Leah said, bowing slightly toward Gray. "He was instructed by my father to guard me at all times, but now that we are inside the Evolvers Association, I have no need for protection. After all, I have the powerful Master Daniel Carter with me." She turned her gaze toward Albert. After a brief silence, the bald butler finally stepped back, retreating to his post outside and closing the training room door behind them. After Albert left, Gray looked around. The training room was spacious, with seats along the side and a vending machine with drinks in one corner. In the other corner, there was a rack of weapons, from maces to axes to long swords. They were of basic quality and couldn't really do much damage, but they were perfect for training. "Perfect, let's start." Gray clasped his hands behind his back, imitating the posture of a seasoned expert. "Yes," Leah replied softly and without hesitation began removing her t-shirt right in front of him. Gray was immediately caught off guard. Wait, why is this girl suddenly stripping? Are we about to practice some kind of dual cultivation technique? But what he expected never came to pass. Underneath, she wore a snug sports bra and short training pants. The oversized t-shirt had simply been covering her proper training attire. With her sunglasses also set aside, Leah's natural beauty was finally revealed in full. Her long black hair with purple highlights was tied into a neat ponytail, and a soft fringe framed her delicate face. Her purple eyes gleamed brightly, illuminating the training room itself. Clad in fitted sportswear that highlighted the proportions of her well-endowed figure, she looked nothing short of breathtaking, elegant, athletic, and undeniably alluring. "Very well, let's start with the basics. Start performing the zenith sword art and I will guide you from there," Gray said casually as he sat down on the seat beside the door of the training room. He patiently waited for the show to begin so he could comprehend the technique and start teaching. Leah took a deep breath, her hands steadying on the hilt. She planted her feet shoulder-width apart, lowering her stance, and then raised the sword above her head in salute to the heavens. The first strike came with a sharp step forward. The blade swept upward, carving an arc as though to split the clouds. Without pause, she pivoted her body and brought the sword crashing down, the edge whistling as it cut through the air. She shifted her weight onto her back foot, thrusting the blade straight ahead. The thrust flowed into a smooth withdrawal, her arms circled outward, turning the blade sideways before slashing across in a wide horizontal sweep. Her footwork carried her in a half-circle, each step measured and precise. The sword followed, tracing crescents in the air, first to the left, then to the right, before she spun lightly and brought the blade around in a rising diagonal slash. From the diagonal, she transitioned into a fluid overhead cut, both hands firm on the hilt. She stepped in closer, driving the blade forward in a piercing thrust, then twisted her wrists, turning the thrust into a sweeping parry that cleared the space before her. Finally, she exhaled softly, steadying her breath, and ended the sequence with both hands gripping the hilt as she drew the sword back to her side in a finishing stance. "How was it, instructor?" Leah turned her gaze toward Gray and asked. However, to her surprise, the instructor was now looking at her with a strange expression on his face. By observing Leah perform zenith sword art, you've comprehended great zenith sword art. By observing Leah, you've realized the heavenly workings and gained insight into endless potential physique. Gray stared at Leah with a slight look of confusion and even awe. Is this planet filled with unique people? Gray couldn't help but muse speechlessly. First, it was his sister who turned out to be a whole dragon, and now standing before him was a being with something known as endless potential physique. In short, it was probably the most terrifying thing he had seen, just a level below his own cheat. His sister stood no chance against this girl in front of him in terms of uniqueness, endless potential. What did that imply? It meant that this girl standing in front of him had no limitations. She would never encounter a bottleneck in her surge of power and would continuously grow until the end of time itself, as long as no one killed her. What was cheat? This was cheat, to evolve endlessly without limits, and the best part. He could comprehend it, a devilish grin formed on Gray's face. He now stared at Leah as if he had found the most valuable item in the world. Looking for gold, he found a diamond, no, a cosmic gem. Then Gray stood up from his spot. It was now time to start teaching her. He had already comprehended the zenith sword art, which seemed to be a superior version of the sword art. Having reached comprehension-level mastery of it, he was now certain that no one on this entire planet could teach it better than him. While this technique was hard, it was only hard for beginner-level evolvers. For him, it only took a glance to fully comprehend it. "Miss Leah, what evolutionary path do you follow first of all?" Gray inquired. He had yet to see the flow of energy within her body and planned to do so while guiding her, but first he had to know which evolutionary path she followed. "I follow the immortal evolutionary path. I'm currently at the Chi Gathering realm, the first realm of the evolutionary path," Leah replied patiently. "Why do you ask, instructor?" Hearing her inquiry, Gray replied with his own question. "How much do you know about sword energy?" Sword energy? It's utilized by immortal cultivators and martial artists alike. It is your own energy transformed into lethal offensive energy, which one can materialize outside the body to fight, Leah thought for a moment and spoke. Precisely, sword energy is utilized by martial artists and sword immortal cultivators alike. But do you know how to give birth to sword energy? No, Leah said confusedly, but what does sword energy have to do with me? I believe only those at the master-level mastery of a sword technique can give birth to sword energy. That's false, Gray said with a small smile. You need sword energy to even reach basic mastery. Leah's expression drastically changed. She wore a confused look and even wondered if the instructor had gone crazy. It was known to everyone that sword control came at the master-level mastery. Instructor Daniel, are you trying to fool me? Even a dog on the street knows that to utilize sword energy, you need to comprehend a technique to the mastery level. Leah frowned, her eyes narrowing with clear displeasure. She now felt like she had just thrown away a huge sum of money for nothing. Gray, however, remained calm. I know you have your doubts, he smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. How about this? By the time you walk out of this room, you will have unlocked sword energy. If you don't, I'll personally return every coin you paid me. Leah raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp. Do you take me for a fool? I've already spent years on the blade and not once have I touched sword energy. And you're saying I'll awaken it in one session? What kind of joke is that? Her arms crossed over her chest, her stance showing outright refusal. For a moment she even considered storming out. Great, another delusional instructor, Leah sighed. This wasn't the first time she had encountered someone like Gray who tried to amaze her with false words. But in the end, it was just a ploy to make her return. Leah wouldn't fall for it again. But the deal was already made, and he himself had promised to refund the money if it didn't work out, so she unwillingly gave in the end. Fine, she clicked her tongue and looked away, clearly reluctant. Since it's come to this, I'll just have to see it through. Great, then let's begin, Gray said with a smile and made his way to the rack with weapons, taking a long sword. What she said was right. There was no way you'd be able to comprehend sword energy without reaching mastery level in a sword technique, but that only applied to normal people. The person standing in front of him was different. Sword energy was the byproduct of understanding the essence of your sword, which in turn converted your energy into sword energy, lethal and deadly. And understanding the sword normally took a long time. But with her endless potential physique, he could make her completely skip that and comprehend sword energy early. The great zenith sword art he had comprehended contained two distinct paths. One of them utilized sword energy from the very first stage of mastery, clearly intended for geniuses like Leah. The other was the standard version of the zenith sword art, refined with fewer flaws and smoother movements. Turning to Leah, Gray spoke calmly, his tone carrying the weight of an expert. Lower your level to that of a first-stage chi-gathering cultivator. Even better if you can suppress your power down to that of a pseudo-level. Leah complied without hesitation. In her eyes, it made sense. Many profound instructors often demanded their students to cultivate from the very basics, believing that only by stripping away their power could they build a flawless foundation. She was still skeptical of the instructor, but in the end the deal was already done, and she would learn what she could from him and never contact him again after this. In the next moment, energy surged around her body, and luminous patterns flashed across her skin. She traced hand seals in the air, weaving a series of mystical gestures until a glowing character seal formed upon her abdomen, surrounded by intricate runic formations. Her aura immediately dropped by an entire notch, perfectly restrained to the level Gray had instructed. Draw out your sword, and utilizing the zenith sword art, fight me. I'll give you guidance while fighting, Gray spoke calmly, and the air around him instantly changed as he subtly adjusted his stance. This surprised Leah quite a bit. Before, Gray looked no less than an ordinary person, but now he looked completely different, radiating the air of a powerful expert. Shaking her thoughts away, Leah immediately charged forward. Swoosh! With one dash, she closed the distance between Gray and herself. Even reduced to the level of a pseudo-level of chi-gathering cultivator realm, she was still incredibly fast. But did that concern Gray? Instant recoil step. Buzz, ba-dump, ba-dump. Instantly, Gray's muscles contracted and expanded as adrenaline rushed through him like a tsunami. The power instantly fired up his neural pathways, causing everything around him to slow down. While not as exaggerated as the time he dodged the truck, everything around him was still slightly slowed. With the instant recoil step technique came his natural ability to control his body. He had perfect control and could utilize it without wasting movement. With better reaction time from the technique, he might have a chance of fighting a pseudo-level rank evolver, of course only the weakened ones like Leah. As that thought crossed his mind, Leah's sword was already flashing toward his neck, but Gray didn't panic. With his reaction speed boosted to inhuman levels, his hands surged forward, intercepting the strike with the sword in his grip. Whoosh. Leah's eyes widened as her wrist trembled. To her shock, she couldn't move her blade an inch. She stared at Gray, who calmly met her gaze. What are you, a robot? Why is your grip so rigid? Clank. Gray deflected her sword with a heavy sweep, the force driving her back several steps before she managed to stabilize herself. Then, she saw Gray utilizing the same movement as hers. Like flowing water, he closed the distance in an instant and launched a strike. Leah quickly raised her sword to parry, but her eyes widened again. The strike was faster than hers. Zenith sword art focuses on flexibility, Gray instructed coolly. Relax your grip, you don't need to use so much strength. You are only slowing your sword movement by gripping it too hard. Clank. Gray knocked her blade aside again, his movements sharp yet unhurried. Your posture is collapsing, he said firmly, stepping in with effortless balance. Zenith sword art isn't about locking your knees or forcing strength. Bend them slightly, feel the ground beneath your feet. A firm foundation allows the sword to move freely. His blade traced a swift arc and Leah stumbled back, barely blocking in time. Gray shook his head. Without balance, even the sharpest strike loses its edge. You focus too much on the moves of the technique, completely forgetting the basic foundation. At the same time, while Gray was guiding Leah, another man sat not far away. He had long black hair, an utterly average face, and wore a black t-shirt with the bold print, "I love Nova City." His expression, however, was filled with gloom. He checked his phone again, still no reply from Leah. That was 5,000 Union credits, Daniel Carter muttered with a bitter sigh. Having rushed all the way to the training zone, he had realized one thing: the person he was supposed to meet, Leah, had already left. She hadn't even bothered to reply to his message. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Misfortune seemed to chase him relentlessly. Worse, his wife had gotten angry earlier, and as her husband, all he could do was try his best to coax her back into a good mood. Just then, as he was drowning in self-pity, two large shadows suddenly loomed over him. Daniel Carter's brows furrowed. He turned around, and his expression shifted to surprise the moment he recognized them. Those two, his eyes narrowed, the twin Iron Fangs. They were well known throughout Nova City, the top-ranked evolvers of the city. Whenever disaster struck, these two were always the first to charge into the front lines. Little brother, one of the Iron Fang twins, Leo Fang, spoke in a booming yet kind voice. Though identical to his sibling, his tone carried an elder brotherly warmth. Are you here to train your muscles? You look far too skinny for an evolver of your standing. Indeed, Duke Fang, the other Iron Fang, laughed heartily as his arms bulged like steel pillars. How can someone with your status look so frail? Come, let us brothers help you build muscle and restore the dignity befitting a true ranker. Daniel Carter blinked in surprise, his face stiffening. Can these two see through my actual strength? He thought warily, his mood instantly tense. Yes, little brother, Leo Fang declared with absolute certainty, crossing his massive arms over his broad chest. As someone of the first rank, you must temper your body well. We can see you practice the martial evolutionary path. Hearing this, Daniel quietly let out a sigh of relief, as if the secret he was hiding hadn't been exposed. Excellent. Then let's get started, Duke Fang's booming voice echoed like a war drum. First, 100,000 push-ups. Daniel froze, dumbfounded. This, fellow experts, I am but a mere first-rank evolver and my wife is still waiting for me at home. So if you will excuse me. Before he could finish, Leo Fang's grin widened, and with a single swoop he hoisted Daniel onto his shoulder as if he weighed nothing. Help. I'm being kidnapped, Daniel helplessly, his voice ringing through the training zone. Inwardly he cursed a storm. If not for the fact that I can't reveal my true strength, I wouldn't even bother speaking with these muscle-headed freaks. But his cries only earned him sympathetic glances. The evolvers in the open training zone looked at him with pity etched across their faces. This was a common occurrence. Every time the Iron Fang brothers showed up, they would always recruit some poor soul to train. Everyone immediately turned a blind eye. The last time someone had tried to intervene and save a victim, they too had been dragged off to train and returned days later, a broken man with bulging muscles and hollow eyes. Back in the private training room, Leah charged forward with a furious shout, her sword gleaming as sweat dripped down her cheeks. Her body was trembling, her breath ragged, and she looked as though she might collapse at any moment. Whoosh. Her grip was lighter now, her stance refined, just as Gray had instructed. She brought her blade down with all the momentum she could muster. Gray, however, stood motionless with a bored look on his face. For a moment, he even felt tempted to take out his phone and play a game, but he dismissed the thought. He had to maintain his mysterious aura as a peerless master. 2 hours had already passed since the training began. In that time, Gray had drilled the fundamentals into her bones. Her movements were faster, her posture cleaner, her strikes sharper. Now the only thing left was for her to actually land a hit. And for the past 30 minutes she had been failing. Still, Leah's eyes lit up with determination as her blade inched closer to his chest. This time I'll hit him. But whoosh, Gray calmly stepped aside, his expression unchanged. Leah stumbled forward, lost her balance, and hit the floor with a dull thud. Grrrr. She growled through clenched teeth, glaring up at him with frustration burning in her eyes. She honestly began to doubt whether Gray was truly teaching her or just toying with her. Although she had undeniably gained a lot in the past 2 hours, in her heart she couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called instructor was deliberately bullying her. Gray's calm voice rang out, "What are you doing on the ground, resting? Get up and keep attacking." If this were a comic, a large red vein mark would have popped up on her forehead. HMPH, Leah snorted through her nose, puffed up like an angry cat. She pushed herself off the floor, her eyes blazing with indignation. Without another word, she tightened her grip on the sword and rushed forward again. This time, she forced herself to focus even harder than before, pouring all of her strength and concentration into the strike as she closed the distance with Gray. Gray's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. All this while, he hadn't been paying attention to her sword alone, but to the rhythm of her energy flow. By now, he had practically memorized every rise and fall of Leah's spiritual circulation and its pattern. And then through the lens of his origin insight, he caught it. A faint spark, barely the size of a firefly, flickered within her meridians. For an instant it disrupted the otherwise smooth pattern of her spiritual energy. And in that disruption, something far more lethal was born, sword energy. But that spark of energy dimmed almost as quickly as it appeared, vanishing without a trace. Leah failed to land a hit yet again, her blade cutting through nothing but empty air. She stumbled slightly, panting, her brows furrowed in frustration. Yet unlike Gray, she hadn't noticed the fleeting change within her spiritual energy. To her, it was just another failed attempt. Gray's calm voice rang out. "Why are you resting again? Stand up. Attack with everything you have." Leah clenched her fists, irritation flashing in her eyes. But before she could retort, Gray's gaze sharpened, his tone turning serious. "What is your sword to you?" he asked abruptly. Leah froze, caught off guard by the sudden question. "My sword, isn't it just a tool to fight with?" she asked, confused. "No," Gray replied firmly. "That is where you are wrong. The very first line of the Zenith sword art makes it clear. The sword is not a mere tool. It is an extra hand, a hand with only one purpose: to cut down everything that dares stand in your way. Why demean it by treating it as nothing more than an object?" "An extra hand," Leah murmured, her grip unconsciously tightening around the hilt. "That's right," Gray said. "Now charge at me again. And this time treat it as a part of yourself, not something you're merely holding." Leah lowered her gaze to the simple sword in her hand. For the first time, she adjusted her grip with intent, holding it not as cold steel, but as though it were her very flesh and blood. Strangely, the hilt felt warmer, more natural in her palm, her eyes sharpened. Then she charged. This time she poured everything into her strike, focus, strength, even her very will. The world around her blurred and faded away. In her sight there was only one figure left, Gray. Gray's pupils contracted. Once again he saw it, that subtle disruption in her spiritual energy, but unlike before, this time the spark didn't vanish. Buzz. A crimson light flared violently as Leah's blade descended, a searing beam of energy surging forth with unstoppable momentum. Buzz. The training room's defensive barrier instantly roared to life, runes lighting up across the walls as it absorbed the violent strike. If not for the shield, the entire ground might have been ripped apart by that single slash. Leah looked ahead, but to her surprise, she didn't find Gray there. Just then, a voice came from behind her. It belonged to Gray. "Congratulations, you've awakened sword energy in 3 hours of time. You're welcome," Gray said with a smirk on his face. At the same time, he was sweating slightly. Just now, if he hadn't dodged, he would have probably gone 6 feet under, but luckily, he managed to utilize his technique in time and changed positions. He truly appreciated his instant recoil step technique. "This is sword energy?" Leah asked with a dazed look on her face, almost as if she was dreaming. "Sword energy." An excited expression appeared on Leah's beautiful, alluring face. She closely observed her dantian, her energy sealed, yet all that remained was the powerful sword energy. If she undid the seal on her body, she believed the sword energy would only become even stronger. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She could only gaze at Gray with a stunned expression. His words still echoed in her mind. She remembered clearly when he confidently told her that he would help her awaken sword energy. What is sword energy? It was a direct display of one's mastery over the sword. Only those who had attained master-level mastery in a sword technique could even hope to comprehend it. Her entire worldview had been turned upside down. Everything she was taught, everything she believed in. "Nobody will believe me if I told them I comprehended sword energy at basic-level mastery," Leah thought speechlessly. That was how shocking it was to comprehend sword energy so early. Leah stared at Gray, who was now looking at his phone with a big smile. She was the only one shaken. To him, it looked as though comprehending sword energy this early was a completely natural process. It truly made her wonder, who exactly was this instructor, Daniel Carter? She believed that not even her father, who was extremely powerful and well-known in the Evolver's circle, could make her comprehend things as quickly as Gray guided her. Not to mention her father. Even the top instructors her father hired for her were utterly useless compared to instructor Daniel Carter. Not only had she reached basic mastery, but he had also imparted the importance of utilizing sword energy in the Zenith sword art. Now, even with basic-level mastery, she could skip a level and fight someone stronger than her using only the Zenith sword art. And that was without utilizing her spiritual energy. Just then, Gray stepped closer and casually pulled out his phone, the screen displaying his number. "Add me. If you ever need to contact me in the future, just call." Now that the fish had bitten the hook, it was time to make sure it kept biting every time he threw the bait back into the sea. Of course, there was still a decent chance this young lady might hire a hitman to deal with him for scamming her, but Gray went ahead with his plan regardless. After all, the girl standing before him wasn't ordinary. She possessed a heaven-defying physique, a physique so rare it could shake the world. How could he possibly let such a treasure slip by? If he didn't steal her physique for himself, or rather, selflessly guide her onto the right path, wouldn't that be doing Blue Star an injustice? With her talent, once she reached her peak, she could completely eliminate the looming disaster of the corruption fields. Yes, that was Gray's noble motive. He definitely wasn't planning to steal her physique. Nor was he scheming to scam her out of money. Absolutely not. "Number?" Leah frowned slightly. "But instructor, I already have your number. Didn't we contact each other through Messenger today?" She gave him a strange look. Did this guy have dementia, Oh, that one's my business number, Gray replied matter-of-factly. This here is my primary. Is that so? Leah muttered before nodding. She quickly entered his number into her contacts. At the same time, she noticed several notifications piling up on her screen, messages she had received during training. She didn't bother checking them now, not while instructor Daniel Carter was still standing before her. All right, now that you have my number, I'll take my leave, Gray said with a calm, lofty air like an expert who cared little for trivial matters. Farewell, Miss Leah. Without waiting for her response, Gray moved as though a cat had leapt onto his back, slipping past her and heading straight for the door. Outside, Albert was still standing guard, face expressionless. Their eyes met briefly before both men looked away, ignoring each other in perfect silence. Once Gray disappeared from his view, Albert stepped into the training room where his young lady was still inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Leah staring at her phone with a confused gaze. The owner of this number is called Gray Lockhart. A strange expression appeared on her face as she viewed Gray's profile. His profile picture on the Messenger app was of a huge chicken towering above mountains. Just then, she noticed another notification in the corner of her screen. It was from instructor Daniel Carter, sent just as she started training with instructor Daniel Carter. Slowly, she opened the message, and her eyes flashed with three emotions: strangeness, confusion, and disbelief. Ding! Daniel Carter's phone rang as he sat slouched on the bench, looking like a shriveled-up corpse. The Iron Fang brothers had already called it a day because a corruption field had opened, leaving Daniel free at last. Damn those idiots. If not for me limiting my physical body to that of first rank, the training they made me go through would have been a breeze, Daniel cursed. The twins had made him do nearly 200,000 push-ups under the influence of powerful gravity, something that, if said to an ordinary mortal, would only earn disbelief. Of course, even after that, he wasn't hurt, but he definitely looked drained and lifeless. Then, a seal formed near his abdomen, and a unique green energy suddenly appeared, revitalizing him. Only then did he finally pick up his phone and check the notification. To his surprise, it was from Miss Leah. He had messaged her just before getting dragged into training by the Iron Fang brothers. He thought it was a lost cause, but apparently not. He read through the messages, starting from 3 hours ago. Daniel Carter, Miss, I sincerely apologize. The nearest grocery store was 30 minutes away on foot. I managed to shorten the distance by 10 minutes with my advanced physical ability, but to my luck, there was a sale going on. I had to wait an hour in line just to buy it, and I almost got beaten up by the aunties for trying to cut the queue. Daniel Carter, I believe you have great talent for the sword. I promise that if you come back, I'll help you reach basic mastery in a day. Leah, what are you talking about, instructor Daniel Carter? Didn't we just finish training? Daniel Carter, Stop teasing me, miss. I know I'm in the wrong for not showing up on time, but at least show me some leniency. Leah's, where are you right now? Daniel Carter, miss, I knew you would come back. Someone of your talent shouldn't be stuck at basic mastery level in the Zenith sword art. Hence, in hopes of guiding you, I stayed in the open training zone all this while. Leah, come meet me at training room 19. Daniel Carter. Right away, miss. Daniel immediately stood up from his spot. He was near training room 40, so it didn't take him long to stride over to training room 19. The moment he entered, Leah's eyes widened in shock. Miss Leah, I'm here, Daniel greeted her with a warm smile. You are? Leah's voice trembled. She was right. The person who had guided her earlier wasn't Daniel Carter at all. It was an imposter wearing the same clothes and fitting the same description as him. A flabbergasted look crossed her delicate features before it twisted into anger, her hands curling into fists. She had been scammed, completely and utterly deceived. Yet as fury surged through her chest, Leah forced herself to take a steady breath. It was true she had been toyed with, but at the same time she could not deny the results. In merely 3 hours, she had reached basic mastery of the Zenith sword art and even comprehended sword energy. Could that really be called scamming? Her brows knitted tightly. The thought didn't lessen the anger burning in her heart. Being played with was still being played with. Suppressing her emotions, she slowly shifted her gaze back toward the real instructor, Daniel Carter. Before he could even open his mouth, Leah turned toward Albert. Her voice was calm but carried quiet authority. Can you step out for a moment? I'd like to speak with this man alone. Albert gave a slight nod. Without a word, he turned and walked out, the door clicking shut behind him. Thank you for coming, instructor Daniel Carter. Leah let out a soft sigh. Of course, she couldn't tell anyone she had just been scammed. That would be far too humiliating. Especially Albert, her butler, must never know. It's nothing. Now then, when shall we begin? Daniel asked with a polite smile. No need, Leah shook her head lightly. It's already too late and I've been training these past 3 hours on my own. I managed to reach basic mastery level by myself. Huh? Daniel's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? Yes, she nodded firmly, forcing composure into her tone. But I still appreciate your efforts in coming all this way. I'll honor our agreement and pay you the 5,000 union credits. How can that be? Daniel's expression turned awkward, his voice carrying a righteous tone. I, Daniel Carter, am not the kind of man who would accept money without teaching a single move. Please, it's nothing worth mentioning. If you truly wish to repay me, just call me again for training in the future. Leah shook her head. No need, please show me your bank details. Seeing her insistence, Daniel reluctantly pulled out his phone and displayed his bank details. Without hesitation, Leah made the transfer. To her, 5,000 union credits were nothing. More than that, she felt it would be too harsh to let Daniel leave empty-handed after waiting 3 hours for her. Now, please excuse me, I have to return home. She spoke politely as she walked past him. At the same time, a darkened look had appeared on her face. She was going to find out everything about the man called Gray Lockhart and have a talk with him after that. Let's go, Albert. We're going home. Her voice carried across the hall as she brushed past him. Albert nodded without a word as he silently followed her. Daniel watched the young lady leaving with a joyful look on his face. Such a kind young lady. Now I can buy that new virtual reality headset everyone's been talking about. Time passed swiftly, and after leaving the Evolvers Association, Gray made his way to the top-tier merchant association of Blue Star, the Golden Chamber. The Golden Chamber had branches across every sector of Nova City, and the same held true for other major cities scattered across Blue Star. It was the go-to place for evolvers who wished to buy or trade items. Welcome, customer. What would you like to buy today? A mechanical yet polite voice rang out as soon as Gray stepped into the branch building. An artificial intelligence robot stood at the entrance, programmed to greet every visitor. Of course, Gray had a purpose in coming here. For starters, he wanted to buy a spatial ring. He considered it crucial. He would become an evolver sooner or later, and it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. With his current bank balance, he could definitely afford one. A spatial ring would make managing his inventory far easier. He could store his important evolutionary path documents inside and retrieve them instantly without wasting time searching for the right one. Spatial rings worked thanks to special array and rule formations carved into them. Together, these formations created a pocket space, functioning like an automated inventory with a built-in system for quick access. Originally, such items had been the exclusive creations of immortal cultivators. But with centuries of research, the Federation's top evolutionary scientists had optimized the design so even ordinary mortals could use them. But Gray's goal wasn't just a spatial ring. He also wanted something else, something called the Cosmic Energy Conversion Formation Diagram. Cosmic energy was the equivalent of electricity in this world. From toys to cars, even the AI robot standing before him drew its power from cosmic energy. The conversion formation diagram was the heart of it all. It functioned by drawing raw cosmic energy from the atmosphere and converting it into pure energy, which could then be refined into any required form. For example, when engraved precisely onto the circuit modules of an AI robot, the diagram allowed the machine to continuously draw cosmic energy and sustain itself indefinitely, powering its high-level computations without end. And it wasn't only machines, evolvers also used it. Aspers, for instance, could channel cosmic energy through the formation to instantly replenish their psionic reserves. Its applications were virtually limitless. But Gray's own goal was much simpler. He wanted to use its hidden function, the ability to materialize cosmic energy itself. He wasn't aiming to power civilizations or change the world of science. He simply wanted a tool to sense the natural flow of cosmic energy, the fundamental building block of this world. And he wasn't about to buy a ready-made version. No, what he wanted was the diagram itself. With his heaven-defying comprehension, why settle for the fish when he could seize the entire ocean? He can easily comprehend it and use it anytime he wants without having a need to buy it again. I would like to purchase a spatial ring, Gray finally said, cutting short his own musings. Understood, customer. Our Golden Chamber specializes in top-grade spatial rings, each carved from cosmic energy ores and refined by the finest craftsmen on Blue Star. Quality and durability are guaranteed. As the AI began its scripted chatter, it guided him toward the section where the rings were displayed. Rows upon rows of gleaming rings floated within transparent cases. Gray's eyes swept over them unimpressed. Each design looked crude and uninspired. None spoke to him, until one did. Amid the dull collection, a single ring drew his gaze. It was sleek and futuristic, forged of dark metal etched with glowing neon lines of blue and purple. The designs resembled circuits, like a piece of cyberpunk tech, radiating a faint light as though alive with energy. Gray liked it instantly. It would definitely catch attention when worn and it would look good on his hand. But when he saw the price, his expression stiffened. 1,000 Union credits, his brows twitched. A normal spatial ring sold for 300 to 400 credits. This was double, nearly triple. This ring, while more expensive, is far more durable, the AI droned. It was carved from refined cosmic ore free of impurities. More importantly, it is the latest invention of Golden Chamber's top scientists, a fusion of science and formation. This is the first upgradable spatial ring. It contains a miniature artificial intelligence that manages the formations within, ensuring all items are kept organized and maintained. It can display local time and, most importantly, the space inside can be expanded. Currently, it holds 20 cubic meters, but the capacity can be upgraded indefinitely. This model is called Prototype, the first of its kind. It arrived only today. You are truly fortunate to be the first customer to encounter it. Gray's lips twitched. He seriously wished there was a skip dialogue button. Still, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided it was worth it. An upgradable ring meant that once he comprehended spatial formations, he could expand it himself in the future, avoiding the need to buy bigger rings later. "I'll take the prototype," Gray said at last. "Understood, customer. I will pack your order right away and register a 1-year warranty. Should the ring malfunction during that time, you may visit any Golden Chamber branch for instant repair or replacement." The AI's wrist clicked open, revealing a glowing barcode scanner. "Please scan this code to complete the transaction." Gray complied without hesitation, transferring 1,000 Union credits. His heart ached slightly, but he believed the young lady would call him again for training soon, so he endured. "Transaction complete, customer," the AI said as it handed over a transparent box containing the ring. Gray opened the box and slid the ring onto his finger just beside his middle finger. "How do I bind it?" he asked. "It should bind itself right now." The moment those words fell, a faint sting pricked his finger like a needle piercing his skin. The ring glowed, and a virtual display flickered to life, showing the local time in luminous digits circling its outer rim. Sleek, futuristic, eye-catching, satisfied, Gray moved on to his true goal. "I would like to buy the Cosmic Energy Conversion Formation Diagram." "Understood, customer." The diagram sold by the Golden Chamber is a direct copy of the original created over a century ago. It is inscribed upon a material harvested only from mutated beasts in the outer rings of Power City. The AI launched into another endless explanation, much to Gray's distress, before finally leading him to the section where the diagrams were kept. "That will be 100 Union credits," the AI said, handing him a scroll sealed in a protective case. Gray wasted no time. He completed the payment in a single motion, snatched the diagram, and tossed it straight into his new spatial ring. Without sparing the place another glance, he turned and strode out of the Golden Chamber. The day was almost over. It was time to refocus, time to begin building his evolutionary path. Sector 7, Housing Zone. After a short walk, Gray finally reached home. By now it was already 4 p.m. "I'm home," Gray said out of habit as he stepped into the living room. The only person there was his sister, Alyssa. The moment she saw him, she immediately shifted her gaze away. With a cold expression, she continued flipping through the TV channels. Gray didn't mind it. He was already used to her antics. A moment later, her pleasant yet icy voice drifted over. "Dad won't be coming home tonight. I already made dinner for the two of us." "Is that so?" Gray nodded casually. At the same time, he noticed her eyes flickering toward his spatial ring. It was indeed too eye-catching for even his indifferent sister to ignore. But of course, being who she was, she didn't bother asking anything. Gray knew she would eventually find out once Richard questioned him about it anyway. "Come to the dining hall at 8 p.m. sharp. If you're late, you won't get dinner," Alyssa added, her gaze still cold. "All right," Gray replied lightly. Just then, his ability was activated. From seeing a true dragon's breathing pattern, you've gained insight into true origin breathing technique. After he gained insight, he didn't linger around and went back into his room. While his sister did say that she didn't consider him family, she still cared enough to make him a portion of dinner too. Gray knew she was a kind girl at heart, but circumstances had led to her being completely cold toward him. "And the only person to blame is the previous owner of this body." Gray shook his head. Afterward, Gray took a quick shower. After all, he had just come back from the training zone. Once freshened up, he immediately took out the cosmic conversion diagram and began reading it. The scroll itself only contained 2 pages, one page showing the diagram and the second explaining each pattern within it. Combining them together would turn it into a medium through which cosmic energy could flow. As soon as he finished reading the scroll, his ability was activated and images flashed within his mind. Buzz. From reading and understanding the cosmic energy conversion formation diagram, You've comprehended the cosmic energy golden ratio conversion diagram. From comprehending the cosmic energy golden ratio conversion diagram, you've gained insight into the workings of formations. Golden ratio, Gray was slightly surprised. As usual, after comprehending the base technique, he had managed to deduce an even stronger one, and this time the diagram itself left him astonished. The golden ratio was a principle of perfect balance, a natural law believed to govern almost everything in existence. When comparing the two formations, the difference was obvious. The base diagram allowed cosmic energy to flow, but leaked nearly 20% during conversion. In contrast, the golden ratio version he had just deduced refined the process to absolute perfection, boasting a flawless 100% conversion rate without a single thread of energy wasted. Not only that, the new diagram was far more flexible and possessed a deeper foundation. If the original diagram was like a crude prototype, haphazardly assembled from mismatched blocks in the hope it would function, then this enhanced version was the finished product. Stable, efficient, and precise, its structure 100 times superior. In short, Gray had achieved what no scientist or evolver had managed in the past 5 centuries, since the cosmic energy conversion formation was first introduced. He had turned it into a far more advanced, flawless, and efficient version, a true scientific breakthrough born from his comprehension. If those people of the old era had my ability, then maybe they would have already dealt with the corruption fields by now. Gray thought about it. And indeed, with his heaven-defying comprehension, it wouldn't take him long before he deduced a way to eliminate the disaster from Blue Star completely. Every day, millions across the world suffered and even died from the corruption which condensed out of nowhere. And he wasn't safe from it either. Aside from building himself a perfect evolutionary path, he also wanted to eliminate the corruption fields from this world completely. When millions are suffering, and if he could lend a helping hand, why wouldn't he? I'll research the corruption fields once I officially become an evolver. Gray nodded. He promised himself that he would do it once he created his path and became an evolver. With that aside, Gray stood up from his chair and shuffled through his shelf, which contained lots of items, including school items and much more. What he was looking for was a giant chart paper, big enough to draw the entire newly forged cosmic energy conversion formation on top of it. Sure enough, he found one that matched his description, put it down on the ground, and with a pen began drawing. 10 whole minutes passed, and he soon finished the main frame of the diagram. Now he just needed to add a dot for it to work. At the same time, while drawing, a thought emerged in his mind. I should find a way to make this diagram smaller in size. That way, I can have a bunch of them around and utilize them together when I'm breaking through. And surprisingly enough, as soon as he said that, his mind buzzed and his ability was activated. His mind kept replaying him drawing the huge diagram on the chart, and eventually insights emerged. He was hit with multiple realizations and soon deduced a way to make a miniature version. You've comprehended the golden ratio cosmic energy conversion miniature diagram. Seeing this, Gray was speechless. He had actually managed to deduce it. His comprehension truly was heaven-defying. Now he didn't have to worry about the lack of energy when breaking through. As long as he wasn't inside an area isolated from the outside world, like a corruption field, he could use the world's energy to make up for what he needed. Then Gray shook his thoughts away and finally added the final touch to the diagram. It was now time to see cosmic energy's flow and specific pattern. Buzz. As soon as he added the last bit in, the diagram spun to life. A buzzing sound rang out as the air above it visibly distorted, like reality itself was warping. Then, lines of blue energy started forming above it in real time. Seeing this, Gray immediately activated his true origin insight. As soon as he laid his eyes on cosmic energy, Gray was struck with déjà vu. Cosmic energy did not flow in neat, ordered paths. Instead, it spread in all directions, breaking apart into countless scattered streams. At first glance, it seemed utterly random, like stars scattered across the night sky. But upon closer observation, it was truly chaotic. Each stream curved into wide arcs as if pulled back by an unseen force. The energy appeared free, unrestrained, yet some hidden law subtly guided its course, weaving order into disorder. This, Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this spiritual energy? This is exactly how spiritual energy functions. His expression stiffened. How is this possible? They're two entirely different energies, so why do they behave the same? His mind buzzed with questions he couldn't answer. No one else in this world could explain it, for no one besides him possessed the ability to perceive the hidden flow and patterns of energies. With my photographic memory, there's no way I'm mistaken, Gray muttered, his face darkening as he replayed the memory of spiritual energy in his mind. This was no trivial matter. If cosmic energy and spiritual energy were truly the same, then why could only a handful of people on Blue Star access spiritual energy? It was almost as if someone had imposed a restriction, sealing it away from the masses and granting access only to a chosen few. After witnessing the hidden workings of energies, you've bypassed heaven's filter and glimpsed the hidden rules of evolution. Hidden rules? Gray's eyes widened. So, I was right, there really is a restriction on spiritual energy. For a moment he was genuinely shaken. The big words flashing in his mind, heaven's filter and hidden rules of evolution, made him realize just how deep he had dug. He was no longer dealing with ordinary cultivation, this was the big leagues. Then, could my incompatibility with cosmic energy also be related to these hidden rules? Is there some kind of standard one must meet to access these memories? You've gained even more insight into the hidden rules of evolution. It's true, Gray muttered, momentarily speechless. Does that mean I didn't even make the cut to use cosmic energy? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One thing, however, was certain. Spiritual energy and cosmic energy were the same underlying force. The only difference was the requirement to perceive them. Cosmic energy had a lower threshold, while spiritual energy demanded far more from the cultivator. Now that I look closely, Gray frowned, cosmic energy does feel slightly inferior. It's missing something that spiritual energy possesses, a kind of purity or perhaps completeness. I need to find a martial artist, Gray said abruptly, the thought rising to the surface. Martial artists were unique, for they utilized a special energy known as inner energy or true energy as they called it. Scientifically, it was regarded as the life energy of a person, a direct extension of one's vitality. Gray wanted to quickly find a martial artist and see if there were any existing patterns similar to spiritual energy and cosmic energy. If the three forces intersected in structure, then the truth behind evolution would become far clearer. I should head out right away and find one. Gray nodded. However, just as he stood, his phone rang. It's Leah. Gray spoke with a little surprise in his tone, his brows arching. Almost an hour ago, in a massive mansion situated somewhere within Sector 1, Leah sat in front of her computer wearing casual clothes and glasses, her face frozen in shock. Displayed on her computer were the full details of Gray Lockhart, her one and only instructor, the man who had helped her achieve sword energy. Name, Gray Lockhart. Age 17. Job, 26093145. Citizen rank 1. Evolver rank nuns. Note not compatible with any evolutionary path on Blue Star. Incapable of becoming an evolver. Family. Richard Lockhart, father Melina Lockhart, mother deceased Alyssa Lockhart, sister. Familial status adopted. Occupation third-year student at Nova 5 High. 17 years old, Leah looked like she had just swallowed a fly. If comprehending sword energy alone was shocking, discovering her instructor was her age was even more so. No, he's younger than me by 4 months, Leah muttered, her lips twitching. She didn't know what to say anymore. It completely defied all logic. What was even more shocking was his evolver status, or rather the lack of it, incapable of becoming an evolver. Leah still recalled the inhuman speed Gray had shown during training. She had deliberately restricted her power to pseudo-level 1 of the Chi-gathering realm, yet not even then could she graze a single strand of his hair. Alyssa Lockhart, Leah's eyes flashed with recognition. She knew that name well. There was nobody in the upper echelons of Nova City who didn't know about her. She was the most monstrous genius the city had ever seen. Leah knew that if she faced Alyssa, the outcome would be unpredictable, even for someone like her. He is her brother. None of it made sense. The system wouldn't lie. If it said Gray was incapable of becoming an evolver, then he truly was. There was no way he could suddenly become one. But then how did he achieve such strength? Leah muttered, unsettled. She realized that during their battles, she had never detected even the faintest fluctuation of energy from Gray. At first, she thought it was because of the disparity between their ranks, but no. It was because he wasn't an evolver at all. Unable to contain her curiosity, she picked up her phone and dialed Gray's number. She wanted answers, why he had tricked her and who he really was. The call connected, ringing once, twice. Then a voice came through, smooth and calm, a voice she would never forget. Hello, Miss Leah. How may I help you? You, Leah faltered, stunned that he had picked up without hesitation. She hadn't expected him to answer, especially after he had completely played her without revealing anything before. Yes, Miss Leah. Please speak your mind, Gray's voice once again came from the other side, carrying the same composed tone as always. Do you realize your mistake? Leah asked coldly. You shouldn't have picked up the phone. I wouldn't have given you my number just to ignore your call. Gray's lazy voice came from the other side, leaving Leah momentarily speechless. You. Do you even know who I am? Leah asked, stunned that the other party didn't recognize her. Yes, aren't you Miss Leah? Leah Carter? Gray replied after a pause. It's Leah Voss. She clenched her fists in irritation. At least get the name of the person you scammed right, you damn scammer. Hey, I didn't scam you. Gray's exaggerated protest echoed through the receiver. Like I said, I helped you awaken sword energy and even pushed you to basic mastery. Honestly, for awakening sword energy alone, I should have charged you at least 10,000 Union credits. Do you even realize how much of a difference sword energy makes? But you still tricked me in the end. You weren't even the real instructor, Daniel, Leah exclaimed. Why didn't you just admit it was a misunderstanding? Why should I? Gray replied matter-of-factly. No one's going to refuse 5,000 Union credits tossed in their face unless they're stupid. Besides, you were the one who came up to me calling me Instructor Daniel. When he repeated her words, he deliberately imitated her voice. Leah's face heated with embarrassment. She had indeed mistaken him for someone else. She couldn't deny that part of it was her fault for rushing in. Then Gray suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Sigh? Kids these days can't even appreciate good things. Aya. What the hell do you mean? Leah shouted, her chest rising and falling. You're the same age as me. Oh, Gray's tone turned sharp in an instant. So you even managed to dig up my age. Looks like you're more influential than I thought. Leah froze. This guy, he really didn't know who she was. For the first time in a long while, she felt invisible. In Nova City, everyone knew her name. She was the top talent of her generation. And yet this guy, this arrogant brat, treated her like a random nobody. But what stung even more was the truth. Gray, someone 4 months younger, had already reached a higher level of mastery and even helped her touch sword energy in a single session. That wasn't normal. It was monstrous. For a moment, she even wondered if he was the reincarnation of some old demon. No, I'm not a reincarnation of an old demon, Gray's voice interrupted, startling her. You. How did you know what I was thinking? Leah's eyes widened in shock. Gray chuckled. I mean, even I would think I was some reincarnated monster after what happened in that training room. Then you're really not, Leah asked hesitantly. No. I'm just extremely talented, that's all, Gray said smugly. No shame, Leah cursed under her breath. She wanted to strangle him. Anyway, why did you call me Leah? I'm a very busy person, you know. If it was just to confirm whether I'm an old demon, then you already have your answer. I'll cut the call now. Wait, Leah panicked. Yes, please speak your mind. I want to ask you something. Leah took a breath, trying to calm herself. Look, I'll admit it wasn't entirely your fault earlier. I was the one who mistook you for Daniel Carter. And you did help me break through, I can't deny that, but her tone hardened. It says here that you're incapable of becoming an evolver. Gray smirked. You must be wondering how I can move and fight on par with a pseudo-first-level evolver, right? Yes, Leah blurted out. Oh, won't tell you, that's a secret technique limited to my disciples. Gray's tone was annoyingly casual. Leah's jaw tightened. Her patience was running thin. If you want to become my disciple, feel free to visit me. After kowtowing 3 times, you can officially become my student for the small price of 100,000 Union credits. PFT, Leah almost spat blood. Who the hell would want to become your disciple? Plenty of people actually, Gray replied without missing a beat. I'm the best teacher on Blue Star, no one is more qualified than me. If I published the method to awaken sword energy, there'd be a line in front of my house. And believe me, sword energy is only the beginning. I know a lot more. Boastful, Leah rolled her eyes, though her heart wavered. Against her better judgment, she couldn't fully dismiss his words. She hesitated before asking, then, will you teach me? If I train under you, can you promise I'll surpass Alyssa Lockhart? She had to force those words out. It wasn't easy admitting her fear, but with Alyssa's rapid rise, Leah couldn't shake the feeling that her position as Nova City's #1 talent was slipping away. Surpass my sister, Gray mused. With just the zenith sword art, no. She's not normal, you know that. Almost everyone in Nova City knows that. So it's impossible, Leah's shoulders drooped. Who said that? Gray laughed. With my teaching and by refining your sword energy, you'll surpass her easily. Leah's heart thumped. She wanted to believe him, but was it really that simple? Really, she asked cautiously. You think I'm joking? Oh, yes. Gray sighed. Well, I'm not. From now on, you'll train under me. I'll help you master sword energy, then teach you sword control. After that, we'll push your zenith sword art all the way to completion. Completion, Leah blinked, stunned. Does that mean you have reached completion yourself? You heard me right, Gray's tone was calm. How else do you think I awakened your sword energy? Do you think I was just winging it? Leah's lips parted in disbelief. Completion. Only the creator of the zenith sword art had ever reached that level centuries ago. This guy, he was a demon. Her resistance wavered. Her pride screamed at her not to bow her head, but another part of her whispered that refusing now would only mean falling behind forever. "Fine," Leah said at last, though her voice was stiff. "But if you try to scam me again, don't blame me when I make you regret it." "Relax," Gray chuckled. "Also, the next session will cost 6,000 Union credits. That'll cover you until you reach intermediate mastery. After that, the price goes up." "That's not a problem," Leah huffed. "My dad is rich." "All right," Gray said. "When would you like to start?" Leah paused to think. She was already tied up this week with several meetings, plus the endless parties hosted by Nova City's young masters and mistresses. On top of that, she had promised her father she would attend, so she couldn't just back out. "How about a week from now next Tuesday?" she finally asked. "All right, we'll meet at 10 a.m. next Tuesday," Gray replied with a faint smile. "Perfect, then we'll start next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Leah hesitated briefly, then muttered, "Fine. I'll be there." "Good, until then." Gray hung up without another word. Leah stared at her phone, her expression complicated. Against her better judgment, she had agreed. That went well. A wide grin spread across Gray's face as he put away the phone. Now that the deal was set up, he officially had a source of income. He was gonna become rich overnight. "Actually, aren't I already rich?" Gray shook his head. There were 4,000 or so Union credits still left in his account, and for someone his age, it was an exaggerated amount of money. "The rich get richer," Gray sighed as he checked the time. He had spent quite a bit of time speaking with Leah, and it was almost 8 p.m. Since that was the case, he decided not to head out this late at night. "I should use this time to comprehend the true origin breathing technique." Gray felt that he was extremely close to comprehending the true origin breathing technique. He was only missing a few pieces of the puzzle to fully recreate the technique, and he believed that this technique held the answer to him becoming an evolver. Why? Because Alyssa wasn't actually able to sense true origin energy. From the fragments of information in his mind, he had come to the realization that this special breathing technique allowed her to form true origin energy on her own. If he comprehended it, then chances were his disability of not being able to become an evolver would be a thing of the past. Of course, he had come to this conclusion after careful analysis of the fragmented information. Only after fully comprehending it would he be able to say with certainty whether he could use it to become an evolver or not. "But I won't become an evolver just yet. Now that I have found an emerging pattern within energies, I might just be able to create a completely new energy. An energy not bound by the rules of evolution and which completely belongs to me alone." Gray's eyes flashed. That was his end goal, and he would only use the technique to become an evolver if his goal didn't work. Soon, Gray made his way to the dining room. He saw Alyssa, wearing an apron on top of her casual clothes, putting the food in her hand onto the table. With the steam coming from the food, he knew that she had just reheated it. And most importantly, she had a smile on her face as she hummed a song while putting the food down. "I'm here," Gray said awkwardly. Immediately, as if the entire ocean froze over, the smile on Alyssa's face vanished, and a cold expression appeared instead. It was rather disheartening to see, but Gray could only sigh. Such a good girl, and yet she had to act cold and reserved in front of her arch-nemesis, who was none other than Gray. "I should move out of the house once I have enough to buy a mansion," Gray mused silently. "That way both Alyssa and he would be happy. I've reheated the food. You can start eating now," Alyssa said in an indifferent voice. "All right." Gray nodded and immediately started eating. Along with Alyssa, they sat silently, with Alyssa scrolling through her phone while eating. Utilizing this time, Gray took occasional glances at her, which caused his ability to constantly ring in his mind. "By seeing a true dragon's breathing, you've gained insight into true origin breathing technique. By seeing a true dragon's breathing, you've gained insight into true origin breathing technique." Eventually, by the time he was finished eating dinner, the puzzles were finally pieced together. After gaining insight into true origin breathing technique, you have comprehended the flawless true origin breathing technique. "Buzz, thank you for the food." Gray immediately got up from the table and rushed into his room with bottleneck speed. Information rushed into his mind like a tidal wave. The puzzles were now pieced together, everything placed in order, and all the information about the breathing technique was fully revealed to Gray. "It is exactly as I thought. This technique is a way for Alyssa to imitate the energy flow of true origin through her breathing, which attracts true origin energy towards her. It doesn't have anything to do with sensing." A bright expression appeared on Gray's face. This had just opened up new possibilities for him. For example, "Your understanding of the flow of spiritual energy is exceptional. Through your comprehension, you've managed to create spiritual energy breathing technique. Your understanding of the flow of cosmic energy is exceptional. Through your comprehension, you've managed to create cosmic energy breathing technique." It was instantaneous. He knew the energy patterns of cosmic energy and spiritual energy like the back of his hand, and with his comprehension of the true origin breathing technique, he knew how to imitate the flow. He fused them all together and created two new techniques, one for spiritual energy and another for cosmic energy. I just bypassed the limitation placed on me by the rule of evolution. Gray's grin widened. With this technique, I can effectively choose any evolutionary path to cultivate. What was true strength? This was true strength. There was no one in the entire Blue Star who could achieve the same result as Gray. He had bypassed the absolute rule of evolution and overcome his lack of talent. But this can wait. I need to make some research on life energy too. Gray's eyes flashed. During this time, he had noticed something far crazier than cosmic energy and spiritual energy having the same flow of energy pattern. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but maybe placing another energy together might help him realize whether he was right or wrong. If he was right then, it would be akin to creating history, Gray said with some seriousness. Of course, he didn't jump to conclusions yet. He would only finalize his findings once he looked into life energy. The reason he wanted to look into life energy was that everyone had it, but only martial artists actively used it, and hence he could only see the flow from a martial artist. With that said, he directly went to sleep. Since there was nothing to do, he could only sleep and wake up early in the morning. Tomorrow would decide whether or not he would be able to forge a perfect path. Wednesday, 10 a.m. Gray had already visited the training zone that morning. He had spent hours silently observing the flow of life energy, committing every flicker and ripple of its movement to memory. By the time he left, the entire pattern was etched clearly in his mind. "It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle," Gray muttered under his breath as he walked back through the streets. His eyes were glazed, his steps unsteady, and he looked more like a ghost than a living person. He didn't notice the vendors calling out, the hovercars passing by, or even the curious glances from strangers. His lips kept moving as though repeating a mantra, his face locked in stunned concentration. "It's fragmented," he whispered the moment he stepped into his house. As usual, Alyssa was sprawled on the couch, flipping through TV channels with little interest. She had intended to ignore him like she always did, but his strange rambling made her instinctively look up. What she saw made her blink in disbelief. Gray looked like a madman, his expression blank, eyes unfocused, words tumbling out half-formed. "Why did it split?" Gray muttered to himself without sparing her a glance. He walked past her and disappeared into his room, leaving Alyssa staring after him in confusion. Thunder rumbled. Alyssa flinched and turned toward the window just in time to see lightning flash across the sky. "Didn't the weather broadcast say it would be sunny today? Why is it suddenly dark?" she murmured, baffled. The weather reports were never wrong. For a storm to roll in unannounced, it was unnerving. Meanwhile, Gray had reached his room. He shut the door behind him and went straight to his study desk, his movements urgent and frantic. Pulling out his notebook, he grabbed a pen and began sketching furiously. He wasn't drawing at random. He was capturing the energy patterns. The flows of cosmic energy, true origin energy, and life energy he had witnessed. His pen scratched quickly across the page. First, he recreated the flow of cosmic energy. The strokes curved outward in wide arcs, branching like rivers splitting into countless tributaries. From a distance, the page resembled a sky full of scattered stars. The lines wandered without apparent order, spreading further and further until they thinned out, fragmented, and disappeared. The finished sketch looked chaotic, almost meaningless. Yet at that instant, you've seen through the illusion of energies and bypassed the heavenly filter. You've gained insight into and glimpsed the intentions of heaven. Gray's pen didn't pause. He flipped the page and began sketching the pattern of true origin energy. This time, his strokes were sharp and precise. Straight lines cut across the page, bending at perfect angles. Slowly, the lines locked together like gears interlocking, forming a lattice that resembled the beams of a fortress or bricks in a wall. Compared to the scattered freedom of cosmic energy, this pattern was rigid, stable, solid, unyielding. And yet, you've seen through the illusion of energies and bypassed the heavenly filter. You've gained insight into and glimpsed the intentions of heaven. Gray's hand shook slightly, but he didn't stop. He turned the page again and began sketching the life energy pattern. The lines curved into gentle spirals, looping outward before circling back in. Each spiral resembled a breath taken in and exhaled, a rhythm of growth, decay, and renewal. Yet no matter how far they stretched, the loops always folded back upon themselves. The page soon looked like ripples spreading across a pond, vibrant, full of life, but destined to fade before ever reaching further. You've seen through the illusion of energies and bypassed the heavenly filter. You've gained insight into and glimpsed the intentions of heaven. Gray tore out all 3 pages and laid them before him. He stared at them, his eyes flickering with light. Cosmic energy, scattered like arcs across the void, limitless at first glance but stretch it too far and it shatters. True origin energy, a rigid lattice that endures. But its very rigidity becomes a flaw, it cracks and in the end collapses. Life energy, flowing in endless spirals, vibrant and alive. It comes closest to eternity. Yet always folds back on itself, unable to move forward. He clenched his fist. No matter how perfect they seem, all of them decay in the end. Then his eyes widened, but if I put them together. He carefully stacked the sketches. True origin energy at the bottom, cosmic energy above it, and finally life energy on top. Thunder boomed. A jagged bolt of lightning split the sky, shaking the house. But Gray paid no attention. He adjusted the papers under his desk lamp, aligning them until the lines merged. Slowly, a completely new pattern emerged, one so seamless, so profound, it felt as if the heavens themselves had tried to bury it. Gray's breath caught. It's the golden ratio. His voice trembled as he muttered, it's perfect. Back on Earth, scholars and mystics alike believed the golden ratio was the key to creation itself. Galaxies spiraled along its curves, hurricanes and whirlpools echoed its form, and now even the flows of energy revealed the same proportion. This was no coincidence. This was perfection. This was evolutionary energy in its truest form. The fear of heavenly logic is in effect. By understanding the hidden pattern of energies, you've discovered the existence of perfect energy. So energy. Gray laughed softly, the sound bordering on madness. An energy with no name, an energy so perfect that heaven itself shattered it into pieces to keep mortals from touching it. His grin widened, but starting now. It's mine. The storm outside raged harder. Thunder roared, lightning danced, and yet Gray sat calmly at his desk, eyes shining with ecstasy. I'll call it Nexus energy. His voice was steady, filled with conviction. Nexus, the focal point. The convergence of all energies, restored to their most perfect state. You've grasped the Nexus pattern and by incorporating breathing, created the Nexus breathing technique. It's complete, Gray's heart pounded wildly. I've done it. I've actually done it. This was the breakthrough he had dreamed of. With Nexus energy, he could finally evolve. The promise he had made to find the perfect energy was fulfilled. There's no point wasting time, Gray whispered, almost feverish. I'll undergo the first metamorphosis now. The thought filled him with exhilaration. With Nexus energy as the cornerstone, his evolutionary path could begin. From here, he would build it piece by piece. A body-strengthening method, a mind-awakening method, unique abilities belonging to him alone. Every step would be his, every technique his own. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling in anticipation. I'm one step closer, Gray declared, his voice low but resolute. One step closer to becoming the perfect, invincible evolver. I'm going out, Gray said hastily as he stepped out of his room. He didn't even bother closing the front door behind him as he rushed away. Alyssa's gaze lingered on the open doorway for a moment. With a casual flick of her hand, the door shut itself and locked with a faint click. Her eyes returned to the television, but her thoughts didn't follow. He's not the old Gray, she whispered, her voice low, uncertain. His soul, it's completely different. For the past week, she had been watching him with growing suspicion. His sudden shift in behavior was far too unnatural, beyond anything she could brush off as a mere change of mood. The way he carried himself, the way he spoke, even the light burning in his eyes, it was all foreign to the brother she had once known. Finally, unable to suppress her unease, Alyssa activated her soul perception. The moment her sight adjusted, she froze. The age of his soul hadn't changed, but its essence had. The decayed, rotting soul she had always known was gone. Alyssa had been born with a peculiar gift. Since childhood, she could perceive the colors of souls. Through those hues, she could see into the core of a person's heart, their nature, their intent, their hidden truth. Good, evil, and every shade in between had its color. The gray of the past had always carried a dull, murky brown soul, the unmistakable shade of corruption and vice. A soul that spoke of malice, arrogance, and selfish cruelty. But now, it shone with a deep, flowing blue. Blue, the color of chaos, not good, not evil. A soul unbound to either light or darkness, walking a thin line between order and disorder, creation and destruction. Alyssa's chest tightened. A soul did not transform overnight. Such drastic changes were impossible. Even if someone swore to change, the essence of their soul took years, sometimes decades, to shift. For Gray's soul to alter so completely in only a week. Her eyes widened as the only explanation formed in her mind. A reincarnator, she whispered, voice trembling. As a true dragon, she had inherited fragments of her race's memories. Among them were countless records of reincarnators, souls that carried over knowledge, will, and sometimes power into their new lives. And she herself, should she one day fall, would reincarnate as well, reborn with her true dragon soul intact. Her gaze turned distant, complicated emotions clouded her eyes. Is he really gone? The question lingered heavy in her chest. The Grey she once knew, the rotten soul who had made her childhood miserable, was gone. Should she feel relief? The tyrant of her youth, the one who had filled her days with suffering, no longer existed. Or should she mourn? For the truth remained, the brother she once knew, no matter how flawed, might truly never return. How was she supposed to treat this new Grey? He was no longer her brother, not in essence. And yet, he carried every fragment of the old Grey's memories, wore his face, and spoke with his voice. Alyssa lowered herself onto the sofa, hugging her knees tightly against her chest. I don't know, she whispered to the empty room. Sector 6 near the great outer gate. Grey queued among a small crowd of people, most of them obvious evolvers. Since he was about to make a breakthrough, he had decided to leave Nova City and do it in the outer ring, where it would be safer. Sure, he could attempt it in the evolver training facilities, but those places were filled with prying eyes. He had no idea what kind of phenomenon might occur during his first metamorphosis. Nova City was crawling with evolvers of terrifying life levels. It wouldn't take long for one of them to notice him if he lost control. If the secret of Nexus energy ever leaked, his life would no longer be his own. Weighing the risks, Grey had come to a conclusion. The outer ring was far less dangerous. Yes, it was crawling with corruption fields and mutated beast races, but at least out there he could act without scrutiny. Good thing I bought this sword. Grey's hand brushed the sheath at his waist, where a long sword now hung securely. Before coming here, he had made sure to prepare. He spent another 1,000 Union credits purchasing not only the sword but also several energy potions. Just in case something went wrong. He wasn't reckless. He had already drawn dozens of miniature golden ratio conversion formations, each designed to channel cosmic energy into the pattern of Nexus energy. They were neatly stored inside his spatial ring, ready to be deployed. I even configured them with timers so I don't have to activate them one by one. Grey nodded, satisfied with his own foresight. He had many formations, enough to stir a storm if needed. He didn't care if it caused an entire maelstrom of cosmic energy in the process. What mattered was only one thing: shedding his mortal shell and ascending as a new life form, a first-rank evolver. After a few more minutes of waiting, it was finally Grey's turn at the booth beside the gate. A uniformed military officer inside the booth spoke in a calm, measured tone. You are leaving Nova City. Beyond this wall lies the outer ring, littered with corruption fields and mutated beasts of rank 1 and higher. Ahead of the outer lies Blue Spirit City, our closest neighboring stronghold. If you intend to head there, follow the marked trade route. It is the safest path. Do not wander randomly into corruption fields. Avoid mutated beasts. They often move in packs, and underestimating them could cost you your life. Grey nodded silently. Leaving the city is free, the officer continued, but re-entry will cost 50 Union credits. Do you understand? Yes, Grey nodded again and quickly paid the fee. Beside the booth, a smaller door fitted into the massive gate creaked open. Without hesitation, Grey stepped through. The world beyond was a stark contrast. The moment he crossed, it was as if the world lost its color. Ahead stretched a land scarred by corruption. Vast globes of darkness streaked with veins of blood-red energy hovered ominously over the ground. No signs of civilization remained, only desolation. Here and there, groups of adventurers and evolvers departed the city walls to hunt mutated beasts. Armored trading vehicles, their surfaces reinforced with layers of plating, rumbled slowly toward Blue Spirit City. Grey tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. His eyes, however, shone with excitement. The outer ring had always been dangerous, but to him today it was opportunity. Grey scanned the barren land, his eyes lingering on the patches of dark mist scattered across the wasteland. Corruption fields, dozens of them, each one festering with danger. Nearby, 2 evolvers were speaking in hushed voices. I heard the Tigerclaw gang has been moving through the outer ring a lot lately, one said nervously. Anyone who sees them either doesn't come back, or returns half dead. Kill, the younger one flinched, his fear plain. Are they really that ruthless? The older evolver smirked. This is the outer ring. Nova City never managed to claim this land, and do you know why? Because the Tigerclaw gang won't allow it. They sabotage every expedition, declaring this wasteland as theirs. Anyone from Nova City who wanders in gets hunted down. The rookie's shoulders stiffened, but the veteran gave a reassuring pat. Don't panic. Even if we meet one, they'll likely just be low-level, rank 1, first or second stage. I can handle that. His gaze shifted toward the horizon, voice steady. Besides, we came here to hunt mutated beasts. That's what matters. Tigerclaw members mostly linger around corruption fields, and those fields are far more dangerous than anything inside the city. In the city, the military and high-rankers purge outbreaks quickly, and corruption fields rarely appear inside the city. But here, left unchecked, the fields breed more and more monsters with every passing day and spawn in huge amounts. The younger evolvers swallowed. But if they're left alone, won't the corruption fields erupt? They do sometimes, the veteran admitted. When that happens, the military stationed along the wall notices and launches an airstrike to suppress it. But he pointed ahead, eyes narrowing. There's a limit to how much firepower can solve. Gray followed the gesture. In the distance, a massive corruption field loomed larger than the rest, its black haze pulsing faintly as if alive. Even from afar, its oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. That one is the largest corruption field in the outer ring and the most dangerous, the veteran explained grimly. It sits uncomfortably close to the trade route connecting Nova City and Blue Spirit City. The monsters inside can't be contained with ordinary weaponry. At minimum, a rank 2 evolver is required. Of course, Nova City hasn't intervened directly because of the Tigerclaw gang's constant interference, but if that field ever erupts, the city lord himself would be forced to step in. Gray's eyes flickered coldly at the name. Tigerclaw gang. He had read about them in the news before, their reputation soaked in blood and terror. He had no intention of crossing paths with them. The veteran's words weren't wasted on him. Gray immediately began planning. If I'm to make a breakthrough, I need to choose a place more carefully. Somewhere far from the major corruption fields, away from both the gang and wandering evolvers hunting mutated beasts. He turned his gaze westward. That direction held far fewer corruption fields, and after traveling a few kilometers in, he was confident that no one would come to disturb him. Having made up his mind, Gray wasted no more time and immediately sprang into action. Instant recoil step. Buzz, his figure blurred as his momentum exploded, adrenaline surging through his veins. With his ever-increasing mastery over instant recoil step, Gray had refined the technique to an astonishing degree. Each micro-adjustment of his muscle fibers and body movements allowed him to surpass his limits while minimizing the strain. He no longer burned himself out instantly. Instead, he could maintain terrifying bursts of speed with precise control. In the blink of an eye, Gray's silhouette flickered forward, darting across the barren lands toward the west of the outer ring. By his estimation, his perfected instant recoil step now allowed him to sustain a speed of nearly 80 kilometers per hour, around 40% slower than a normal rank 1 evolver. Even so, for someone incapable of becoming an evolver, it was already an astonishing feat. Of course, maintaining such velocity for long periods would normally drain a person dry, but Gray had already prepared for this. Tucked safely in his spatial ring were 10 bottles of energy-restoring potions, enough to keep him running until he reached his chosen destination. Meanwhile, somewhere within the outer ring, a group of men clad in black attire embroidered with a tiger claw on their backs stood together, sinister expressions twisting their faces. Out of the three, a burly man stepped forward, his gaze cold and sharp. The boss sent us to harvest more corrupted energy and transported our headquarters at Nova City. He pulled out a strange device, its surface pulsing faintly with a red miasma eerily similar to the aura of corruption fields. His lips curled into a dark grin. This is the corruption device. With it, we can draw out corrupted energy directly and create a new corruption field. If we succeed without those Nova City dogs catching wind of it, our ranks in the Tigerclaw gang will rise, and with it our status. This mission is vital to the boss's plan to overthrow Nova City. If you detect anyone with the alert formation, his eyes narrowed. Kill them immediately. Understood, the two subordinates barked in unison. Good, the burly man raised the device, red mist already swirling ominously around it. Let's begin. With a heavy motion, he hurled the corruption device into the pit below. Buzzed. Lightning crackled violently, arcs of black and red energy dancing upward. Within moments, a corrosive sphere-like globe began forming at the bottom of the pit, pulsing with sinister life. Success, the burly man exclaimed. His eyes gleaming with greed, the ring on his finger lit up, and with a flash, a star-shaped cluster device materialized in his palm. Prepare yourselves. Once it stabilizes, we'll enter and extract the pure abyssal energy. Yes, his two subordinates responded in unison, their expressions full of anticipation. But before they could move, a sharp chime cut through the air. Tring, the alarm formation had been triggered. Someone was here. The burly man's expression darkened as he turned at inhuman speed, his subordinates following immediately. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept by and a figure appeared in front of them. The three Tigerclaw members froze, startled. The newcomer, however, looked even more stunned. His steps halted abruptly and a dark expression settled over his face. Is my luck really that bad? Gray muttered, his expression darkening further. Tigerclaw gang members. He had actually encountered them in the western outer ring, and not only that, he had witnessed a corruption field being born right before his eyes. The three Tigerclaw gang members exchanged looks before the burly man, clearly the leader, gave the order. Kill him. Yes, the subordinates shouted in unison. W-8, Gray blurted out in panic. Brothers, this is a misunderstanding. I'm actually part of the Tigerclaw gang. The boss sent me here to support you with, your mission. He told me to assist if anything went wrong. Hearing this, the leader sneered. Who are you trying to fool, little brats? His tone turned ice cold. The boss already made it clear, only the three of us were to be sent out for this mission. Besides, I've never seen your face before. Do you take me for a fool? Yes, no, I mean no, Gray stammered in desperation. His attempt at pretending to be an ally had failed miserably, and considering the fact that all three of them were revolvers, there was now only one thing left to do: beg. Please reconsider, brothers. I was just passing by. We can act like we never saw each other. I'll go my way, you'll go yours. How about that? No, the burly man's voice was cold, his expression ruthless. You've seen too much. You witnessed us creating the corruption field. If we let you go, wouldn't our secret be exposed? Gray froze, eyes narrowing. Creating corruption fields. The burly man didn't bother answering. Instead, he waved a hand at his subordinates. Kill him. He's just a low-level worm, an ordinary mortal. Finish it quickly. We still need to collect the pure abyssal energy. It only appears during the creation stage, and time is short. Understood. The two men shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Gray's pupils shrank. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them vanished. A bone-deep chill surged through him. No, I'm going to die. His brain roared to life, neurons firing at full capacity. The world seemed to slow around him, every detail sharpening into brutal clarity. Whoosh! From the corner of his vision, blades materialized in the hands of the charging subordinates. They thrust toward his chest with killing intent. Instant recoil step. Slash. Gray's body flickered. The sword whistled past him, missing his heart by a hair's breadth. If he had moved even a fraction of a second later, he would have been split in two. HSS, he sucked in a sharp breath as pain ripped through his leg. His tendons tore under the explosive strain. He had pushed his body beyond its full limits just to dodge that single strike. However, the two subordinates didn't give him a chance to breathe. They rushed at him again, their speed unrelenting. Gray grit his teeth, ignoring the pain in his legs as he forced his body to move. He flickered to the side and began running, narrowly slipping between the two attackers. This won't do. His heart sank. They're both at the first level of the first rank. With my current abilities, I can't even run from them. His instant recoil step and perfect muscle control meant nothing against them. He simply couldn't keep dodging forever. There's only one option left. Gray's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was dangerous. If it failed, he would die here. But hesitation would only guarantee his death. He had to form Nexus energy and undergo metamorphosis right here. While still running, Gray's hand flashed and a bundle of cosmic energy conversion diagrams appeared in his grip. He had already set a timer on them. In exactly 10 seconds, they would activate. With a sharp throw, he flung the bundle into the sky. The scrolls burst apart, scattering like falling papers, raining down diagrams glowing with cosmic light. The leader's expression twisted in shock. A formation. You two fall back. That looks like a talisman formation. It might explode. The subordinates instantly halted their steps, hearing his words, and leapt back, widening the distance between themselves and Gray. Their eyes narrowed, wary of the strange formation talismans descending from the sky. Now's my chance. Gray's mind churned amidst the confusion of his enemies. Immediately, the golden ratio pattern of Nexus energy emerged in his mind, a pattern so precise that a single misplaced dot would cause it to crumble. But for Gray, it was no issue. With his heaven-defying talent, he had already memorized the pattern. Gray's breathing changed drastically, becoming unnatural and unique. As soon as he began inhaling and exhaling in that specific pattern, the air around him started distorting violently. The formations were activated. It was so powerful that the distorted area started taking a deep blue color. What is happening? The burly leader was stunned. As an evolver, he could sense it, a dense surge of cosmic energy rushing toward this place like a tsunami. No, toward the mortal brat. Whoosh. The energy around Gray grew even stronger, and his breathing became more and more unnatural. For a split second, the world around Gray seemed to shatter and flash before his eyes, plunging everything into absolute pitch black. Then, as if the darkness itself had been pierced, multicolored energy erupted into view, swirling and pulsing with life. Brilliant blue strands of cosmic energy twisted and danced through the void. Silver threads of true origin energy shimmered like molten light, and vibrant green currents of life energy wove themselves into the darkness. Gradually, the energies began to revolve, spinning slowly at first, then accelerating, twisting faster and faster. At the center of the vortex, a brilliant purple light ignited. The three energies collided, merged, and assimilated into the radiant purple core, radiating immense power. Buzz! Abruptly, the clear skies of the outer ring darkened, clouds swirling unnaturally above. Bust, bust. What is that? The burly leader and his subordinates froze, eyes wide, unable to look away from the extraordinary sight. Thunder rolled ominously as the dark clouds thickened, converging directly above Gray. Within them, a torrent of unnatural golden lightning churned violently, so intense and abundant that it was visible even from the ground below. What the hell? The burly leader stared, bewildered by the unnatural phenomenon. Leader, what's happening? His subordinates hurried to his side, their faces showing unease and fear. A crushing, oppressive power radiated from above, so overwhelming that it nearly forced them to their knees, but they struggled to maintain their composure. Could this be the legendary heavenly tribulation? The burly leader stammered in disbelief. At that moment, a surge of purple energy erupted from Gray's body, illuminating the darkened skies with a blinding brilliance. Your comprehension defies the heavens. The heavens have taken notice of you and are angered at your defiance of the natural order. The moment the purple energy erupted from his body, it began devouring the pure energy constantly being converted by the vast formations surrounding Gray. As the energy was absorbed, it transformed into the same radiant purple, merging seamlessly with the devouring force. One by one, the energy flowed into Gray's body. Buzz, a hidden lock within him clicked open, as if a barrier that had long restrained him had been shattered. The purple Nexus energy surged into his dormant energy pathways, awakening them one by one, forging a channel toward his abdomen where his core energy field resided. The Nexus energy coalesced into a gaseous form, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Boom! His cells expanded violently, infused with Nexus energy, then compressed, making room for even stronger cells to form. Crack. The muscles in his body compressed and strengthened, his broken tendons miraculously healed from the effects of metamorphosis, and an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Gray's body, filling every fiber and vein with an unprecedented strength. He had shattered his mortal limitations, transcending his previous limits. He was now officially a pseudo-first-rank evolver. However, Gray wasn't happy at all. Why is that? Something extremely threatening was looming right above his head. Heavenly tribulation. Gray opened his eyes, which glowed with purple light as he started at the golden churning lightning above him. Your comprehension defies heavenly logic. By observing the heavenly tribulation, you've gained insight into heavenly tribulation. Your comprehension defies heavenly logic. By observing the heavenly tribulation, you've gained insight into heaven tribulation. As the constant notifications from his ability rang through his mind, Gray fixed his gaze on the heavenly tribulation. The heavens punished those who defied the natural order. It was the cosmic law governing all things, claiming dominion over everything. No one who broke this order and risked bringing disaster could escape its judgment. What a joke, Gray said, his eyes blazing with purple light. I saw through your illusions and formed Nexus energy. You hoarded a power this immense from the world, keeping it hidden from everyone. And now that I can wield it, you want to eliminate me. Keep dreaming, he snorted. Come at me, you scummy bastard. I have already died once. I am not afraid to die again. The heavenly tribulation stirred in response. Krakoom. Golden lightning struck with immense force, sweeping even the three Tigerclaw members off their feet. Buzzed, the lightning surged through Gray's body, threatening to end his life instantly. But at that precise moment, Nexus energy erupted. Acting like an impenetrable shield, it surged to the point of impact, completely neutralizing the golden lightning before it could harm him. But the tribulation did not end with just one strike. Right after the first lightning landed, a second one followed, even stronger than before. Yet before it could reach him, Nexus energy obliterated it completely. Seeing this, the heavenly tribulation grew even angrier. It struck again with greater force, but once more Nexus energy reduced it to nothing. That's right, you scumbag, you can't touch me. My Nexus energy is far better than your heavenly tribulation, Gray taunted, a teasing grin on his face as another bolt struck down, making him flinch slightly. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. I should store some of this heavenly tribulation inside my energy field and study it later. Gray forced his control over Nexus energy, lowering the barrier just slightly. Wisps of the tribulation surged into his system, traveling into his energy field. Before it could wreak havoc, Nexus energy contained it fully. As long as he didn't run out of Nexus energy, it would remain trapped, allowing him to study and comprehend the heavenly tribulation at his leisure. As if sensing his actions, the tribulation shook violently. The currents thickened, twice as intense as before, and it struck down again with tremendous force. Of course, it was futile as it was automatically neutralized by Nexus energy once again. Then the heavenly tribulation finally gave up. With its last strike, the dark clouds dispersed and the clear sky appeared once more. "That's right, you dumbass, don't mess with me," Gray said with a triumphant smirk. But the smirk quickly faded, replaced by a serious expression. The heavenly tribulation was over, but danger still surrounded him. The corruption field remained nearby, and standing just beside it was the burly leader. His subordinates stood behind him, all of them eyeing Gray with wary expressions. Now that Gray's senses had sharpened, he could feel their auras more clearly. The two subordinates no longer posed a threat to him, but the burly leader was different. His presence carried an oppressive weight. "Is he a level 2 first ranker?" Gray mused. Running was the safest bet. There was no way he could take on a level 2 enemy right after undergoing metamorphosis. He hadn't even figured out his current strength, and he wasn't stupid enough to jump into a 1 versus 3 without knowing his limits. Unfortunately, the burly leader had other plans. He suddenly pulled out a strange glass-like device, peered into it, and his expression turned cold. "Life level first rank level 1. That brat just went through metamorphosis. He's only just entered level 1, the burly leader shouted, mistaken in his judgment. His subordinates exchanged shocked looks. They had assumed Gray was concealing his true power. After all, no normal breakthrough could summon heavenly tribulation. But it seemed that wasn't the case. He must have some unique treasure on him. That's probably what summoned the heavenly tribulation. The burly leader's eyes gleamed with greed. A treasure that could summon heavenly tribulation, such a thing would undoubtedly be extraordinary. "You two kill him, he dared to make fools out of us. We'll take both his life and his treasure," the leader commanded coldly. Yes, the subordinates' eyes lit up with the same greed. With Gray supposedly stuck at level 1 and their numbers giving them an advantage, they didn't feel the slightest fear. Gray, who had been preparing to run, froze when he heard their conversation. Before he could react further, the two subordinates shot toward him, moving even faster than before. At the same time, confusion flickered in Gray's mind. Why do they keep calling me a first ranker? I'm clearly still a pseudo-first ranker, but he had no time to think. Their blades of killing intent were already upon him. Whoosh. The subordinates leapt forward with terrifying speed, their killing intent surging through the air like a suffocating tide. Gray's expression twisted slightly. He let out a long sigh. "So, now I can't run away, can I?" His words carried a touch of helplessness, but deep inside his heart he was steady. No matter what, he had already chosen his path. By the time that thought flashed across his mind, the two subordinates were already upon him. Their swords gleamed with cold light as they lunged toward his chest with breakneck speed, aiming to pierce through him in one decisive strike. However, to Gray's surprise, everything felt different. The two of them, who had once been blurs even in his enhanced perception, now appeared incredibly slow. It was as though time itself had stretched out before him. Their swords, which should have reached his heart in the blink of an eye, moved like they were dragging through syrup. "There, slow," Gray muttered under his breath, dumbfounded. The realization sank in further when he noticed something even stranger. He could hear their heartbeats, steady thumps that echoed in his ears, and even the subtle rhythm of their breathing patterns. His senses had reached a new height. Did Nexus energy also enhance my perception speed? Gray's eyes widened slightly. He felt both amazed and exhilarated. Normally, when someone underwent a metamorphosis, their body would only grow stronger in raw physical strength. Speed, power, endurance, simple physical stats, nothing more, nothing less. But the Nexus evolutionary path was clearly different. Not only his body, but his mind, his senses, even his perception itself had undergone a qualitative leap. "Since that's the case," Gray whispered, his lips curving into a faint grin, "there's no need to hold anything back." His hand fell onto the hilt of his newly bought sword. Buzz. Nexus energy within his energy field stirred violently, as though answering his call. It surged forth and began to change shape, condensing into something sharper, deadlier. The energy gathered, compressed, and transformed into the shape of a sword. Zenith Sword Art, Sword Energy Release. From utilizing Nexus energy to give birth to sword energy, you've comprehended Nexus sword energy and attributes of energy. Buzz. A purple flame ignited along the length of Gray's blade, erupting with an aura sharp enough to slice through the very air. The sword hummed with power, vibrating as though eager to unleash its might. Without hesitation, Gray swung. The two subordinates' eyes widened in horror. Their expressions twisted into disbelief as the purple fire surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing them in an instant. Before they could even process what had happened, their bodies convulsed. Blood poured from their noses, ears, and mouths. They collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The fight ended before it even began. Gray exhaled softly, his eyes calm. It's true. Early-stage martial artists have only one weakness. They lack defensive techniques against energy. His gaze shifted toward the fallen corpses. Their organs had been shredded to dust by the sword energy he had sent directly into their bodies. There was no resistance, no chance to counter. They thought their swords could protect them, but against Nexus sword energy, Gray shook his head, his voice carrying a tinge of pity. They never stood a chance. To him, there was nothing wrong with killing them. This world was a dog-eat-dog battlefield where countless lives were lost every single day. If others showed him killing intent, he would naturally return the favor without mercy. They wanted to erase me from this world completely, Gray muttered, his eyes hardened with determination. Then there's no reason for me to hold back either. With that settled, Gray's figure blurred as he activated instant recoil step. All right, time to run away. This was the perfect chance to test how much faster he had become now that he'd reached a new physical limit. You. The burly leader's eyes widened in shock as he saw his subordinates fall. For a brief moment he was stunned, but that moment quickly passed. His face twisted into pure rage, his expression fierce and distorted. With a heavy wave of his hand, a pair of massive gauntlets materialized, glowing faintly with pulsating energy. You dare kill members of the Tigerclaw gang? He roared, his aura exploding outward like a crashing wave. You will pay dearly for this, brat. Gray didn't even glance back. He dashed forward at incredible speed, his footsteps leaving faint sonic booms in the air. Seeing this, the burly leader sneered. Running away? You think you can outrun me, a level 2 first-rank expert? As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure blurred. With explosive speed, he vanished from his spot. Boom, the air cracked open with a deafening sonic boom as he reappeared right beside Gray. Gray's pupils shrank, his expression twisting in disbelief. What the hell? He's already here. His heart sank. I'm literally using instant recoil step. How is he this fast? Before he could react, a crushing pain shot through his shoulder. His body was thrown violently to the side, smashing into a massive boulder. Boom, you're pretty fast for a level 1 evolver. The burly leader sneered coldly. But you underestimate higher-ranked evolvers far too much. Each level of the first rank carries a huge leap in power. The gap only widens further as you progress, especially from level 2 onward. Cough, cough, Gray coughed up blood as he staggered to his feet. His body ached all over, but his eyes still carried a mocking glint. You're such a disrespectful guy, Gray said, snorting coldly. Haven't your parents ever taught you not to bully the younger generation? His lips curled upward as he continued, shame on you. I only just turned 17, yet you, a middle-aged uncle with white hair, are bullying me. Are you? The burly leader's expression twisted further, his face flushed red with fury. Who do you think you are? I'm still young, damn it. My girlfriend said I'm still young. As he shouted, the gauntlets on his fists pulsed with energy once again. His aura flared as he lunged forward, his massive fist rocketing toward Gray. Instant recoil step, Gray's mind roared. Adrenaline surged like a tsunami as he pushed his body to its limit, attempting to dodge at the last possible moment. But it was useless. The burly leader's speed completely outclassed his own. Boom. The fist connected, and Gray's body was sent flying once more. He tumbled across the ground before coming to a stop, blood splattering from his lips. I was going to kill you in one hit, the burly leader said with a sinister grin. But after hearing what you just said, I've changed my mind. I'll beat you thoroughly before ending your miserable life. Gray groaned, pushing himself back onto his feet. Blood gushed from his mouth as he spat violently to the side. It hurts, Gray muttered, clutching his face with one hand. Then, raising his voice, he glared at the burly leader. You bastard, did you really have to go for the face? You'll pay for this. Ha ha ha, the burly leader burst into laughter, his tone mocking. Just you, what can a brat like you possibly do to me? Gray narrowed his eyes and smirked faintly. I can do a lot more than you think. Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Meng clan. If you dare harm me, you'll definitely pay the price. Of course, this was nothing more than a bluff. Gray knew he couldn't defeat the man, nor could he outrun him. But if he could stall for even a little while, maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to escape. You think I'll fall for your bluff again? The burly leader sneered. Your tricks won't work against me, brat. With heavy steps, he slowly advanced, each movement carrying terrifying pressure. Gray's mind churned rapidly. He knew he had to think of something fast or this fight would be his last. Then an idea struck him. Yes, his eyes lit up with excitement, a wild grin spreading across his face. Let's upgrade the instant recoil step. He realized that he was no longer bound to just his physical body. There was now another factor which could substantially help him increase his power by a margin. Nexus energy. It was the most perfect energy there is, and if he added that into this equation then, your comprehension defies the heavens. In the face of death, you've connected the missing dots and evolved instant recoil step into Nexus overclock. Boom! The notification had barely faded when the burly leader's massive fist appeared in front of Gray's face, the strike fast enough to shatter bone. But the impact never landed. Nexus energy erupted like a wildfire, fracturing into countless streams that coursed through Gray's body like living conduits. They raced along his muscles, veins, and tendons before finally piercing into his nervous system, like countless microscopic blades weaving him into something beyond human. BZZZTWHRRR. Boom. In the burly leader's vision, Gray vanished as if he had never existed. Before he could even register what happened, a streak of crackling, fire-like purple energy ripped through his body, hurling him across the air. Huh? The burly leader's expression twisted in shock as a wave of excruciating pain erupted from within. Sword energy, he was utterly stunned. What just happened? He hadn't even caught the brat's shadow. He suddenly became even faster than before. And to make matters worse, this brat had actually comprehended sword energy. Grinding his teeth, he immediately circulated his true energy of his martial path, desperately forcing it through his body to expel the invasive sword energy. Only after clearing it did he lift his head in that very same fleeting moment to glare ahead. Ahead stood the same brat who had just hurled him into the air, but now he looked a bit different. Dark purple lines crawled across his hands, and his eyes had changed. Within his irises, strange circular patterns spun like a vortex, glowing with a sharp, radiant purple light. Cracks of violet energy spread outward from his pupils, making it seem as though his very gaze could tear the world apart. "You didn't see that coming, did you?" Gray tilted his head to the side with a cold smile. "Now come at me, you bastard, let's see who's stronger." As he spoke, the two swords belonging to the burly leader's subordinates suddenly rose into the air, sheathed in radiant purple energy, and neatly aligned themselves behind Gray. Zenith sword art sword control. You. The burly leader's expression twisted with fury. A mere level 1 brat, how dare he disrespect him? "If killing you is the last thing I do, then so be it," the burly leader roared, his voice seething with wrath. From his spatial ring, he pulled out a pitch-black pill and crunched it between his teeth. Instantly, a violent red aura exploded from his body. "Arg!" he screamed, veins bulging as his frame expanded, his muscles swelling until he towered even higher than before. The aura spread like wildfire, saturating the battlefield in a suffocating crimson haze. Gray narrowed his eyes. Corruption energy. At once, the Nexus energy within him surged forth, colliding head-on with the crimson power. The moment they touched, the corruption energy was erased, dissolved, neutralized, and reduced to nothing by the perfect supremacy of Nexus energy. "You will die now, kid," the burly leader, now resembling a hulking demon, bellowed as he charged forward, his speed even greater than before. A cold smile curled across Gray's lips. Nexus energy surged into his nervous system, amplifying his every motion, and he shot forward as well, the two flying swords orbiting above him like predators awaiting their prey. Swish. Whoosh, boom, the burly leader struck first, his fist descending like a meteor. The sheer force warped the air around it as it crashed down toward Gray. In that instant, Gray's flying swords moved. Guided by his precise control, they slashed in unison, their sword energy clashing against the corrupted aura coating the burly leader's gauntlet. The collision erupted in a shower of sparks and streaks of light that carved through the battlefield. "Arg!" the burly leader roared, his rage mounting. With a single leap, his massive frame soared into the air before he hurled another crushing strike downward with overwhelming force. Gray's expression remained calm. Fire crackled along the edge of his blade as Nexus energy poured into it. Meeting the incoming blow head-on, he unleashed the Zenith sword art. Clank! Boom, both were knocked back, but it didn't take long before they closed the distance again, clashing with renewed ferocity. Each strike sent ripples through the air, distorting air with their sheer force. Gray's eyes glowed brighter than ever as he dodged and countered the burly leader's sound-breaking attacks. Blow after blow, he matched the brute's strength evenly. "Die. Die, the burly leader howled, his sanity slipping as he unleashed a storm of fists. Swish, clank, clank. Gray deflected each one with precision, his swords weaving arcs of purple energy that sliced into the burly leader's body bit by bit, gnawing away at his defenses. "Why won't you die?" the burly leader roared, his voice cracking with rage. "Your puny first-level body, how can it stand against me? With this strength, I'm as powerful as a peak second level of the first rank. How can I lose to the likes of you?" Gray laughed, "Because you're not as talented as me and I'm not even at the first level, dumbass." As he said that, he swiftly pulled an energy potion from his spatial ring and downed it in one gulp. His supply of Nexus energy was draining fast with the sheer amount of sword energy he was releasing into the world. "I'll kill you, bastard," the burly leader roared, charging forward with murderous intent. He threw a vicious punch, but Gray slipped past it with ease, a teasing grin tugging at his lips. With Nexus Overlock, I can contend directly with someone at nearly the peak of second-level first rank, Gray thought, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. Then a dangerous smirk tugged at his lips. And if I push my nervous system even further? Nexus energy surged violently through him, flooding into his nerves and sharpening his perception to an even greater extreme. His every sense flared alive, his vision splitting each motion of the burly leader into countless frames. The instant that happened, the world slowed down around him even more. With the sword in Gray's hand burning with sword energy, he dashed forward and slashed forward horizontally, straight at the burly leader's head. Buzz. In that instant, the glowing purple lines etched across Gray's hands and eyes flickered, then faded away, returning him to normal. At the same time, a heavy thud echoed through the barren land as the burly leader's head toppled from his shoulders, his face still frozen in rage. He had died without even realizing he died. Huff, Gray took a deep breath. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his brain was about to split open. "Yeah, I'm not overlocking my body past the absolute limit again," Gray muttered, clutching his head. The throbbing pain came as a side effect of going overboard with his newly awakened Nexus Overlock technique. This technique was no longer just about controlling his body and forcing out adrenaline. No, it no longer relied on adrenaline at all. Instead, it drew on something far stronger, Nexus energy. The Nexus Overlock technique followed the same golden ratio principle as Nexus energy itself, overlocking his entire body several times over. With energy constantly circulating within him, he wouldn't be depleted from using it. As long as it remained within the limit, there were no side effects. The technique created a precise pattern, following golden ratio principles, forming an internal circuit that spread throughout his body. This circuit not only overlocked his body, but also acted as a shock absorber and stabilizer. By doing so, it allowed him to unleash even greater power without suffering fatal backlash, preventing his heart from bursting under strain or his neurons from burning out while utilizing heightened reflexes and reaction speed. "That means I effectively have the power of someone close to the third level of the first rank," Gray grinned through the lingering pain. "Doesn't that mean once I fully undergo metamorphosis, I'll be able to fight toe-to-toe with a full-fledged third-level first rank?" The first metamorphosis was unlike the ones that would follow. It marked the transition from a mortal body to something beyond human limits. The process took days to complete, with the evolver growing stronger by the hour. In Gray's case, his metamorphosis would be even more terrifying. His sister Alyssa's first metamorphosis had already shaken their family. She had slept encased in ice the entire time, while Richard had worried himself sick every single day. But Gray's was different. He wielded a power greater than hers. No one, not even Gray himself, could predict what his metamorphosis would bring. "I wonder how I'd fare without overlocking," Gray thought. He truly had no idea how strong his base form was now. He wasn't as strong as a third level yet, that much was clear. At best, his strength hovered somewhere in the realm of a second level. Still, once he fully completed metamorphosis, his power would undoubtedly rise again. "And this is just my base strength, without even fully establishing an evolutionary path," Gray muttered, almost speechless. The might of Nexus energy was already laid bare before him. Even without a defined evolutionary path, it completely outclassed every other evolver in his class. And once he forged a true power system based on Nexus energy, the doors to higher realms would open wide. This was only the beginning. "I also instantly awakened sword energy and sword control the moment Nexus energy formed," Gray mumbled, as the two blades of the subordinates once again became coated in purple energy and floated neatly behind him. "I can currently control two swords with sword control. Once I get stronger, I should be able to command even more," Gray assessed. Sword energy and sword control were extremely versatile. It was similar to telekinesis, but instead of using mental force, it relied on sword energy to sense and manipulate blades with precision. Additionally, Gray gained new insights into energy itself while awakening inner energy. Attributes, so spiritual energy was just a special attribute. Through this, he realized that sword energy counted as a sub-attribute. It followed the same basic energy pattern as its source, but with slight alterations that made it far more lethal than ordinary energy. Spiritual energy and cosmic energy also possessed distinct attributes. Spiritual energy was deeply connected to the soul, what immortal cultivators often referred to as the path of inner alchemy. Cosmic energy, on the other hand, carried the vast, boundless attribute of the cosmos, allowing it to be harnessed by anyone. At their core, these energies were the same, yet the attributes they carried shaped them into completely different forces. And since I possess the source from which all these energies are derived, I can perfectly mimic them. That means no one will ever notice that I have Nexus energy. To their eyes, it will only look like spiritual energy. Gray smiled faintly. He had no desire for the world to learn that he held the key to the strongest energy in existence. Even he couldn't predict what kind of disaster would follow if that secret were exposed. There was a reason why the heavens had hidden Nexus energy in the first place. They had ensured no one could ever discover it. Only someone like him, with true origin sight, could perceive its patterns and piece them together. Would the heavens strike this entire planet down if I revealed my true evolutionary path? Gray mused speechlessly. The thought wasn't impossible. Of course, he had no intention of doing that. Instead, he planned to create a lesser, incomplete version of his evolutionary path, one that didn't rely on Nexus energy. He already had a few ideas, but he would only finalize them once he finished the first chapter of his true path. As for why he would upload his evolutionary path, it was simple: the ultimate leap. According to online rumors, once someone reached a certain stage, the only way to climb higher was by performing the ultimate leap, and that was done by spreading one's path. Although it was just a rumor, it had been spoken of since ancient times, dating back to the great era of evolution itself. Gray wanted to be fully prepared for this so-called ultimate leap. Of course, it won't be easy from here. Gray shook his head. Creating an evolutionary path was far harder than he had imagined. There were countless details to consider, and a single misstep could cripple his future, cutting him off from transcendence altogether. On Blue Star, there have been countless evolutionary paths, yet most failed to even reach the threshold of the second rank. I'll need to research thoroughly before laying the foundation for my own, or I'd be dooming myself before I even begin. I should head back home. I'm still in the middle of Metamorphosis, so I need as much sleep as I can get. The pain in his head had lessened, though it wasn't gone completely. He believed it would ease after drinking a healing potion. At the same time, a wave of drowsiness pulled at him. His Nexus energy, now in a passive state, was quietly pushing itself deeper into his body, driving countless micro-adjustments that would continue throughout his metamorphosis. But before that, I need to check out this corrupted field. Gray's gaze shifted to the ever-expanding globe of distorted energy forming to his right. It was still new, which meant there shouldn't be too many corrupted monsters inside, or at least not any powerful ones. Creating a corrupted field, huh? Gray's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. This world isn't simple at all, is it? Gray snorted as he stepped over the remains of the burly leader. I already knew something was unnatural the moment I crossed over. Kneeling down, he searched the burly leader's corpse and slipped the spiritual ring off his finger. A flat world, twice the size of Earth. On the map, it's littered with power cities, and in the very center lies the silver-blue sea. The great cities surround that ocean like a fortress. But that isn't what amazes me. Despite all their advancements in technology, this world has never once thought of leaving the planet, never considered reaching for the stars to escape the disaster of the corruption fields. Gray smiled faintly. There is no mention of space here. To them, the only things beyond are the sun and moon, treated merely as sources of light. It's almost as if someone is deliberately trying to hide information from the masses. Gray's eyes flashed with cold light. He felt it was ironic. The main source of energy in this world was called cosmic energy, and yet no one truly knew the meaning of the word cosmic or cosmos. Gray emptied out the burly leader's spiritual ring. Inside was a pile of useless common items, and amidst them sat a pill container. Just by looking at the container, Gray could already sense the evil aura seeping from it. He picked it up and opened it. Inside were dense black pills engraved with intricate patterns. The moment his eyes fell on them, his ability was triggered. By seeing the Abyssal Transformation Pill, you have gained insight into the pill recipe and comprehension in alchemy. What a strange name, Gray muttered under his breath as he stored the container in his ring. How interesting. His gaze fell on the burly leader's demonic corpse. Isn't he basically a corrupted being in this form? Creating corrupted fields and transforming into corrupted beings, a world that was flat, none of it made sense. Too much was hidden from the eyes of the public. It is said that at the end of the world lie towering ice walls that stretch endlessly into the sky. Beyond them is nothing but empty space, where anyone who dares step out would perish. And the sky itself is said to be boundless. Even a rank 3 evolver, capable of moving several thousand times the speed of sound, cannot break through it. The world possessed more than 1,000 power cities, and 10 floating cities suspended high above the skies. At the very center of the floating city lived the Federation Master, the man who ruled Blue Star with absolute authority. With all the cities under his command, his words were treated as law. And according to him, nothing lies beyond the ice wall or the endless sky. I wonder what actually lies beyond those walls. Gray mumbled, his eyes flashing with doubt. I truly wonder. He let out a faint sigh. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it now. With my current strength, I can't possibly touch the secrets of this world. I'll uncover them slowly, step by step. The discoveries of today had forced Gray to pay closer attention to the world around him. Until now, he had brushed aside thoughts about this unnatural world, unwilling to let them weigh too heavily on his mind. But after witnessing someone create a corruption field, the very enemy of mankind, his eyes were opened. There was a conspiracy hidden in the shadows, vast and terrifying, and sooner or later he would be dragged into it. I need to prepare. I won't let my path to reach the top end with just this world. How can this world be the limit when a powerful and absolute presence like the heavenly Tao exists? Gray was certain there was a bigger world out there, and one day he would destroy all the illusions and fly into the stars. His ability only added fuel to his belief. A talent so powerful it could defy the heaven, and he had been doing so continuously. There were mysterious and bigger power beyond the endless skies of this world, and one day he would reach that level. Nexus overlock, Gray calmly called out as sword energy crackled from the two swords hovering above him. Immediately, Nexus energy surged and transformed into Nexus overlock circuits, spreading throughout his entire body and stabilizing it for higher impacts of strength. The Nexus energy surged even more, traveling to his organs and muscles. Finally, it condensed into small sparks that rushed into his neural pathways like a tsunami. Buzz. Gray's eyes changed as intricate lines of purple, circuit-like patterns spread from his irises into the whites of his eyes. His purple pupils radiated with Nexus energy. Without saying a word, he leapt straight into the corruption field. Immediately, his surroundings changed. The first thing he noticed was that the space inside the corruption field was twice the size of its exterior. The sky had transformed into a black dome shrouded in red miasma, and at the dead center of the corruption field floated a black star with a constant silver glow. It was a star made entirely out of energy. The corruption field was deathly silent with no wind. It was almost as if he had stepped into a black hole. He could sense an evil presence lingering in the air. So this is a corruption field, Gray mumbled as he observed the black star. It felt slightly different from the one he had seen in school. That one had been completely red, while this one was pitch black. Out of curiosity, he activated True Origin Insight. Immediately, the world turned white, and the energy flow of the black star became visible to him. Coincidentally, the moment he activated True Origin Insight and focused on the black star, his system awakened. Your comprehension defies the heavens. You've observed Necro-star containing pure abyssal energy and gained minor insight into the natural workings of the law governing the abyss. The law of entropy. However, Gray didn't even glance at the message. He was too stunned by the flow and patterns of the pure abyssal energy. Observing the patterns of the abyssal energy, Gray noticed a spiral. A spiral identical to that of True Origin energy. No, it wasn't just similar, it was the exact same pattern. So this is abyssal energy. Gray was stunned for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. To him, this only meant one thing. Abyssal energy was another fragment created when heaven forcefully split Nexus energy to conceal its existence. It was energy born from the same origin, yet opposite in nature. True Origin energy embodied birth and creation, while abyssal energy embodied decay and corrosion. But before he could dwell on it further, the so-called Necro-star trembled violently. Its surface rapidly turned blood-red as a sinister miasma began spilling outward. Gray froze in disbelief. This, cosmic energy of the outer world is fusing with abyssal energy. His eyes widened in shock. Energy fusion. To think he would discover the fusion of energies here, inside a corruption field. By observing the fusion of abyssal energy and cosmic energy, you have gained understanding of energy fusion and comprehended the skill. Energy fusion. The corruption field itself is fusing with the outside world, using cosmic energy as the medium to combine with abyssal energy and form corruption energy, Gray muttered, surprised. He had never read about any of this in the textbooks. In fact, it was highly likely that no one in this world even knew abyssal energy existed. As the Necro-star turned crimson, viscous red liquid began to ooze from its glowing surface. The liquid dripped down, pooling together before slowly molding itself into monstrous forms. The instant these abominations took shape, nightmarish echoes reverberated throughout the corruption field. A strange, otherworldly language resounded in the air, drilling directly into Gray's mind. Roar, the monsters revealed themselves. Their bodies were vaguely humanoid but grotesquely twisted. Where their heads should have been was instead a floating black globe veiled in red miasma, like a miniature corruption field itself. and at the very center of their chests yawned a massive, perfectly circular hollow, radiating an aura of despair and decay. They look like something straight out of a nightmare, Gray muttered helplessly, but fear never crossed his mind. Nexus energy coursed steadily through his body, and he had already confirmed the truth: corruption energy couldn't harm him. In fact, Nexus energy was its natural bane. It was the bane of all energies. When Nexus energy revealed itself, everything else was forced to retreat. With that certainty, Gray charged forward. Judging from the lack of oppressive aura radiating from the monsters, he was confident he could handle them without issue, even without knowing their levels. I should probably create an appraisal skill in the future, Gray thought to himself as he closed the distance between him and the corruption monsters. Sword energy erupted from his blade and hands, arcs of purple fire-like power splitting through the air. The humanoid abominations didn't even have the chance to react before they were cleaved apart, their twisted bodies collapsing into fragments of corruption energy that fizzled into the void. Whoosh, the two flying swords above Gray whistled forward like twin comets, leaving violet trails as they spun and carved through the horde. Each pass shredded several monsters at once, the sheer speed of their movements cracking the very air. Boom, the ground trembled as Gray dashed straight through the collapsing remains of his foes, his sword energy weaving a storm of violet slashes that tore apart everything in his path. Too weak, Gray's eyes glowed, unbothered as he advanced, his every step leaving behind afterimages that blurred into a streak of violet destruction. It didn't take long for Gray to completely clear out all the monsters in the corruption field. Now he stood directly before the Necro Star. People of Blue Star call it the Corruption Core, but its true name is the Necro Star, Gray thought as his eyes narrowed, carefully observing the pulsating sphere. This was the source. The thing that birthed the corruption monsters. As long as it remained, new abominations would continue to spawn endlessly. The way it creates these monsters is by siphoning away the cosmic energy of Blue Star itself. He recalled the countless theories he had read before, scholars and scientists alike debating why the density of cosmic energy had been thinning across the world's atmosphere. Now the answer stood right in front of him. These corruption fields were devouring it all. Eventually, the day would come when Blue Star's cosmic energy was completely drained. Gray didn't know what would happen when that time arrived, but one truth was certain. Aside from immortals, martial artists, and aspirers who cultivated special forms of energy, every other evolutionary path would wither away. The rise of evolvers, an era that belonged to the common people, would end forever. Sighing, Gray slowly took the Necro Star into his hand. Immediately, it reacted violently, trying to suck away his energy and life force. However, the instant the Necro Star came into contact with Nexus energy, it withered and exploded right in his palm. Buzz, the moment it shattered, the space around Gray thinned, the sky cleared back to blue, and the whistling of wind echoed in his ears. He had officially eliminated a corruption field, even without having an official ranker's license. Then Gray checked the time. It was almost 6 p.m., the sun already dipping toward the horizon. Nights in the outer ring were far more dangerous than the day. Monsters prowled the darkness to hunt, and the activities of the Tigerclaw gang would multiply as soon as night fell. Having killed 3 of their members, Gray knew he would be in deep trouble if they discovered the truth. So after clearing the corruption field, he wasted no time and headed straight in the direction of Nova City. Nexus energy surged into his legs, overlocking them, and he shot forward like a cannonball, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake. With Nexus overlock, his speed was incomparable, thousands of times faster than when he used instant Recoil Step. In no time, the towering walls of Nova City came into view, and before long he was standing at the entrance gate. After queuing for nearly 30 minutes, Gray finally entered Nova City, paying a fee of 50 Union credits. Then he headed straight to the Golden Chamber and bought a healing potion. His face and head were still aching from the earlier battle, and the last thing he wanted was for Richard to notice his injuries. With Sector 6 so close to the city's back gate, it didn't take him long to return home. To his surprise, the house was empty. Usually Alyssa would be there, but this time no one greeted him. With nothing else to do, Gray freshened up, cooked some noodles, ate quickly, and went straight to bed. As soon as he lay down, drowsiness overwhelmed him. In his passive state, Nexus energy had already begun sending signals of metamorphosis throughout his body. The moment he drifted into sleep, a veil of purple energy wrapped tightly around him. His brain received a signal from Nexus energy, triggering the release of powerful growth hormones. Nexus energy fused with those hormones and spread into every corner of his body. Gray was now officially undergoing transformation. The next day, Gray still hadn't woken up. Richard hadn't come home the night before either, and even Alyssa was absent. That is because she was now inside a corruption field. As soon as Gray left yesterday, she received a call from her friends. It was a mission to eliminate corruption fields placed down by the Evolvers Association, and she accepted it without a thought. Inside a corruption field, 4 figures battled desperately against a towering monster. The corruption field quaked with every step of the beast. Its massive body loomed like a nightmare, twisted and grotesque, with a hollow cavity gaping in its chest. 2 jagged horns curved upward, dripping with red miasma, while its head resembled a collapsing black hole, devouring the very light around them. As expected of a 7th-level monster, there's no way I can take it on alone. Evan, Alyssa's most trusted friend, roared. His sword blazed with sword energy as he dashed forward at inhuman speed. His blade carved through the haze, leaving trails of distorted air in its wake. Clang! His strike smashed against the monster's hardened arm, sparks bursting as the beast bellowed. The sheer force hurled Evan backward, but he twisted midair, landing like a predator ready to pounce again. "Evan, on your left," Alyssa shouted, her hands weaving in a blur. A frost-laden circle unfolded before her, countless spears of ice erupting outwards. They slammed into the monster's flank one after another, cracks of frozen energy spreading across its flesh and slowing its movements. Further back stood Rock, Alyssa's other friend, a young man of average looks with black hair and brown eyes. He drew his bow of light taut, the string of pure energy humming as it strained. His eyes narrowed.
Appearances.
The arrow streaked forward like a comet, drilling straight into the hollow of the monster's stomach. The beast shrieked, a storm of red miasma exploding outward in retaliation. "Careful, its aura's flaring again," Ellen, Alyssa's childhood friend, cried out, her voice urgent. Her palms glowed with soft radiance, waves of green energy washing over Evan and Alyssa. Shallow wounds sealed instantly, and their drained stamina surged back like a tide. Healing energy. Ellen stood proudly at the side, tending to her friend's wounds. She had an above-average appearance, short black hair, warm brown eyes, and a cute face. She wasn't quite on Alyssa's level, but she was still undeniably pretty. Roarr, the monster lunged, its massive claw tearing through the ground where they had stood moments before. Evan's figure blurred, reappearing on its shoulder as his sword blazed with sword energy, the edge cutting down toward its jagged horn above the hollow head. "Fall," he roared, his strike crashing down with the force to split a house in 2. The horn cracked with a deafening snap, releasing a ripple of distorted miasma. "Now," Alyssa's eyes gleamed as she seized the opening. Raising both hands, frost surged violently around her, and a gigantic ice lance condensed in the air. Its glacial tip shone sharply even in the suffocating dark. With a fierce shout, she hurled it forward. The frozen spear shot through the air like a thunderbolt of ice, drilling straight into the hollow between the monster's twisted horns. For a heartbeat, the entire corruption field went deathly silent. Then, crack, the ice erupted outward, spreading jagged frost through the monster's head. Its black hole head flickered violently, the red corruption energy shrieking as if alive before it shattered into motes of dying light. The beast let out one last distorted roar, shaking the very ground before its colossal frame toppled forward. The impact thundered through the battlefield, sending waves of dust and debris into the air. When it settled, the creature's head lay buried in the earth, frozen solid and lifeless. Evan lowered his blade, staring at the corpse. It's dead. Rock let out a low whistle to one strike. "Alyssa, remind me never to piss you off. You guys should be grateful, wouldn't have made it without my healing technique." Ellen's proud voice came from behind as she came forward and hugged Alyssa. "You were so great, Alyssa," Ellen said as she rubbed her face on Alyssa's plump chest. Then all of them looked at each other and smiled. "Everyone, with this we cleared 3 corruption fields in a day worth of time," Evan proudly announced. "Yeah," Ellen cheered while Rock adjusted his glasses, and Alyssa stood there with a small, beautiful smile which could captivate anyone. Both Evan and Rock. Even Ellen fell into a trance seeing that smile. "All right, let's take out the corruption field's core and leave." Evan coughed slightly and pulled everyone back and spoke. The others nodded. Evan walked up to the center of the corruption field. In the center was the Necro Star. Evan flared up his sword energy and swiftly sliced the ball of light down. Immediately, the dark sky above their head returned to normal, and the red miasma around the place vanished as if it no longer existed. They could now see the outside world and the soldiers who were stationed near the corruption field in case things went wrong. "Today was a long day. Let's head back early and rest before doing anything else," Evan said to his team. He glanced at his 3 companions, gave a nod, and they each went their separate ways. Alyssa checked the time. It was only 10 a.m. She had thought the battle would drag on into the night, but it ended far sooner than she expected. With that, she headed home. By now, her father Richard should have returned from his late-night shift. Click, the door to the housing unit opened. The faint sound of a TV echoed from the main hall. That could only mean one thing: Gray. Alyssa slipped off her shoes and walked inside. Her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten properly since yesterday morning, busy clearing corruption fields. She recalled there was still some ice cream in the fridge, so she made her way toward the kitchen. But since the kitchen was open and directly connected to the hall, she had to pass through it first. The moment she stepped into the hall, she froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. On the sofa sat a young man, cross-legged, a tired and sleepy look plastered across his face as he lazily chewed on a slice of pizza, eyes glued to the TV. Alyssa's breath hitched. "Who are you? Who is this? What happened to Gray?" She instinctively stepped back, dumbfounded. Then, remembering she was an evolver, her expression hardened and she stepped forward cautiously. The man shifted slightly, tall and imposing, his long hair framing his face. His irises glowed a deep purple, while his pupils had turned pitch black, giving his gaze an intense, almost otherworldly aura. This guy, he looked almost exactly like Gray. 3 giant question marks practically popped above Alyssa's head. Are you Gray?" Alyssa asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. She studied his face closely. It was unmistakably Gray, yet something had changed. His jawline seemed sharper, more defined. Having seen him every day, she noticed immediately. Before, Gray had been slightly chubby with an average build. Now he looked lean, his shoulders broader, his figure sharper and more imposing. Hearing her voice, Gray turned toward her lazily, eyes half open, still chewing on the slice of pizza in his hand. In a blur, he turned back to the TV, as if her question barely registered. "Oh hey Alyssa," he greeted casually, voice still thick with sleep. He had woken only 20 minutes ago, starving after his morning nap. Without hesitation, he had cleared the fridge, and now, pizza slice in hand, he lounged in front of the TV, feeling lightheaded but satisfied. This was the side effect of metamorphosis. Gray constantly felt lightheaded and fatigued, his body racked with an insatiable hunger as an immense surge of growth hormones coursed through him. Nexus energy worked relentlessly, smoothing out every imperfection, reshaping his body to be fully compatible with his newfound power. He had many plans for today, yet it seemed he would have to wait until his metamorphosis was complete before taking any action. This was only day 1, and each day would bring even greater changes. The higher one's power, the longer the metamorphosis took. For instance, Alyssa had needed 3 days, Gray might require even more. Alyssa felt a headache when seeing this sight. Did you go through a second awakening and become an evolver? Second awakening. It was a rare occurrence where one would suddenly undergo a change and become able to sense energies. This happened very rarely, but it wasn't impossible, and she believed that she herself might have had a hand in this. Usually, second awakening only happened when there was a high-level evolver in your house, where their higher life level would indirectly affect you. But Alyssa was only a first ranker. However, she was not ordinary. She was something known as a true dragon, which even her father didn't seem to know about, and being one, it was easy for others around her to awaken. Thinking back, she realized she was a dragon at the age of 17, the night before the awakening ceremony at the academy. She had even received a message from her mother, whom she thought was dead, along with the inherited memory she received as a true dragon. Her mother, who had been Richard's wife, didn't reveal too much aside from telling her to conceal her secrets at all costs, and to keep the fact that she was a true dragon even from Richard himself. She didn't know what exactly was happening, but she chose to believe her mother and didn't reveal it to anyone. Her mother had also said she would get answers to her questions once she grew stronger. Right now, her goal was to find her mother. She knew she wasn't on Blue Star. She believed her mother was from a different world, one that existed beyond the endless skies of Blue Star. Of course, that was just a theory, as those who went beyond the endless skies never came back. But she believed in herself. After all, she knew for sure that no dragons existed in this world. Just then, Gray's voice cut through her thoughts. "Yeah," Gray replied absent-mindedly. "So you're undergoing metamorphosis." Alyssa felt it clearly, a surge of energy within Gray's body. From sensing it more closely, she realized that it was true energy. This guy had become a martial artist. "Yeah," Gray replied in the same tone again. "Go back to bed. Don't you know it's bad to stay awake when your body is undergoing change?" Alyssa said in a stern voice. Hearing this, Gray nodded blankly and spoke. "I woke up and ate all the food in the fridge. Now I'm sleepy again. I should really go to sleep." Alyssa, hearing this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She swiftly made her way to the fridge, and indeed, the fridge was still left open. However, there was nothing inside. The entire fridge was wiped clean, not even leaving vegetables. Seeing this, Alyssa's expression slightly darkened. She realized even her ice cream had been eaten by him. "You ate my ice cream," Alyssa shouted, then sighed. She couldn't do anything about it. She knew Gray wasn't to be blamed. It was only natural to feel hungry in a phase like this. And that was when another shocked shout entered her ears. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Richard asked with a shocked look. Gray, hearing this, blinked and turned to the source. Seeing that it was his father, he stopped caring and shifted his focus back to the TV as he chewed on the last piece of pizza. Gray, Richard's face turned from confusion into doubt, then into shock. Then he shifted his attention to his daughter, who was also standing there with a helpless look on her face. She quickly recounted what happened to Gray to Richard, who silently listened. Second awakening, Richard was slightly surprised, then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Good, I knew Gray had it in him. He will definitely be able to become a top evolver. Richard laughed as he patted Gray's shoulder, but to his dismay, Gray fell onto the sofa with a bored expression on his face from that single tap. He looked one step away from going to sleep. The two of them stared silently at Gray with speechless looks. He was so unreactive it was making them worried, but they knew it was due to his body going through changes to adapt to energy. Son, come, let's get you to bed, Richard spoke coaxingly to his son. Hearing this, Gray looked at Richard and nodded dumbly. He was so tired not even his mind was functioning properly. Then with Richard's and Alyssa's assistance, Gray was sent back to his room. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he drifted away into a deep sleep. Looks like we're eating out tonight, Richard said with a laugh. He was in a rather good mood now after hearing that his son could also become an evolver. Things had gotten better with Gray recently, and this news was the cherry on top. I want ice cream, Alyssa said to Richard. And just like that, 5 days passed. Next Tuesday, Richard had just come back from his late-night shift. Recently, his work time had changed drastically. From working 6 to 6, it had now become 9 to 9. That meant he could finally go to sleep earlier and enjoy more time with his two kids. It's already been 5 days. My colleagues at the factory told me that usually someone undergoing metamorphosis only takes 1 to 2 days at most. And even you only took 3 days, Alyssa. Richard expressed his worries as he sat on the sofa alongside his daughter Alyssa. It's fine, Dad, Alyssa said casually. This usually happens with second awakeners. Their bodies were originally unable to sense or take in energy. Now that he has become an evolver, his body is completely reforging itself to be more compatible with energy. Is that so? Richard nodded. He had indeed heard something about it before. Just then they both heard the door to Gray's room opening. Immediately they stopped whatever they were doing and looked ahead. Hey guys. From the room, Gray emerged with a casual greeting. However, the instant they saw Gray, they were stunned. If the Gray from 5 days ago still had at least some similarities to the old one, now they were completely gone. This was a completely different person. Standing before them was a young man who appeared to be around 16 or 17. He had a tall frame, a lean build, and broad shoulders. His long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and his pupils now gleamed with a sharp violet hue, a faint black dot lingering at their center. His face had refined into an oval shape with angular features, his forehead, cheekbones, and jawline perfectly balanced. The sun-kissed tone he once carried had vanished, replaced by smooth, flawless skin that radiated a clear, youthful brilliance. Gray, Richard called out with a stunned look on his face. He hadn't really seen Gray's face during the past 5 days, as he would simply leave food in Gray's room and walk away so as not to disturb his metamorphosis. Yes, Dad, it's me, Gray chuckled dryly. He had also seen his own reflection and even he was stunned. But this was the work of Nexus energy. It embodied perfection. It was only natural that it would improve his appearance by making his entire body more perfect. In truth, this was merely a small effect compared to the changes within his body. Now his entire being was infused with Nexus energy. Of course, he wasn't actually perfect in essence. To truly achieve the definition of perfection, he would have to reach higher levels of life and become an invincible evolver. Alyssa was also slightly stunned after seeing Gray. She could no longer see the shadows of the old Gray. The Gray she once knew and remembered had completely vanished. Seeing Gray's new appearance only further reminded her that this was no longer the same Gray, but the reincarnated one. For a moment, she completely forgot how to react. A feeling of sadness unknowingly overwhelmed her. But that quickly disappeared when she remembered the old Gray's actions. She still hadn't thought about how to communicate with this new person who had taken over Gray's body. Should she treat him as her brother? She honestly didn't want to think about it because whenever she did, she was struck by the cold truth: the old Gray was dead. You have completely changed, my son. Richard sighed emotionally as he stood up. Gray was now as tall as Richard himself. Now that you are a martial artist at the innate realm, are you planning on going to the Evolvers Association and registering yourself as an evolver? Yes, Dad. I'm heading to the Evolvers Association, Gray replied with a small smile. Today was Tuesday, and starting today, he would begin teaching Leah. So he was going to go straight to the Evolvers Association before doing anything else, like researching other evolutionary paths. He also wanted to create an appraisal skill that would allow him to view information on everything with a glance. If he was not wrong, there was a specific Esper ability related to that. But to perform Esper abilities, he first needed to awaken his mind. That meant he also needed to look into the Esper evolutionary path and the method of mind awakening. Even if he was incompatible with that path, all he had to do was comprehend it with his heaven-defying ability, and it would adjust itself into a form Gray could utilize. Since you are going out, you can't go empty-handed. Saying that, Richard took out his phone. Dad just got his salary today, I'll give some to you, make sure to spend it responsibly. Hearing this, Gray was slightly startled. He quickly tried to stop Richard. No, Dad, I don't need money, Gray said in one single breath. Please keep it in case of emergencies. Huh? Richard was stunned. What happened to this kid? Richard knew his son well. He would always ask for money whenever he went out. But this was completely different. Alyssa, on the other hand, had a light flash in her eyes. She knew the old Gray far better than Richard since they had spent more time together. If this were the old Gray, he would never have refused. It's fine, Dad. I'm just going to the Evolvers Association and I should get money from them myself after becoming an official ranker. Gray replied with a smile. At the same time, Gray felt slightly warm in his heart. Richard truly cherished him as his son, and he was even incredibly proud of the fact that he had become an Evolver. Richard had always been a great father to the old Gray, while the old Gray had been nothing more than an ungrateful bastard. Yet despite all of that, Richard still cherished him as his own. He worked hard day and night for his children and cared for them dearly. That honesty and devotion made Gray feel unexpectedly emotional. Richard had taken care of him until now, so it was only natural for Gray to repay that favor. Even if the truth were to come out, that he wasn't Richard's biological son at all, Gray had already decided. Even if Richard rejected him from then on, he would still support him from the shadows. Richard deserved nothing less for all the help, care, and love he had given, even though Gray was merely an adopted child. I'm leaving, Dad, Gray smiled gently. I'll be back by evening. All right, Richard said with a smile. Do your best in the Evolver's assessment exam, son. I will. After replying, Gray left the house. It was time to meet Leah. Inside the branch manager's office sat an imposing, stout, middle-aged man with brown hair and a long goatee. He was looking through his tablet, reading profiles of countless Evolvers. He was in a dilemma. If I can find another talent like Alyssa for the tournament, then my rank within the Evolvers Association will definitely increase by a whole new level. I might even find myself sitting in the seat of Sector 1 headquarters of Nova City before long, or maybe even get transferred to the top floating cities. Manager Victor muttered as he rubbed his temple. But there is no one, I repeat, no one in Sector 6 who is as talented as Alyssa Lockhart. Forget first-rate talent, there isn't even a third-rate talent who can qualify for the tournament team. We need one more person in the team. Evan from Sector 4, Miss Leah from Sector 1, Alyssa from Sector 6. We need one more. And whoever finds the fourth candidate will personally receive a reward from the head branch leader of Nova City. What will I say to the head branch leader? He's coming back from Blue Spirit City after attending a function there, and he will definitely stop here before heading to Sector 1. I told him I'd find a promising candidate before he returned. Maybe Miss Leah might be able to find someone, Manager Victor. Next to him stood his secretary, known by everyone as Secretary Selene. She had a slightly average face, but her office attire gave her a refined beauty. Miss Leah, Manager Victor frowned. Why did you suddenly mention her? That's because Miss Leah has been frequenting our Sector 6 branch for training. She came last week and she's here again today. Secretary Selene replied calmly. Is that so? Manager Victor was surprised. Then we should pay Miss Leah a visit. Yes, Secretary Selene nodded. I'll make arrangements with Miss Leah, Manager Victor. Where is this guy? I've been standing here for the past 30 minutes. Leah muttered with a bored expression. Just by standing in the open training zone, she felt hundreds of gazes constantly drifting toward her. Her beauty and presence attracted attention like a beacon, but instead of pride, it only made her feel suffocated. Still, she waited patiently for Gray. She had already called him earlier, he promised to come soon and hung up immediately. But from the noise she heard in the background, especially the clatter of plates and the sound of someone ordering food, she knew perfectly well that this guy was in a restaurant. Miss, they are staring at you, Albert, who stood beside her like a silent shadow, finally spoke. His tone was flat, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Would you like me to gouge their eyes out? What are you saying? Leah froze for a moment, utterly speechless. What age do you think this is? If you do that, you'll be thrown straight into a mental ward. She shook her head helplessly. Her butler's thought process was truly different from ordinary people. Sighing, she pulled out her phone again and dialed Gray's number. The next instant, a ringtone chimed coming from directly behind her. Turning around, she saw an extremely handsome young man walking her way. She was initially surprised to see someone so strikingly beautiful here, but she quickly hid her reaction and acted like she didn't notice. After all, she was a lady of elegance. How could she be caught staring at a man? However, to her surprise, the handsome young man stopped right in front of her with a rather annoyed look on his face. He showed her his phone and spoke. "Why are you still calling when I'm standing right in front of you? Are you blind?" Huh? Leah looked at the phone with a stunned expression. On the screen, it was clearly written, "Call from Miss Leah." She looked at her own phone. Indeed, she had dialed Gray's number. "You, Gray?" Leah's lips quivered. She almost cursed it out loud upon seeing his appearance. She almost thought someone had stolen Gray's phone and was impersonating him. But no, the voice, although a little deeper than before, was still familiar to Leah. She had a sharp memory, and she especially wouldn't forget Gray's voice, the same one that had once shocked her with his unnatural talent. This was Gray Lockhart. "Right, you haven't seen me in this form yet," Gray said casually. "What do you mean by that, you?" Leah's irritated voice rose. "What are you, a skinwalker? How did you suddenly change your appearance?" "Chill," Gray smiled. "I just got plastic surgery." "Plastic surgery?" Leah looked at him suspiciously. She refused to believe that this wasn't possible with plastic surgery. If she wasn't mistaken, Gray had also grown taller. "That's right, plastic surgery, it was pretty expensive." Gray sighed heavily. "It costs so much these days, you basically have to pay a kidney and an arm to do it." Leah gave him a deadpan look, unimpressed by his acting. "Cough," Gray coughed lightly. "Anyway, let's start the training. I have things to do afterward." To this, Leah had no complaints. She would investigate this matter later. Now it was time for combat training. They swiftly made their way into the training room, with Albert standing guard outside as before. Gray noticed Albert giving him a cold gaze, but he ignored it. He had no idea why Albert looked at him that way, but he definitely knew the butler was up to no good. The best thing to do was to simply ignore it. Reaching the training room, Leah began undressing, revealing her form-fitting sports attire beneath her casual clothes. Her well-endowed and alluring figure was fully showcased, enough to captivate any man on Earth. After changing into her sports attire, she questioned Gray again. "Tell me, how did you change your appearance?" She refused to believe it was just plastic surgery. If someone could turn this handsome with surgery, then why were there still ugly people in the world? It wasn't just his face that changed. He had also become taller, with a broad yet lean physique, enough to captivate any woman. His violet eyes only added even more points to his charm. "All right, let's start today's training," Gray informed her. "Lower your power level to the second level of rank 1. Yes, Leah didn't complain and did as he said. She lowered her realm to the second stage of the Chi-gathering realm, limiting her powers strictly within the margin of the second stage. She was a genius. Her abilities far surpassed her peers, and she could naturally skip levels and fight across realms. Even at the second stage of Chi-gathering, she could fight someone at the third stage purely with her cultivation alone. So she sealed her power in a way that only allowed her to exhibit the strength of a second-stage cultivator at maximum. Gray's spatial ring flashed, and the silver longsword he had bought a week ago appeared in his hands. "For starters, I'll demonstrate how sword control works." Leah was stunned at first, but then her mouth widened in disbelief the next moment. Buzz sword energy crackled. Gray took out 2 other swords, the ones he had looted from the Tigerclaw members earlier, from his spatial ring. Swiftly, he enveloped them in his Nexus sword energy. The swords changed shape, glowing a deep purple and crackling with sharp, lethal energy. Leah was shocked. Sword control and sword energy, this guy had become an evolver, second awakening. That means you underwent metamorphosis," Leah exclaimed. She knew it wasn't plastic surgery at all. However, with Albert standing nearby, Gray couldn't reveal the truth that this was his first metamorphosis. After all, Albert believed Gray was a rank 3 expert. Still, "I've never seen someone change this drastically from a first metamorphosis," Leah muttered, confused. "Usually, physical transformation only happens during the second metamorphosis." "Don't worry about it," Gray spread his hands with a smirk. "How can a genius like me be normal?" Hearing this, Leah rolled her eyes. Sure. "Now stop wasting time, come at me, I'll teach you sword control," Gray said firmly. "In today's lesson, you will try to override my control over my 2 flying swords using your sword energy." As he said that, he charged forward. Swoosh! His figure flickered from his spot, and in less than a second he was right beside Leah. Controlling his muscles, he swung horizontally with sword energy erupting from his blade. His speed was incomparable to before. Just his base strength alone now pushed him past the barrier of sound. That was how fast he had become. Leah's expression turned serious. She summoned her sword energy and tried to guard against Gray's slash. Clank, buzz, sparks and energy burst through the training room as their blades clashed. Leah gritted her teeth, pushing back with all her might. Gray, however, pressed forward with equal force. The victor would, without doubt, be the one with stronger sword energy. Eventually, Leah's sword energy faltered and she was forced back 4 steps. Seeing this, Gray withdrew his sword and nodded, but Leah was speechless. Hey, didn't you say I was supposed to take control over your flying swords? Why did you suddenly attack me? I was measuring your level of mastery over sword energy, Gray replied thoughtfully. And it is lacking. Sword control has to wait. For now, we'll focus on fine-tuning your sword energy. Only by having precise control over your energy can you control swords with perception. How do I do that? Leah asked. She had always believed that unlocking sword energy automatically meant full control. But after clashing with Gray, she realized that wasn't true. She had spent the past week familiarizing herself with sword energy and hadn't encountered any problems while practicing alone. But now, she understood that lack of mastery meant losing control in a clash with another's sword energy. Let me think. Gray pondered for a moment, searching for a way to improve her mastery over sword energy. It didn't take him long. All right, I found one, Gray said. Draw out your sword energy into the world. Leah immediately obeyed. From every corner of her body, sword energy erupted like a violent storm, making her look like a shining star. What is this? Gray was left speechless. Her sword energy scattered chaotically in every direction, unstable to the extreme. Before, he thought she had at least some control. But now, he realized the only reason she had managed to keep up with him earlier was her sheer natural talent. You, Gray facepalmed. You barely have any control over your sword energy. Honestly, if you had a nightmare one night, you'd probably blow up your entire house from your unstable sword energy running wild. Is it that serious? Leah was stunned. Yes, Gray nodded. It wouldn't have been an issue if you had awakened sword energy later once your comprehension had deepened. Then you wouldn't have to worry about this. Unlocking sword energy this early has its downsides, Gray explained. Does that mean you can't control your sword energy either? Leah asked. But almost instantly she realized how dumb that sounded. This guy was controlling not one but 2 flying swords right in front of her. Obviously his control was perfect. From your expression, I take it you already know the answer, Gray said with a deadpan look. Leah smiled awkwardly. I'll demonstrate how it's done, Gray said. Immediately, sword energy rushed out of his body. But unlike Leah's chaotic eruption, Gray's sword energy flowed like fine silk threads. They formed a perfect circle and rotated around his body. The lethal energy was so sharp that even brushing against it would slice a normal person apart. He refined his control further. The energy shifted into a triangle, then into the shape of a sword, and even transformed into a blazing ball of fire. The possibilities were limitless. Sword energy, in essence, was simply a form of lethal energy that could be molded however he wished and however he wanted. Leah was utterly speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry anymore. Sorry for breathing the same air as you. Clank, clank, swish, swish. Leah breathed heavily, sweat dripping down her forehead as she stood in front of what was supposed to be a statue of a bird, but instead looked like a deformed cat. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, every breath ragged, as the thin strands of sword energy flickered weakly around her fingertips. Is that supposed to be a bird? Gray walked to her side with his hands behind his back, his tone calm but laced with mockery. That is clearly a deformed cat. He then turned to Albert, who was now inside the room. Bring another sculpture rock. Albert nodded and made a quick call on his phone, his voice steady as if he was already used to the strange request Gray gave. I'm trying my best, Leah snapped, glaring at Gray in frustration. Her eyes narrowed, cheeks puffed slightly red, as though she was on the verge of stomping her foot. It had been exactly 3 hours since their training began. Gray had suggested that since Leah had absolutely no control over her sword energy, she should start by gaining control through carving sculptures. After all, making sculptures with sword energy was the fastest way to train. Normally, craftsmen would need special tools and painstakingly chip away at stone, but with sword energy, the process relied entirely on imagination. If you imagined a bird, sword energy should, in theory, allow you to sculpt a bird out of stone. This way, she would synchronize her mind with her sword energy and stabilize it. It was a training method that attacked the problem from its roots, forcing her to confront every flaw in her control rather than relying purely on talent. Gray hadn't wanted to suggest it at first. Sculpture stones were expensive and one would never be enough, but Leah had confidently declared it would be fine. She had even puffed out her chest and promised she'd master it quickly. Now. No, Leah screamed, I don't want to carve a bird anymore. You'll never comprehend sword control with that attitude. Gray gave her a bored look, almost as if he were suppressing a yawn. In truth, that was a lie. She had already made huge progress. At first, the moment she tried, the sculptures would break apart instantly because of her unstable sword energy. Counting this one, Albert had already brought in over 104 sculpture rocks. The pile of shattered stones in the corner of the room was enough to make a small hill, silently mocking her failures. But gradually, she gained enough control to at least shape something. Even if it ended up being a deformed cat instead of a bird, it was still improvement. There aren't even many birds in Nova City because of the city barrier and all the mutations. How do you expect me to memorize how a bird looks? Leah grumbled. It's not my fault, she crossed her arms, looking away like a sulking child. Excuses, Grace snorted. You won't be able to say the same thing in a life-or-death situation. Leah stuck out her tongue at him, her childish defiance only making Gray shake his head. Either way, you're not leaving until you finish carving a bird. Gray grinned wickedly, his teeth glinting faintly under the training room lights. Leah looked at him in horror. I have to go home, my dad will worry about me. Only leave after carving a bird. How was she supposed to do that when all her sculptures looked like deformed cats? The thought of her father's stern expression flashed in her mind, and she really wanted to cry. Just then, Albert chimed in from the side. Don't worry, Miss Leah, I've already informed your father that you're hard at training. He said you don't need to return home until you've completed your training. Leah's expression darkened immediately. It was the kind of look that promised murder, but Albert remained composed, pretending not to notice. Of course, Gray had his own reasons for dragging things out. While training with her, he was constantly gaining insights into her endless potential physique. His mind rang with endless notifications, to the point of irritation, every ding echoing in his head like a hammer. There was no way to mute his ability. At the same time, he realized something shocking. Leah's physique hadn't even fully awakened yet. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. She was already the top genius of Nova City without awakening. Once her physique truly awakened, wouldn't she surpass everyone else entirely? The gap between her and her peers might become something they could never hope to cross. At that moment, a man in a black suit entered the training room carrying another sculpture rock, his professional smile firmly in place. The way he moved, silent, efficient, without hesitation, was enough to show he had done this dozens of times already today. Outside, in the open training area, the other evolvers had long noticed the same suited men delivering endless sculpture stones into Gray and Leah's room. Naturally, curiosity was high, whispers spreading among the trainees like wildfire. Is she trying to become a professional sculptor? One evolver muttered in confusion, unable to wrap his head around it. Who knows, rich and talented people like Miss Leah think differently from us middle-class folks. Come on, let's get back to training. I believe my chi blood can be refined further. I might finally reach the third level of rank 1. Another replied with determination, unwilling to waste time gossiping. Meanwhile, Manager Victor and Secretary Selene were at the entrance, welcoming an esteemed guest, the head branch manager of the Evolvers Association in Nova City. Welcome, head branch manager Desmond. Victor greeted the tall, stout old man with a long beard and white hair. His tone was respectful, bordering on reverence. Manager Victor, how are things in Sector 6? Desmond asked bluntly, skipping all pleasantries. The championship is coming up and we need representatives from Nova City. This is the match between the geniuses of Nova City, Blue Spirit City, and Crimson City. It happens once a year, and the winners will receive extraordinary resources from the 3 city lords. They'll also qualify for the champion leg. I naturally know that, Manager Desmond, Victor replied with an awkward smile. I've been doing my best to recruit talents. He shifted slightly, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Desmond nodded, but from the corner of his eye he noticed a man in a black suit carrying a sculpture stone into one of the training rooms. For a moment he was surprised. His sharp gaze lingered, interest flashing within. Someone from the City Lord's manor, Desmond raised an eyebrow. Could it be that one of the City Lord's children is tempering themselves here in Sector 6? It is little Miss Leah, Manager Desmond. Manager Victor explained, lowering his voice slightly. To think the City Lord would allow his precious daughter to train here. The world truly never ceases to surprise this old man. Desmond's lips curved into an amused smile, his beard trembling slightly as he chuckled. Back in the training room, if you manage to make a bird with this sculpture, you can go home. HMPH, just you wait, Leah grumbled. I'll definitely get it right this time. Who do you think I am? I'm the proud genius of Nova City. The aura around Leah shifted and immediately sword energy burst out of her body. But instead of it being unstable, it was far more stable and more controlled, almost 1,000 times better than she was 3 hours ago. Leah breathed in and slowly imagined a bird in her mind, a small bird sitting still with its wings closed, enjoying the wind. As she imagined it, the sword energy began moving. She controlled the sword energy to slowly imbue it into the rock. Immediately, sparks flew across the training room from the lethal sword energy colliding with the sculpture rock, which was obviously made out of special material. Slowly but surely, a frame of a bird was formed. Gray watched with an amused look on his face while giving some pointers as she did it. Focus on the intent, synchronize with your sword energy. It is the same as becoming one with your sword. Let go of any resistance, Gray kept on giving pointers, and eventually, after 5 minutes, it was done. The sword energy slowly retreated back into her body and Leah took a deep breath. The level of concentration she had while controlling the sword energy had her drenched in sweat, but luckily she was wearing sportswear. Then an excited expression appeared on Leah's face. "It's a bird," she jumped in surprise. "It's exactly the bird I envisioned in my mind." "Good work, Miss Leah. Your talent is immeasurable and unfathomable. Only you would be capable of achieving a feat like this in such a short time," Albert said, while wiping away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. Gray rolled his eyes seeing this. Albert had been like this for the past 3 hours. He would occasionally motivate Leah from the side and give over-the-top praises every chance he got. "See that?" Leah turned to Gray with a proud expression on her face. "It only took me 3 hours to fully do it." "Exactly, it took you 3 hours. What's there to be proud of?" Gray said with a look of disdain, which earned him a glare from Albert. "HMPH," Leah snorted and turned her head away. "But this means I can go home now, right?" A look of relief finally appeared on her face. Honestly speaking, she had never been trained like this before. All the personal instructors had been extremely lenient with her and would stop when she wanted to stop, which she did very often. But Gray was different. He wouldn't take no for an answer and wouldn't let her quit even for a break. She had already reached her limits many times, but she pushed herself further. But it all paid off in the end. She managed to perfect sword energy in 1 day. Sword energy erupted from her body this time. It was similar to how Gray's looked, like threads. It spread out and took on various shapes exactly like she envisioned. She shot an arrogant glance at Gray, who looked at her with a deadpan eye. "We'll learn sword control tomorrow," Gray said. "All right," Leah nodded. Then, as if thinking about something, she spoke to Albert. "Albert, go wait outside." Hearing this, Albert shot a glare at Gray, who ignored him like always and left the room. Then she turned to Gray and spoke. "You haven't gotten your evolver's license yet, have you?" "I haven't," Gray nodded. "I just finished my metamorphosis today. I haven't had much time to go outside." Leah nodded and then spoke. "Since that's the case, let's go get your license today itself." Saying that, she took her casual clothes from the side and spoke. "Wait for me a bit, let me shower real quick, I'll be right back." Saying that, without even waiting for Gray's reply, she rushed towards the shower room, which was built into the training room. Every training room had one, as you would naturally get sweaty after an intensive training session. "I can just go get it myself," Gray said speechlessly, but he didn't leave. Since she decided to come, he wouldn't mind it at all. After all, being with her meant more insight into the endless potential physique. Soon the sound of the shower being turned on was heard, and Gray sat there with a bored look on his face while scrolling on his phone. He really needed to find a game to play while he was out and there was nothing to do. It was a habit he had in his old life. However, the games of his old life weren't available here, but there should definitely be better ones, as the entertainment and gaming industry in this world was far more popular than it ever was in his old world. Soon, Leah came out from bathing. A fresh smell of soap and shampoo entered his nostrils, and Leah, after the shower, was glowing, appearing more beautiful than ever. "You're here," Gray stood up. "Let's go and get the Evolver's license. I need to go visit Golden Chamber after this too." "All right," Leah nodded with a smile. She was looking forward to Gray's assessment test. She wanted to know how powerful he was. From the initial clash, she knew that he was strong, but she didn't know to what extent. She also wanted to see if this guy had any sort of weaknesses. The assessment tested an Evolver's combat capabilities, from physical strength, quality of one's body, life level, endurance, combat awareness, and other combat-related abilities to finally give a rank. At the same time, Gray was in a dilemma. He was unsure whether he should reveal his strength or not. He had the power of a third-level first-ranker with Nexus Overlock, and essentially that was his actual strength, as he could technically use Nexus Overlock at all times as long as he didn't run out of energy. On second thought, he decided against it. The first reason being it wasn't his base strength. Wouldn't he be reduced to a second level once he ran out of energy? That wasn't his actual strength. And the second reason being it would be too showy and catch the attention of high-level rankers in Nova City, which he didn't want. Soon, after making up his mind, along with Leah, Gray stepped out of the training room. However, as soon as they stepped out, 3 people appeared in front of them. It was Manager Victor, his secretary, and head branch manager Desmond. "Miss Leah." Manager Desmond rubbed his long, silver-streaked beard, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This old man did not expect to see you here, young lass. It has been some time since we last met, has it not? Grandpa Desmond, Leah exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? He chuckled softly. I was in Blue Spirit City for a short visit, and thought I would stop by Sector 6 to take a look around. He then glanced at Gray, who was standing there while fiddling away on his phone. He had immediately taken his phone out, fully realizing that this was going to be an unskippable cutscene. Since that was the case, he decided to utilize this time to be productive and search for a game to play. At the same time, he had noticed the old man. While the people next to him didn't seem like a threat, the old man was. An extremely oppressive aura was constantly being released from him, and as someone with Nexus energy, he was more prone to these things. During the time he was talking with Leah, he even tried to probe him, but Nexus energy swiftly negated it. Which clan's young master might this young man be? Manager Desmond asked Leah with a small, curious smile. From how Manager Desmond saw it, Gray was exceptionally beautiful and carried himself quite well. He looked a lot like those young masters from rich clans. Oh, Leah froze. She had completely forgotten Gray was with her. Quickly recovering, she blurted out, "This is my friend. We go to school together." "Isn't that right, Gray?" she added, turning to him. Gray, however, was completely absorbed in his phone, scrolling with a bored expression. Seeing this, she jabbed him lightly in the ribs to get his attention. "Huh?" Gray glanced up, shooting her a lazy glare. "Yeah, that's right, we're classmates and friends." Albert, silently standing to the side, observed everything without making a sound. His face remained expressionless, giving nothing away. "Is that so?" Manager Desmond chuckled softly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Yeah," Leah nodded. "I was just about to show him to the assessment area for evolvers. He just recently became an evolver." Oh, Manager Desmond showed even more interest on his face. "To have awakened this late, are you a second awakener?" "Yes, that is correct," Gray replied with a smile. Since the other party was talking to him, he naturally had to respond in a polite manner. "Good, good," Manager Desmond said. "Then I came at the right time. Young Gray, would you mind if this old man observed your rank assessment test?" Huh? Manager Victor, who was on the side, was surprised hearing this. Did this kid catch the branch manager's interest? He secretly thought in his mind. "I can arrange for that." Manager Victor smiled and spoke. "We can use the special assessment room in the building to assess." He gestured to Secretary Solani, who swiftly got to work. "Sure, I don't mind," Gray said with an awkward smile. However, on the inside, he was cursing like mad. This old man was most likely a peak second rank or a third rank. To have captured attention from someone as powerful as him this early was definitely not a good sign. He believed the reason he showed interest in him was probably due to his probing failing. Of course, there was no way for him to even let him do that either, because Nexus energy would act on its own and deflect whatever came its way. It wouldn't allow any inferior energy into Gray's system. If it did, the Nexus energy would send an entire army to destroy it completely with multiple nuclear warheads. From the old man's energy pattern, Gray immediately recognized he was an Aspirer. His mind radiated a bright silver glow, indicating that his energy was stored within his consciousness. Gray also noticed cosmic energy in his energy field being converted into that silver light. From his understanding, psionic energy shared the same fundamental properties as life energy, but it was uniquely tied to the mind and soul, making it a distinct and highly specialized attribute. It became even clearer when compared to martial artists. Those who reached higher levels often awakened consciousness domains, akin to the abilities Aspirers possessed. Of course, Leah had no idea about any of this. She believed she was doing Gray a favor by helping him build a connection with someone like Branch Manager Desmond so early. His talent far surpassed hers, and by a significant margin at that. Still, she wanted to help Gray in any way she could. After all, he had been pushing her combat abilities forward by leaps and bounds. Soon, they made their way into the special assessment room mentioned by Manager Victor. It was right near the normal assessment room, and before the normal assessment room was a queue of evolvers, many of them there to reassess their new ranks. Evolvers usually reassess their ranks once at 4th level and the 10th level. These were the bigger thresholds in all ranks, with the gaps growing marginally as the stage goes. The 4th and 10th levels had the most drastic impact on one's strength, several times that of the 3rd level. Hence, evolvers at stages 1-3 were considered low-level evolvers. Those at stages 4-6 were intermediate-level evolvers. Stages 7-9 were deemed advanced evolvers, and stages 10-12 were referred to as peak evolvers. If he wasn't allocated the special assessment room, then he would have also had to queue up behind them. Now he could be over with it faster and go visit Golden Chamber. Entering the special assessment room, he looked around a bit. The room wasn't particularly big, but there was a screen on the side, a person walking in looking at a transparent tablet in his hand filled with digital information, and the room was separated into two, covered by a glass panel. Across the room was a highly functional virtual machine. Assessments were completely virtualized with the advanced technology Blue Star possessed. Now one could measure their capabilities more accurately with virtual machines by simulating combat and much more desirable settings. It was far more effective than the usual tests. Gray soon made his way to the virtual machine and connected himself to the simulated world. Light flickered in his eyes, and in the next instant, he stood in a room with nothing but endless white walls. The silence was suffocating until a cold mechanical voice resounded around him. Commencing first assessment. Subject, Gray, Level 1 Life Assessment. The walls glowed faintly as countless streams of light traced along the surface like flowing circuits. A subtle pressure descended on his body, pricking at his skin, burrowing deeper as though invisible hands were peeling back every layer of him. Back in the real world, Manager Victor, Manager Desmond, and Leah sat together in the special assessment room. They stared at the big TV screen that was now showing Gray inside the assessment world. "It's beginning," Manager Victor commented. Manager Desmond and Leah didn't say much and kept silent. They were looking forward to Gray's performance, especially Leah. She wanted to see how good this guy was. Out of all assessments, she was looking forward to the combat assessment. Back in the simulated world, a crimson eye of pure light flickered into existence. It rotated slowly, beams passing through him as though he were transparent, scanning every thread of his being. This was none other than the overseer of Blue Star, said to be the ultimate artificial intelligence, an ancient artifact discovered by the pioneers of old. It was this very artifact that the Federation Master once used to maintain control over the planet. Eterna, the ultimate AI that oversees Blue Star and manages the Evolvers. This thing is extremely advanced even for a world like Blue Star. Could it be alien technology? Gray thought in his musings. However, to his surprise, the instant he said that, the crimson eye, which looked indifferent for a moment, abruptly turned to him, slightly catching him off guard. "Did it hear me?" Gray sweated slightly. However, soon his concerns were shifted as it spoke again. "Analyzing life force, analyzing cellular vitality, assessment in progress." Gray stood still. He felt the scanner passing through his body very clearly, but he didn't say anything and waited for the result. However, just then, his ability was abruptly activated. By observing a highly advanced artificial intelligence, you've gained insight into the hidden doors to the information layer of the world. Gray's vision flickered, static tearing across reality. For an instant, the world broke apart into glitches, then he stood in a boundless void of shifting light. Neon lines pulsed beneath his feet, forming an endless grid. Fragments of circuitry and runes floated weightlessly, rearranging themselves with every flicker. Before him, luminous locks appeared, rotating constructs of symbols and data, glowing like arrays made of pure code. Each one hummed with a barrier, daring him to break it. However, he was soon brought back to reality when the cold voice of Eterna rang out in his ears. It was announcing his results of life assessment. Seeing it, he immediately switched his focus back to it. He knew others were watching outside. He couldn't suddenly act strange. Life force X rank. Cellular vitality X rank. Expected lifespan 200 years without cellular degradation. Life level Level 1 first rank. Evolutionary path Marshall paths. Note, Evolver life force still new, calculated to be only 5 days old. Gray, seeing the results, was stunned. X rank. For a moment, he didn't know what to say anymore. From what he knew about the ranks in assessment, they were differentiated into 9 ranks: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and finally X rank. X rank, it was nigh impossible to get the rank of X rank. The amount of people who had gotten X rank could be counted on one hand. One was none other than his sister, Alyssa Lockhart, and the old Federation Master of Blue Star. Of course, Alyssa having X rank was a top-class secret, and only a handful of people, including the Evolvers Association Manager Victor, along with Eterna, knew it. Of course, he knew it too, because at home, Alyssa was a chatterbox who enjoyed talking to their father, and she had revealed it to him before. He also knew about it from Richard. X rank, everyone instantly jumped up from their seats with a dumbfounded expression. "What did you say his name was, Miss Leah?" Manager Desmond asked with a joyful look on his face. "Gray." "Gray Lockhart," Leah said with her mouth wide open. "What is this? Is he a monster?" She thought that he only had immense talent in combat techniques, but even on the evolutionary side he was top-notch, X rank. That was the pinnacle of an Evolver's body, a body with potential to build a perfect foundation. Lockhart, Manager Victor, and Manager Desmond's expressions changed drastically. Yes, Leah, seeing them stumped, spoke. He is the older brother of Alyssa Lockhart. Hearing this, Manager Victor and Manager Desmond both had a look of realization. The brother and sister, they truly are invincible, Manager Victor said with a sigh. Good, good. Good, Manager Desmond laughed out loud. This is a blessing for our Nova City. Manager Victor undeniably nodded. He now viewed Gray in a different light. Another talent had emerged in Sector 6, as shocking as Alyssa Lockhart and Miss Leah. Bless the heavens, Manager Victor was on cloud 9. With Gray's existence, he might finally secure the long-awaited promotion, the position he had been dreaming of for years. Back to Gray, with the life assessment done, it was time for the endurance assessment. The air around the simulated world shifted, and an overbearing pressure assaulted Gray from all corners of the world, rushing into his body like a tidal wave. Gray gritted his teeth in pain. It felt extremely overwhelming. He almost gave up and fell to the floor, but before that happened, the pressure stopped, and soon Eterna System's voice rang out. Assessment complete. Base body endurance level, 2nd level, 1st rank. Good, good, good. Manager Desmond's face became even brighter. For a martial artist, his body is strong. Indeed, Leah's lips twitched slightly. She had come here with them to uncover his weakness, yet so far she had found none. Her shock only deepened when the mind assessment test appeared, an evaluation of an Asper's psychic power, or for a martial artist, their perception and reflexes. And as if that wasn't enough, the physical assessment test soon followed, measuring his raw strength. Level 2, 1st rank. She no longer knew what to say anymore, all at level 2. Then why isn't this bastard's life force at level 2? She cursed in her mind. This is. Even Manager Desmond, who had seen his fair share of geniuses, was stunned. To get level 2 in all the assessments, how is he not a level 2 evolver already? Usually, a genius is someone who can skip a level on one assessment test. For example, Alyssa excelled in her mind and physical tests, but she was lacking in terms of endurance. I believe it is because participant Gray evolved just a week ago. He most likely hasn't begun practicing martial arts, Secretary Selene interjected and spoke. Meaning, this is his base strength after undergoing metamorphosis. A week ago, their minds buzzed. This, no one in the room knew what to say anymore. I should inform the city lord immediately, Manager Desmond couldn't help but say. Father is in seclusion right now, Grandpa Desmond, Leah suddenly interjected and spoke. He will be out after a month. Oh, is that so? Manager Desmond paused and then nodded. The combat assessment is beginning, Manager Victor said as he pointed to the TV. Everyone immediately shifted their focus back to the screen. Back in the simulated world, the world around Gray changed drastically. Soon an open battlefield appeared in front of him, with red miasma and a black sky. This was without a doubt a simulation of the corruption field. Are my enemies corrupted beings? Gray mused, and soon he found the answer to his question. A surge of corrupted beings abruptly materialized before him, each at the level of 1st level, 1st rank. Seeing this, Gray smirked. Eliminating corrupted beings was his specialty. Roar. Without wasting time, the horde of corrupted beings surged forward. He believed there were at least 10,000 of them coming toward him. Isn't that a bit too much? Manager Victor said rather speechlessly. All of them are 1st level of 1st rank too. Usually during combat assessment, the Eterna system would configure corrupted beings according to one's level, and there would only be 10-20. But this looks like a huge army, and Leah was completely numb at this point. She had already come to terms with the fact that this guy was a different breed, and she no longer felt any shock. She just watched with a calm expression. She could already predict what was going to happen next. Sword energy surged out of Gray's body like a tidal wave, distorting the red miasma within the battlefield, which took on the shade of purple. Then Gray rushed forward, sword in hand. The burst of his speed left a sonic boom in his wake, propelling him toward the horde of corrupted beings like a cannonball. Seeing him advance, the corrupted beings roared in unison, their aggression flaring as they charged, desperate to stop him. Buzz, Nexus energy crackled like lightning as Gray unleashed the zenith sword art. In an instant, tens of corrupted beings before him were shredded into fine pieces, the air vibrating with the raw power of the technique. It didn't stop there. Dodging a claw swipe, Gray flowed seamlessly into the next sequence of the zenith sword art, his blade burning like fire as hundreds of corrupted beings fell under its force. Sparks of energy danced around him, illuminating the chaos. With a straight punch, the black hole-like head of a corrupted being burst open, and Gray didn't pause. He surged forward, each step, each strike, each swing of the sword a continuation of the zenith sword art, leaving wave after wave of corrupted beings falling in his wake. The more he pushed forward, the more relentless the massacre became. Gray moved like a storm of steel and fire, unstoppable in his assault. The rule of the combat assessment was, battle as long as you can until you die under an attack of beasts, but even tens of thousands of corrupted beings couldn't stop Gray. He kept going as more and more corrupted beings came at him. This was the true power of an evolver at second level of first rank taken to the next level. Before Metamorphosis, he could take on 2 or 3 peak level 1, first rank beings at best at the same time. But after Metamorphosis, he could take on thousands as long as he didn't run out of energy. Outside the simulated room, the viewers could only stare at this scene with their mouths wide open. How are the corrupted beings falling so quickly under his blade? Manager Victor's breath hitched. Corrupted beings were the hardest thing to kill in Blue Star, and most evolvers struggled with them, but they were falling under Gray's blade like common trees in a forest. Leah continued staring calmly at the screen. Eventually, inside the simulated battlefield, the corrupted beings stopped coming. By that time, Gray's energy reserves were also almost emptied out. He believed if a higher-level monster came, he would definitely die. However, to his surprise, as soon as he thought that, a bigger monster appeared with denser energy and a bigger build. And the worst part was there were 5 of them. From the Eterna system, he immediately identified them as level 3 first-rank monsters. And Gray's expression immediately darkened. Why did it go from first level to straight third level? He felt like he was being bullied right now. There was no way he was winning this. But I should try my best. Gray's eyes flashed with a cold intent. He charged forward with full momentum. He couldn't stretch out the fight for long. Since that was the case, he had to give it his all. He utilized the stance and sword movement of Zenith sword energy. He made micro-adjustments within his posture and charged forward. He was going to display Zenith sword art at its full capabilities. Boom. Gray targeted the monster in front. The sword and the corrupted monster's claws collided together, distorting the fabric of air itself, sending waves of wind across the battlefield. Then, immediately, the monster overpowered him. His body was forcefully pushed back by the beast. Then, with the same speed, the monster descended with its sharp claws, threatening to tear him apart, but Gray's reflexes flared up and he dodged narrowly. However, it still managed to land a scratch on his shoulder. Gray clicked his tongue and formed some distance between him and the monsters. It was impossible. He wouldn't be able to defeat this monster unless he utilized his Nexus overlock, and there were 5 of them, so even that wouldn't help. Still, Gray tried his best to at least land a hit on one of the corrupted beings. He rushed forward several times, but each attempt was futile. Eventually, his vision flashed and he was back in the real world, with the side of the TV showing his combat capabilities. Combat rank level 2 first rank. As soon as Gray stepped out of the assessment chamber, the door hadn't even fully slid shut before Manager Victor, Manager Desmond, and Leah burst in. Manager Desmond stroked his long beard, his sharp eyes gleaming with a light rarely seen in elders of his stature. "Young Gray," he said, his voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of excitement, "to achieve such results immediately after your metamorphosis. This old man has lived half a lifetime, yet has never witnessed such brilliance." He let out a low sigh. "With talent like yours, you are destined to rise far beyond Nova City. For us to have you here is not merely an honor, it may well be the fortune of a generation." Even Manager Victor's normally steady face was flushed with excitement. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Gray, as though beholding a priceless treasure. He quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Gray. I am Victor, branch manager of Sector 6's Evolver Association." His voice trembled slightly despite his attempt at calm. "If there's anything you need, just come to me. I'll make sure it's handled." This was a potential as powerful as Alyssa. No, he had better start as even Alyssa. He couldn't let this gem go. Seeing this, Gray inwardly sighed. He knew this was going to happen after revealing his strength, but he couldn't hide it either way. The Eterna system found out his life level even prior to the combat assessment, and the combat assessment was merely a way to assess how he fared in a combat situation. Typically, people are really bad at the start. Even with a life level of a peak second-level first rank, they would only be able to fight against a low second-level first rank without sufficient combat capabilities. And in terms of combat, he was at the peak of his capabilities. "Student Gray, if possible, I would like to speak with you about something," Manager Desmond abruptly said. He had already discussed it with Manager Victor, and he just needed to confirm it with Gray now. "Student Gray, what do you know about the Tri-City Province Championship Tournament?" "Tri-City Province Championship Tournament," Gray muttered, recalling his memories. Soon, the relevant details surfaced in his mind. "Isn't that the tournament held every year by Crimson City, Blue Spirit City, and Nova City?" He knew exactly what it was, a championship that began at the provincial level. The winners would then represent the entire tri-province, formed by the three third-rate cities in the Southern Region tournament. It was also rumored that victors would be granted military titles and other honors. Precisely, Manager Victor nodded. After witnessing your performance, we've decided to appoint you as a substitute member of Nova City's team. He paused for a moment before continuing. Naturally, this comes with privileges. The Evolvers Association will fully sponsor your resources. Whatever you require, simply request it and we'll procure it for you. Additionally, you'll have free access to every training facility in Nova City. After much discussion, Manager Victor and the head branch manager had reached a conclusion. Gray would be named a substitute for now, as he had yet to reach the level of the main contestants. The tournament was only a month away and would conclude just before the university entrance exams began. If Gray could bridge the gap in strength within that time, he would be promoted to a main contender. If not, he would serve as a substitute this year and aim for the main lineup next year. That was, of course, if Gray still chose to represent Nova City after entering university and moving beyond. "What do you say, young Gray?" Manager Desmond asked calmly while stroking his long white beard. "You can take your time to think about it and inform either me or Manager Victor at a later time." Leah silently looked at Gray. Usually, substitutes don't really receive such sponsors from the Evolvers Association, and she believed he could definitely utilize this support to become stronger faster. To this, Gray showed a thoughtful look on his face. He had never expected something like this to happen, but on the other side, the privileges received from it were not easy for Gray to ignore. After some consideration, he finally spoke. "Fine, I'll join as long as I don't have to show up for anything." "That's fine," Manager Victor's face beamed. "It's a pleasure working with you, Student Gray." As soon as he said that, Secretary Selene entered the special assessment room. She bowed slightly to Manager Victor and Head Branch Manager Desmond, then came up to Gray and spoke. "Evolver Gray, this is your official Evolver ID." She presented a digital card with Gray's name written on it, and under his name was his rank. "Second rank level 2. Second level," Gray was surprised, "but my life level is only at first level." "That is indeed the case," Secretary Selene nodded. "However, the Eterna system personally configures Evolver IDs, and it deemed your rank as second level even though you just became an Evolver." She had handled a lot of Evolver IDs of many Evolvers before, yet this was the first time something like this happened. "Good, good, good," Head Branch Manager Desmond laughed lightly. "Even the Eterna system recognized your talent, young Gray." "I believe she has already encrypted your information," he added. Manager Victor continued. "It's a sort of protection the Eterna system places on young and promising talents to keep them safe. The world has all sorts of people in it, and there are some who are working for the destruction of humanity. They actively hunt geniuses down to eliminate them." Gray nodded. He already knew about it from how it was with Alyssa, so it didn't surprise him at all. After giving Gray his license, Manager Desmond and Manager Victor excused themselves. "Now that you have your Evolver's license, what do you plan on doing?" Leah asked. Gray had a thoughtful expression. "I was planning on going to Golden Chamber to look through some body tempering and mind tempering techniques while also looking at the Asper's evolutionary path." Leah rolled her eyes. "Why do you want to look through them?" "Just for research purposes. Who knows, it might help me in the future," Gray said while spreading his hands. "You do know that due to Evolver resonance with the path and their soul, you can't cultivate other paths, right? As a martial artist, you can't become an immortal cultivator anymore," Leah asked, then she paused. "Unless you aren't a martial artist at all." "Oh," Gray tilted his head with mild interest. "And what makes you think I'm not a martial artist? Even the Eterna system confirmed I possess true energy and have become one." "I don't believe it." Leah's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering within them. "You showed no signs of second awakening last week." Her tone grew firm as she explained. "Normally, someone on the verge of a second awakening would show symptoms at least a month prior. Unusual interactions with cosmic energy, bouts of extreme fatigue, strange physical anomalies, yet you had none of these. I'm certain of it." She fixed her gaze on Gray, her intuition unwavering. "And my instincts tell me you don't wield true energy at all. What you possess feels different, stronger. Your energy is even purple. Yes, I know rare mutations exist, whether from bloodlines or early comprehension of laws, but I can dismiss both. If you carried a special bloodline, you'd already be known as a young master of some prestigious clan. As for comprehending laws, impossible. Only geniuses from the floating cities have the qualifications to touch upon laws at the first rank." Hearing this, Gray merely laughed. Even if she spun the most outrageous theory, the records would only show his energy as pure, refined life energy, what martial artists called true energy. At best, her suspicions would remain just that, an unprovable theory. If I'm not cultivating the martial path, then what path could I possibly be on? Clearly it's martial. What other evolutionary path makes use of life energy? Gray asked with a playful grin. HMPH. Leah turned her head aside, her tone sharp. Who knows, maybe you've forged an evolutionary path of your own. You were already unnatural, almost reaching the power of a first-level evolver while still immortal. I know for certain you don't have special abilities like Alyssa, since you two aren't related by blood. Yet you somehow attained cellular vitality and life force at the X rank with nothing but martial arts. That shouldn't even be possible. Gray couldn't help but laugh harder. Her intuition was frighteningly sharp, almost too sharp. But no matter how close she got, she would never uncover the truth. At least not until he chose to reveal it himself. You could be right or you could be wrong. Gray spread his hands with a casual smile. Either way, I'll be going now. Wait. You said you were going to Golden Chamber, right? Leah rushed up to Gray and asked. I'll go with you, Leah suddenly exclaimed. Gray tilted his head. Why, I'm just going to look through some techniques and such. It will be boring. Also, weren't you dying to go home after training? Yeah, but that was because I didn't feel like training then. Leah rolled her eyes. I have nothing better to do at home either way, and besides you can't just simply walk into Golden Chamber and buy techniques or evolutionary path. There are some requirements to be met. Is that so? Gray tilted his head with a hint of surprise. Sector 1, Golden Chamber Branch. Sophia was a student at Nova 5 High, an exceptional evolver and one of the school's most celebrated beauties. She practiced the Meridian Flame Evolutionary Path, a unique evolutionary path ranked within the top 10 of the evolutionary ranking. This path channeled cosmic energy to ignite the meridians with cosmic fire, fortifying the body and greatly enhancing her abilities. They could also utilize unique immortal spells due to the special nature of their path. She had recently got a job at the Golden Chamber branch. With the university exam in 2 months, everyone has been preparing for it day and night. Coming from a middle-class background, she had found herself a job at the Golden Chamber branch that 2 in Sector 1, where others in her class could only wish to visit occasionally. Now she had a stable job at the Golden Chamber, which is the top commerce establishment in the entirety of Blue Star. She was definitely going to soar from here. Today, she had welcoming duties. For a newbie, it was the easiest job one could get, and because of her good relationship with the manager, she had no work pressure at all. Then she spotted a pair walking ahead, a man and a woman. Both looked exceptionally beautiful. The man wore a darkened expression while the woman's face bloomed with joy. Which is it? Did you create an evolutionary path or not? Leah demanded for what felt like the 100th time since they'd begun traveling toward Sector 1. To anyone else, it might have sounded absurd. Creating an evolutionary path wasn't something that could be brought up so casually. But with Gray's capabilities, she truly believed it was possible. She had been shocked by him too many times. What should have been impossible was now simply ordinary when it came to Gray. Leah was convinced he had created one, yet without evidence she couldn't prove it. The lack of certainty gnawed at her. And so she chose the next best option, annoying him relentlessly, hounding him with the same question over and over again. I really shouldn't have come here with this woman, Gray cursed inwardly. She hadn't given him a single moment of peace since the journey began. Her persistence was so maddening that, at one point, he almost blurted out the truth himself. The only reason he was even here with her was because Leah had claimed that Sector 1's Golden Chamber contained everything he was searching for. Sector 6 might not have what he needed, and she had sworn that she had a way to obtain the things he was looking for. That alone had convinced him to come along. Annoy me again, and I'll make sure you go through training far harsher than today. Gray's expression darkened, his tone leaving no room for doubt. HMPH, this young miss isn't afraid of training. Leah lifted her chin with a smug smile. For some reason, teasing Gray gave her a strange sense of satisfaction, an immeasurable delight that bubbled in her chest. At that moment, Sophia, who had been waiting ahead, noticed the two approaching. She hurriedly stepped forward to greet them, her lips parting to speak, only for her expression to abruptly shift when she clearly heard Gray's voice. See classmate Gray? Sophia's voice trembled in shock. Gray paused mid-conversation with Leah, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is that you, classmate Gray? Sophia's voice trembled in disbelief as her eyes widened. She looked him up and down carefully, unable to reconcile the man before her with the image of the Gray she remembered. Back in class, Gray had been nothing but a troublemaker, a nuisance that everyone despised for his unruly personality. Sophia herself hadn't thought much of him either. In fact, she had considered him an eyesore. Yet now, standing before her, he looked entirely different. Plastic surgery, Sophia concluded inwardly, her lips pressing into a thin line. That had to be it. In her eyes, Gray was nothing more than Alyssa's useless brother, shamelessly riding on her coattails. And now, to top it off, he had gone so far as to change his face just to escape the mediocrity he was born with. Her opinion of him, already poor, sank even lower. Gray could never become an evolver, that was already a fact set in stone. Instead of accepting reality and living quietly, he had chosen vanity, wasting money to change his appearance. Knowing his background, Sophia was even more convinced. Gray's family was just middle class, his father's income modest at best. There was no way he could afford such a thing on his own. No, the only explanation was obvious. He was squandering Alyssa's money. Disgraceful. At the same time, Gray was confused. He had no idea who the girl in front of him was. He tried to jog the memories of the old, Gray, and eventually bits of information appeared in his mind. She was Sophia, who had a similar background to him and was considered the flower of his class. She had certain influence over the boys and they would always flock around her. Then Sophia continued speaking, her voice laced with thinly veiled contempt. "What are you doing here, Gray?" she asked coldly. "There's nothing in the golden chamber that would be of use to you. Everything here is far too expensive and only for evolvers." Her words weren't particularly loud, but the surrounding people still caught snippets of her tone. A few curious eyes drifted toward Gray, assessing him with mild interest. To them, Sophia's words made sense. Why would an ordinary person show up in a place meant for elites? Sophia crossed her arms, her lips curving into a faint smirk as she pressed on. "You should know your limits. Pretending to be something you're not will only end in humiliation. Instead of wasting your time here, you should just go back and live a quiet life. At least then you won't drag your sister down any further." Her eyes, filled with disdain, swept across Gray as though she were looking at a clown. People like Gray disgusted her the most, useless men who leech off others and still dared to show their faces in places they didn't belong. She didn't even mind looking down on him publicly. After all, what could he do? He wasn't even an evolver. Gray froze for a moment, caught off guard. He never expected to be openly belittled by a classmate, much less here in front of strangers. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't even said a word to Sophia, hadn't provoked her in the slightest. Yet somehow she was treating him as though his mere presence was offensive. All he had done was mind his own business, but apparently even that was too much for some people. Even Leah was slightly surprised. Her crimson eyes flicked toward Gray's stunned expression, and for the first time she found herself feeling a trace of sympathy. Just as she was about to rebuke Sophia, a sudden presence interrupted them. A middle-aged man with a plump figure, neatly combed hair, and a mustache paired with a sharp goatee approached briskly. His aura wasn't particularly fierce, but the way he carried himself made it clear he held an important position here. "Miss Leah," the man greeted warmly, his round face splitting into an enthusiastic smile as he bowed slightly. "Your butler has already informed us of your arrival. We have been waiting for you." Sophia's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat as the name sank in. Leah," she stammered, her face paling. "Why, you're that Leah, the top genius of Nova City and the D-daughter of the city lord." The words slipped out before she could stop them. Around them, a few nearby onlookers turned their heads, shocked by the revelation. Gray, too, blinked in surprise. City Lord's daughter, he had known Leah was wealthy, but he hadn't expected this. He thought she was just some pampered young lady from a prominent family. Never would he have guessed she was the daughter of Nova City's ruler. At that moment, the middle-aged man adjusted his goatee and glanced at Sophia with a polite but sharp look. "Miss Leah," he said with concern, "was this girl troubling you? I happen to hear a commotion from this direction, though I don't know what exactly transpired." Sophia's heart instantly skipped a beat. Cold sweat trickled down her back as she realized the gravity of her mistake. She had openly mocked Gray, in front of the city lord's daughter. If a word of this reached the wrong ears, her life in Nova City would become unbearable. "I'm in deep trouble. Sophia's voice trembled, her mind scrambling for an excuse. But before she could say anything, Gray waved his hand lightly, his voice calm and indifferent. "Nothing happened." Sophia heaved a sigh of relief and quickly forced a smile. "Yes, I was just greeting the customer." She hurriedly explained to the manager, her voice trembling as she tried to smooth things over. But before the manager could reply, Leah's cold voice cut in. "No." She interjected sharply, her crimson eyes narrowing. Something did happen. She turned to Sophia, her gaze icy. She wasn't greeting anyone. She was being extremely rude to my friend. Looking down on him, mocking him, even saying he had no place here. The atmosphere instantly shifted. The manager's expression darkened, his once friendly smile vanishing as he turned toward Sophia. His sharp glare landed on her like a hammer. "Sophia," he barked, "is this true?" Sophia's face went pale as a sheet, her knees trembled and her lips moved soundlessly. Horror filled her eyes. "It's over. It's really over. I'll definitely be kicked out now." The manager's voice thundered again. Do you not know the rules of this place? How dare you insult a guest in the golden chamber? If Miss Leah herself had not spoken up, were you planning to lie straight to my face? And no manager, Sophia stammered, but her excuse was cut off by his furious glare. Gray, who had been quietly watching, sighed and looked at Leah helplessly. It's fine, I didn't take it seriously, just let her go. Leah glanced at him but said nothing, her cold expression softening only slightly. The manager straightened, offering a respectful bow to Gray and Leah before turning back to Sophia with a steely glare. Since Miss Leah's friend has spoken on your behalf, I will overlook this matter once. But understand this clearly, Sophia. If I ever hear of you behaving this way again, you won't even have the right to step foot inside the golden chamber. Sophia lowered her head, her face burning with humiliation. She dared not say a word. He then turned to Leah and Gray and invited them in. Please, Miss Leah and Miss Leah's friend, let me take you to the VIP room. Soon, Leah and Gray followed him into the VIP room. On the way, Gray spoke. You didn't really have to say anything. It's common for people to misinterpret my metamorphosis as plastic surgery, especially those who knew me before. It's only natural she'd think that way. Explaining it is more troublesome than reacting to it. Besides, Gray smiled playfully, something like that wouldn't bother me one bit. Still, I appreciate you standing up for me. HMPH, if I didn't say anything, she would have just kept humiliating you in public, Leah said with a small huff. You should be grateful to this young miss. Of course I'm grateful, Gray grinned. How about I become your personal instructor as a way to pay you back? I'll take you up on that offer, Leah replied, rolling her eyes. Please, Manager Earl said smoothly, gesturing with both hands. As the head manager of Sector 1's Golden Chamber, his every movement carried a practiced grace. He personally guided Leah and Gray into the VIP room. The moment the door opened, extravagance struck like a wave. Golden wallpaper shimmered with dragons coiling through clouds, their outlines drawn with pigments refined from rare cosmic ores. A massive table dominated the center, carved from spirit wood mutated by cosmic energy, its polished surface faintly rippled with vitality. The chairs appeared wooden at first glance, yet the subtle glow of their edges betrayed their origin. Crafted with high-grade materials fused by cosmic energy, they weren't just furniture. Sitting in one felt like sinking into a sea of warmth that quietly nourished the body. Gray and Leah took their seats side by side, the chairs automatically adjusting to fit them perfectly. Manager Earl closed the door with a soft click, then sat opposite with a smile so wide his gold teeth glittered like treasure. What may I owe the pleasure of your visit today, Madam Leah? His tone was smooth, almost reverent. Every time Leah came to the Golden Chamber, profits skyrocketed. For Manager Earl, her visit meant more than money. It meant reputation, commission, and the kind of connections people killed for. Whenever she appeared, it was guaranteed to be a very good day. Oh, where are my manners? Manager Earl shook his head and snapped his fingers. A butler in a black and white suit appeared almost instantly, holding a tray with a glowing jade gourd. The rich fragrance spread through the room, making the air feel lighter. Please, have a taste of this 100-year-old divine wine infused with cosmic energy, Earl said with a proud smile. It was brewed by a third-rank expert of the Tao of culinary arts, an essence infusion chef. He used the cosmic energy conversion diagram to temper it for 100 years before refining it. This isn't something money can buy. I was lucky to be gifted this bottle by a senior of mine. The butler poured the shimmering liquid into 2 crystal cups and respectfully placed them before Gray and Leah. Gray took a sip of the wine. His eyes widened a little and then a mischievous grin tugged at his lips. Ho, not bad at all. He leaned back in his chair, swirling the cup lazily. Rich flavor, smooth texture, a faint burn at the end that clears the head. I'd give it 8 out of 10s. Manager Earl froze, almost choking on air. 8 out of 10? This is divine wine crafted by a rank 3 expert. People would sell their families for a single gourd. Leah covered her mouth, trying not to laugh at the look on the manager's face. 8 out of 10, really? You sound like some food critic. Gray chuckled. What, you don't believe me? Then let's switch cups. Maybe yours tastes different. He reached toward her cup with a playful smirk. Leah instantly pulled it back, her eyes narrowing in mock annoyance. You wish, drink your own. Gray shrugged and leaned back again. Can't blame me for trying. Good wine should be shared, after all. Of course, he had never drunk a wine like this in his life. But being in such a luxurious setting, he had to act like a luxurious person. As the saying goes, when you're in the Eastern continent, you act like a native of the Eastern continent. Still, it's not bad. I'd say this is a little better than energy potion I had last week when I almost got hit by a truck. Leah almost choked on her own drink, glaring at him. Energy potion, this is 100-year divine wine. Gray chuckled, pretending not to notice her disbelief. Wine, juice, it's all the same in the end, goes down the throat, makes you feel good. But since it's free, I'll gladly take another glass. Manager Earl's lips twitched violently, his golden teeth flashing. For the first time, he couldn't tell whether Gray was a genius who couldn't be fazed, or just an ignorant lunatic. He coughed lightly and came straight to the point. Of course, now then you mentioned making a purchase, correct? That is correct, Leah said. My friend here, Gray, wishes to study some techniques and evolutionary paths. He is a researcher and very interested in exploring different evolutionary paths. Oh, Manager Earl's face lit up. You've come to the right place. Here at the Sector 1 branch, we have techniques and paths unavailable in any other branch. Young Master Gray, you've made an excellent choice coming here. Good, Gray nodded with a confident smile. That's exactly what I was looking for. I don't need much, just a complete copy of the Aspir evolutionary path, a mind and soul tempering technique, some energy refining techniques and body tempering methods. Oh, and all the immortal spells you have. Excellent choices for research, young Master Gray, Manager Earl said, his face beaming. The mind and body techniques are definitely filled with hidden secrets, and these evolutionary paths and techniques will help you understand them better. This was a massive purchase. He snapped his fingers and the butler standing nearby immediately went into action. Please wait a moment, Manager Earl added politely. We will have all the items you requested ready in just a few minutes. At the same time, Leah looked at Gray strangely. This was even more than what he had mentioned before. And what exactly did he want to do with all the immortal spells? She didn't let her curiosity show, however, and remained silent. Soon the butler returned, accompanied by several other attendants carrying digital scrolls and various immortal spells. One by one, they placed the items neatly in front of Gray. Without hesitation, he began examining them. He started with the evolutionary path. The path was inscribed on a digital scroll, a device similar to a tablet but far more secure. It was encrypted so tightly that if an unauthorized person tried to access it, the data would instantly become corrupted. Seeing Gray's focused eyes on the Aspir evolutionary path, Manager Earl swiftly scanned his fingerprint. The scroll immediately unlocked and text began appearing across its screen. Despite its small size, the scroll allowed for easy navigation, letting Gray scroll through the information efficiently. Gray read through all of them one by one, and eventually Manager Earl spoke up. Young Master Gray, usually people opt for bone tempering or skin refinement first, Manager Earl explained patiently. Marrow cleansing and blood refinement, on the other hand, require immense amounts of energy and a pure source to fuel them. The resources needed are extravagant to say the least. He picked up a digital scroll labeled Copper Flesh Tempering Technique and handed it over. This technique is the most commonly practiced body tempering and skin refinement method, Manager Earl continued. Originally, it was part of the martial evolutionary path, but the great scholars of our Blue Star managed to adapt it so that anyone can cultivate it. His lips curved into a polished, professional smile. Of course, since you're buying it purely for research, you need not concern yourself with such details. Indeed, Gray nodded, smiling faintly. All right, I've seen enough. I'll be purchasing everything here. Excellent choice, young Master Gray, Manager Earl's face lit up. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the butler beside him instantly produced a digital ledger. Numbers flickered across its display as the total was calculated. After a moment, the butler respectfully presented the scroll to Gray. Altogether, the complete Aspir evolutionary path, a mind and soul tempering technique, energy storing techniques, the copper flesh tempering technique, and all the immortal spells we've compiled come to 5,800 Union credits. Manager Earl clasped his hands. Would you like to pay in full, or shall I arrange a contract through the Golden Chamber's credit line? Since you were brought along by Miss Leah, we of the Golden Chamber trust you completely. Manager Earl flashed a smile. To this, Gray was a bit speechless. He never expected it to be 5,800 Union credits, however, he didn't mind. He got this much money in a single day, this was his daily wage, what's there to worry about? No, it's fine, I'll pay, Gray said as he took his phone out and swiftly made the purchase. Miss Leah shot him a side eye when he did so. It was her money after all, ding. 5,800 Union credits have been transferred successfully. The crisp notification echoed in the VIP room. Manager Earl's smile stretched so wide his golden teeth nearly blinded Gray. He clapped his hands together. Excellent, with such a purchase, young Master Gray, it would be rude of us not to show sincerity. From his breast pocket, he pulled out a sleek black card with golden patterns etched across its surface. The logo of the Golden Chamber glowed faintly on it. This is a VIP access card. With it, you'll enjoy priority treatment at any Golden Chamber across Nova City. Reserved rooms, early access to exclusive techniques, discounts on treasures, you name it. He respectfully presented it with both hands. Gray blinked at the card, then suddenly grinned like a kid who had just found candy in his pocket. He snatched it with exaggerated reverence, holding it up to the light. "Oh Tilda, look at this shine. Heh, now this is the treatment I deserve." Manager Earl chuckled politely, not quite sure if Gray was joking or dead serious. Of course, someone like you deserves no less." Miss Leah meanwhile quietly sipped her wine and resisted the urge to facepalm. True worth. He just burned through my credits like it was pocket change, and now he's acting like a big shot. Afterward, Gray put all the items he bought into his spatial ring. With the items bought, he was personally escorted out by Manager Earl. Sophie was still standing at the doors of the Golden Chamber with a dazed look on her face. To think Gray actually had ties with someone like the City Lord's daughter. This was no joke. Just knowing someone like Miss Leah would elevate your status in a social circle, and you would enjoy all sorts of benefits. And she had publicly tried to humiliate him before. She wanted to find a hole and bury herself inside it. Her co-workers were also shooting her weird stares too. She then saw Manager Earl casually chatting with Gray and casually escorting him out. She wanted to call out to him and apologize to him, but he didn't even bother glancing at her. She could only stay helplessly by the side as he went out. "I'm going home now." Gray stretched his body lazily. "We'll meet at the training zone tomorrow." "Yes," Miss Leah said, and after a pause she added, "I better not find you using psionic energy tomorrow." Gray fell silent hearing this. That was exactly what he was going to do. "Didn't you say that evolver resonance prevents practice of other paths? What makes you think I'll be able to use psionic energy? I'm not that special," Gray said while spreading his hands. Miss Leah rolled her eyes and didn't comment further. By that time, her car to go home had already arrived with Albert in the driver's seat. "Are you sure that you don't want me dropping you off?" Miss Leah inquired. Since she was the one who brought him here, she was naturally obliged to send him back. "No need. If you drop me off in the housing zone area in Sector 6, then I'll probably be on the local news tomorrow," Gray said with a deadpan expression. "All right," Miss Leah said with a smile, and she slowly climbed into the car. Gray stood silently by the side, watching Miss Leah as the door of the luxurious car slowly closed. Then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the next instant, his ability stirred to life on its own. "Your comprehension defies the heavens. By observing the Fated One's supporter, Miss Leah, you have sensed a shift in fate and comprehended the skill." "Fate inside." Gray's expression shifted drastically. His eyes locked onto Miss Leah as a flood of information poured into his mind like a tidal wave. The world around him warped, colors draining away until all he could see were countless threads woven around Miss Leah's body. Violet threads twisted together with ominous black ones. The new skill whispered their meaning into his mind. Violet threads represented challenges, while black threads represented death. Miss Leah caught the sudden change in his face. The grim look startled her so much she immediately stopped the door from closing and stepped out of the car. "What happened?" she asked, her heartbeat quickening. She had only known Gray for a short while, but for some reason her instincts screamed at her that his reaction wasn't something she could ignore. "Nothing," Gray shook his head lightly, his lips curving into an easy smile. "Just remembered something I need to take care of back home." But deep inside, his heart was still heavy. He had seen it clearly: death. Miss Leah's fate had shifted so abruptly that even his ability had been forced to respond. "Is that all?" Miss Leah gave him a blank look, half exasperated. "For a second I thought something serious had happened to you." "How strange." She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Why did I even bother getting out of my car?" With that, she turned around and slipped back inside. Albert, who had watched the whole exchange silently, narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at Gray. He could tell something wasn't as simple as it looked but said nothing. "Well, I'll be leaving now," Miss Leah said awkwardly, her hand already on the door. Even she couldn't quite explain to herself why she'd jumped out to check on him. They weren't close at all, definitely not close enough for her to be worrying about his expressions. "Safe travels," Gray replied calmly. Just as she was about to leave, Gray looked from Albert back to Miss Leah and spoke in a softer tone. "The City Lord, he's still in Nova Mansion, right?" "Yes," Miss Leah nodded, a bit confused. "He's in seclusion there." "That's good," Gray nodded. "Since you've just grasped how to control sword energy, I think it's better if you train on your own for a while. Don't show up tomorrow, stay home and practice for a day or two. You'll find controlling sword energy much easier after that." Practice at home." Miss Leah's heart skipped a beat for some unknown reason. "Why? Didn't you say to meet at the training zone tomorrow?" "I did, it's your wish, but I suggest staying home and practicing," Gray said. "I didn't think it through before." "And stay home, the closer you are to the City Lord the better," he added. Miss Leah's expression became even stranger than before. "What suddenly happened to you?" Instead of feeling strange and weird, she felt the opposite. The more Gray spoke, the more a feeling of dread appeared, a feeling which gave pressure to her heart. I trust your intuition, Miss Leah, Gray said. I'll be leaving now, practice hard at home, got it, don't go anywhere for the coming few days. His gaze shifted to Albert, who met his eyes and gave a small nod, as if silently agreeing with him. Without another word, he started the car, leaving Gray standing there as he watched Miss Leah's car slowly leave from his vision. An hour later, Gray was back home after taking the ultra-fast train that ran on air. Though Sector 1 and Sector 6 looked close on paper, the truth was that Nova City was massive, larger than a mid-sized country back on Earth. Traveling between the two was like crossing entire states in his old world, each sector separated by layers of skyways, districts, and towering megastructures. Fortunately, with this world's ever-advancing technology, distance was never a problem. The ultra-fast anti-gravity trains cut the journey down to just an hour, humming silently across tracks of compressed air and supported by floating arrays. The moment he arrived home, Gray wasted no time. The whole Fate Insight matter still weighed heavily on his mind, but he didn't let it consume him. From what he understood, the omen of death looming over Leah could be avoided as long as she stayed home near the city lord. If she did that, the danger would pass on its own in a day or two. The tricky part was how fate itself worked. He couldn't just speak it out loud, doing so would only make it worse. The information he received was clear. Directly exposing fate accelerated its arrival. If he told someone they were about to stumble into great fortune, fate would rush to fulfill it earlier. And death was no different. The moment it was revealed, fate would hasten it, forcing it to completion. Fate was impartial, like a river current that bent to no one's will, but once disturbed, it crashed forward with unstoppable momentum. However, he set those thoughts aside for now. His attention shifted to the brand new evolutionary path he had just purchased, the Asper evolutionary path. Gray's eyes gleamed as he placed the digital scroll on his desk. Just thinking about it made his blood stir. Compared to ordinary evolutionary paths, the Asper path was mysterious and elusive. It was said that Aspers could wield abilities that bent the laws of reality itself, telekinesis, mind control, even glimpses into other dimensions that ordinary humans could never perceive. Speaking of dimensions, he wanted to glimpse into a dimension as well. Information layer. Gray's eyes flashed as he recalled the first time his entire vision shifted into a completely different dimension, a dimension made entirely of information. He didn't know how to describe it, but it felt like a place where all answers existed, where knowledge flowed like rivers and truths were stripped bare. Just the memory of it left his chest trembling with anticipation. I might be able to access that dimension again once I awaken my mind, Gray thought. Since he was creating his own evolutionary path, evolver resonance wouldn't affect him. By the time he finished reading the Asper path, his completely broken ability would refine it into something that eliminated evolver resonance entirely. Something that could be seamlessly integrated into his evolutionary path. The Asper path had 4 distinct evolutionary stages, corresponding to the 4 ranks of evolution: 1 mind resonance state, 2 consciousness expansion state, 3 psychic core formation state, 4 soul condensation state. One would continuously temper their soul and mind, growing stronger and affecting reality more profoundly. Additionally, Aspers awakened unique powers for the first time when they underwent metamorphosis. Since Gray had already undergone metamorphosis, he wasn't sure if he would awaken something like that or not. With that in mind, he began reading the Asper path in detail, starting with the basics, then moving on to the chapter on mind resonance. Time passed swiftly, and before Gray knew it, he had already comprehended the entire evolutionary path. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading the Asper evolutionary path, you've effectively understood the mind-awakening phenomenon and created the skill primal thought ignition. Relevant information about the newly acquired skill appeared in Gray's mind. Success, Gray exclaimed in delight, but he didn't stop there. After comprehending the Asper path, he immediately opened the mind and soul tempering technique he had bought from the Golden Chamber. Soon his ability was triggered once again. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Mind-Soul Refinement Technique, you've grasped the essence of tempering one's mind and soul and comprehended the skill Nexus Core Mind Technique. It's done, Gray wore a satisfied expression. He now possessed a technique to awaken the mind and temper it with Nexus energy. With that finished, he immediately shifted his focus to the body tempering techniques he had purchased. His goal was to build a perfect evolutionary path that strengthened every aspect of himself equally. If one part of him was weaker than the others, how could he call it perfect? His body, mind, soul, and energy, everything would grow stronger. Normally, this would demand enormous resources, but Gray intended to make it nearly as efficient as a typical evolutionary path, so it wouldn't take countless years to advance. Of course, talent played a crucial role in most evolutionary paths. Many people were stuck at the first rank for their entire lives. The members of the Tigerclaw gang Gray had eliminated, for example, had been stuck at level 2 and had resorted to using a corrupted pill just to break through to barely reach the limit of level 2, closer to the 3rd level. But Gray planned to completely eliminate the need for talent. He intended to create a minor evolutionary path that didn't utilize Nexus energy for the people of Blue Star. Otherwise, it would become a huge problem if his path's threshold turned out to be even higher than the 3 top evolutionary paths. Shaking that thought away, Gray focused on the body tempering techniques. As Manager Earl had mentioned, most evolvers only opted for body tempering and skin refining, since they were the easiest and most cost-efficient methods. Attempting marrow cleansing, organ refinement, or blood purification required massive amounts of cosmic energy, as well as rare, pure resources. A single misstep could be lethal. But did that concern Gray? No, he would read all the body tempering techniques and merge them together. By comprehending all the body tempering techniques, you've refined and adjusted them into a single skill. Unified Nexus tempering technique. He didn't stop there. He moved on to the energy refining techniques he bought and combined them together, merging them with his breathing technique. By comprehending and merging all the energy refining techniques, you've refined and adjusted them into a single skill. Nexus Vortex Refinement Technique. It's complete, Gray smiled. It's finally time to create my evolutionary path. By comprehending and merging all the body tempering, energy refining, and mind-soul tempering techniques, you've refined and adjusted them into a single technique. Nexus Ascension Scripture. But he didn't stop there. It's complete. Gray let out a satisfied breath, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It's finally time to forge my own evolutionary path. By comprehending and merging all body tempering, energy refining, and mind-soul tempering techniques, you have reconstructed and unified them into a single supreme scripture. Nexus Ascension Scripture. But Gray didn't stop there. Now, for the minor path, one that others can cultivate. He had already planned for this moment long ago. Since he couldn't upload his own path, he would upload a minor version of it. A path modeled after his Nexus evolutionary path, but based on a weaker variant of energy. Nexus energy surged into his palm, condensing into a flickering sphere of flame. Remove the true origin energy sequence, and what's left should be this. Buzz the flame twisted, its radiant glow dimming, shifting into a pale shade of gray. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By altering the structure of your primary energy, you have derived a lesser energy. It's unnamed, which means this energy has never appeared in this world. Gray's eyes lit up. But it made sense, only he had the ability to see through energy patterns after all. He then thought for a moment before speaking with certainty. Ether. From now on, this energy will be called Ether energy. It was a force infinitely close to Nexus energy. Destined to walk beside it but never surpass it, your comprehension defies the heavens. You have created Ether breathing technique. Your comprehension defies the heavens. You have created Ether Ascension Scripture. With that, his minor evolutionary path was fully constructed. This will allow the distribution of the path and help me with the so-called ultimate leap, Gray mused. The ultimate leap, no one truly knew what it meant, yet it had been circulating across the internet for years. According to the rumors, the ultimate leap referred to a stage where one transcended to a higher level of existence, and to achieve it, spreading one's own evolutionary path was a crucial requirement. That was also the reason why countless people attempted to create their own evolutionary paths. By distributing his path, Gray could effectively prepare himself for that moment. It's time to officially reach level 1. Gray's face lit up with excitement as he pushed himself up from the chair and headed toward the Evolvers Association. There was still time before midnight, and he planned to achieve his first level today itself. The process would be lengthy, so before heading to the association's training zone, he made a stop at the Golden Chamber. There, he bought a bundle of plain talismans to draw mini cosmic energy conversion diagrams, along with several energy potions and a healing potion in case things went wrong. When Gray finally arrived at the Evolvers Association, he was surprised to see a familiar figure standing in front of the building, looking somewhat lonely. People passing by couldn't help but glance at her with awe, but the girl paid them no attention, silently waiting by the side. The girl, dressed in casual sportswear, her beauty sharp enough to make strangers turn for a second glance, was none other than Alyssa. "What are you doing here all alone?" Gray walked forward with a small smile on his face. "Are you waiting for your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Alyssa lifted her head and shot him a cold, blank stare. "What's it to you? Mind your own business." "Hey, no need to get angry." Gray spread his hands in defense. It's not embarrassing to have a boyfriend, it's completely normal at your age. Alyssa said nothing, falling into silence. Instead, she carefully observed Gray up close. The longer she looked, the stranger he seemed. His face was different, his demeanor was different, even his personality felt distant. The only thing that still reminded her of the old Gray was his voice. Alyssa pursed her lips. "Why are you here?" "Training," Gray replied casually. "Since it's still early, I thought I'd get some practice in." Alyssa gave a small nod. Gray, however, was surprised inwardly. She had actually gone out of her way to ask what he was doing here. Did she suddenly have a change of heart toward her brother? Usually when they ran into each other in public, she wouldn't even spare him a glance, much less strike up a conversation. This small shift caught him completely off guard. Just then, a girl suddenly rushed over and planted herself in front of Alyssa with a defensive stance. It was none other than Ellen, Alyssa's close friend. "What do you want with my sweet Alyssa?" Ellen glared at Gray fiercely. "Leave her alone." Alyssa facepalmed slightly at the scene. Gray, on the other hand, couldn't help but smirk in amusement. "Oh. And who might you be?" Gray raised an eyebrow before turning back to Alyssa. "Wait, is this your girlfriend?" That one line instantly made both Alyssa's and Ellen's faces sour. "I'm Alyssa's best friend," Ellen declared proudly, puffing her chest out before hugging Alyssa's arm like a guardian. "That's so?" Gray chuckled. "Good, I was worried Alyssa might be the lonely type, but I'm glad she has someone like you." "HMPH," Alyssa snorted in annoyance. At the same time, Ellen gave Alyssa a questioning look. From the way Gray carried himself, he didn't seem like some creep chasing after Alyssa, and besides, he was a little too handsome for that. "Nice to meet you, I'm Gray Lockhart." Gray hesitated mid-sentence. For a split second, Alyssa caught the pause, her expression flickering with something complicated before vanishing as Gray finished his words. "Her brother." "What?" Ellen froze in shock. "You're her brothers." She turned to Alyssa, who silently nodded. "You." Ellen immediately went dizzy with embarrassment. She had definitely overreacted. "This." Ellen forced out a sheepish smile. "So it turns out you're Alyssa's brother. Sorry for the misunderstanding, but really this ice block here never tells us anything." Alyssa kept her silence. At that moment, two more figures approached Rock and Evan. "Who is this?" Rock asked, adjusting his glasses as he gave Gray a sharp, analyzing look. Evan, on the other hand, froze in place the moment he saw Gray. "It's you, friend," Evan exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone turned toward him, including Gray. Gray looked confused. He didn't recognize the man's face. "Who are you?" Gray asked curiously. "It's me. Remember the truck incident last week?" Evan said with a dumbfounded expression. He hadn't expected Gray to forget so quickly. "Oh," Gray's eyes lit with understanding. "It's you." Gray gave a small nod. "Yes," Evan sighed, looking speechless. "You two know each other?" Ellen asked, surprised. It seemed like everyone here except her already knew Alyssa's brother. Even Alyssa raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "Yeah." Evan nodded and quickly recounted the truck incident. Then, narrowing his eyes at Gray, he added with suspicion, "Still, friend, you've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. What did you do to alter your appearance so drastically? It's not metamorphosis, is it? You were already an evolver back then, right? Otherwise, how could you have dodged that speeding truck? No, it definitely isn't metamorphosis." Alyssa's expression changed sharply at those words. From Evan's tone, he was certain Gray had already been an evolver before last Tuesday, but she was sure that wasn't the case. She had felt it with her own senses. Gray had only gone through metamorphosis on Wednesday. So then, how? Gray, meanwhile, was sweating bullets. Forcing out a laugh, he waved his hand dismissively. "Ha ha ha, I had plastic surgery, that's all, nothing more." Alyssa was utterly flabbergasted. She stared at him, stunned by how shamelessly he would lie with a straight face. Gray glanced back at her, twitching his eyebrows and subtly moving his lips in silent signals. It was clear to both of them that he was hiding something. How could a mere mortal dodge a speeding truck? She knew with certainty he had only undergone metamorphosis a day later. "Oh, is that so?" Evan frowned. "I didn't know plastic surgery could increase height too." "Haha, what can I say? The technology on Blue Star is truly advanced, isn't it?" Gray laughed awkwardly. Evan gave an equally awkward laugh in response. Then all of a sudden something shifted. Gray's Fate Insight ability triggered without warning. Instantly, his perception was flooded with overwhelming visions. At the center of Evan's chest, a blinding light burned brightly, with millions upon millions of threads weaving outward from him, connecting to everything around. Alyssa, Ellen, Rock, even random passersby were bound to him by luminous strands of fate. Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. He almost shouted aloud at the bizarre scene. Everyone was connected to Evan. Everyone, except him. The only thread Gray had was a faint one linking him to Alyssa. But what came next shook him even more. "Your comprehension defies the heavens." You have glimpsed the very fate of the world itself and identified the fate holder. Your comprehension defies the heavens. As one who dares to face heaven directly, your senses have reached higher dimensions. You have detected the existence of a powerful being within the fate holder. Gray's vision blurred, and in the next instant, he was pulled into a blank, endless space. A voice suddenly boomed inside his skull, each syllable crashing down with the weight of worlds. You can see me. The voice was pleasant, melodic even, yet so otherworldly that it made Gray feel like the entire universe was crumbling around him. What the hell? Gray was dumbfounded. Before him was a beautiful lady whose face was so beautiful it completely surpassed both Leah and Alyssa. No, she looked like a fallen immortal being. In the middle of the endless space was a resting place, with special invocations and runes floating in the air. Just staring at it made Gray's heartbeat quicken. At the center of the resting place reclined an extremely alluring, immortal beauty. Her skin was as flawless as jade, her long silken hair cascading like a waterfall and her eyes shimmered like starlight. Her lips carried a natural charm, and her delicate figure seemed carved by the heavens themselves. Just a single glance from her could steal the hearts of millions. She stared at Gray with a look of interest and caution. "Hey, young one," her pleasant voice rang out again, soft yet echoing like divine chimes through the void. "I know you can see me." Gray immediately acted like he couldn't see her at all. He tried to shift his focus back to the real world, but to his dismay, the world was now painted in a blank color, and everything around him, even the walking passengers, was frozen. Gray was speechless. The lady in front of him had frozen time. How completely normal. I've merely halted the temporal flow around Nova City for a moment. The pleasant immortal suddenly flickered and appeared right beside Gray, her movements weightless and serene. Gray silently made eye contact with the immortal lady. She closely observed him, and he did the same. "How can you see me?" the immortal lady inquired curiously, her gaze deep like a cosmic sea. "There is no one on this entire blue star who should be able to sense my existence aside from that damned AI called Eterna." "It is a mere coincidence," Gray replied cautiously. "I don't mean to offend you in any way. We can act like we never saw each other and go on with our lives. Now, Miss Immortal, please restore the time." Gray was sweating bullets inwardly. Time was stopped right now. The lady in front of him had casually paused time around Nova City. Just how damn powerful was she to disrupt the very flow of time itself? Hearing this, the immortal lady laughed lightly, her voice melodious yet carrying an ageless weight. "Do not fret, child, I will not harm you, as long as you tell me how you managed to perceive my presence." However, just then the immortal lady froze up. This. Is that heavenly tribulation within your energy field?" An incredulous expression appeared on her face. "How are you fine with the heavenly tribulation within your internal system? How is that possible?" the immortal lady asked, astonished. "It is the bane of all energy." Just as quickly, an overwhelming presence descended onto Gray. It was the divine consciousness of the immortal trying to probe Gray's body. But, buzz. Nexus energy churned and rushed toward the descending consciousness, directly terminating it. The immortal lady grew even more shocked than before. Her shock was growing with every passing second. At the same time, Gray's expression darkened with every passing second. His secrets were being revealed one by one, and the fact that Nexus energy was directly able to negate the overwhelming consciousness descending onto him just made him appear even more mysterious. "It's over, this immortal lady is going to dissect him now. I knew you were not ordinary from the first time I saw you, when you almost got hit by the truck. You clearly weren't an evolver back then, yet last week you still burst out with the power of an evolver despite being a complete mortal. That is simply impossible." The immortal lady spoke as she closely examined Gray, her tone calm but carrying the authority of one who had witnessed countless eras. "Now I can't probe you either. I highly doubt there are even many beings in this entire universe who can escape my perception." "If you're so powerful, then how did you reach this state?" Gray asked curiously. His defier of heavenly logic was working, and through it, he knew she was in a weakened state, relying on Evan's existence to cling onto the world. Hearing this, a faintly bitter smile appeared on the immortal lady's face. "That is of no importance. What's important is you," the immortal lady said, her eyes shimmering faintly. "Just what are you?" "You no longer feel like a human," the immortal lady said as she closely examined Gray. "You do not give off the aura of a mortal anymore, something greater. Could it be?" Then she immediately shook her head. "No, such a thing cannot occur so easily." Gray was even more confused seeing her talk to herself. "Forget it, you do not intend to reveal anything to me, I can already tell," the immortal lady said after returning to her resting place in a graceful flicker of light. "I am certain you are hiding something immense, and it most definitely does not originate from Blue Star. Senior, are you not from Blue Star? Are you from outer space? Gray asked cautiously. The answer was pretty clear to him. Someone like her, who was branded as a powerful being by his ability, was definitely not something a small planet like Blue Star could handle. Of course not. The immortal lady snorted lightly, though even her disdain carried elegance. This tiny level 0 planet cannot even give birth to a being such as I. Wait, how do you know about outer space? The immortal lady grew suspicious, her gaze sharpening. It is clear that the people of this backwater planet know nothing of what lies beyond the sky. Are you someone who descended into this world like me? The immortal lady asked in a questioning tone, her voice laced with divine curiosity. No comment, Gray replied with some hesitation. But I know nothing of outer space, Gray added. I just know that there is a bigger world out there in the universe with millions and millions of galaxies, countless planets and stars, and potentially life forms on them. The immortal lady fell silent, her eyes flickering like dying stars. Did that AI Eterna tell you this? No, Gray replied, though he was slightly shocked. Senior, do you mean to say the Eterna system knows about outer space? Hearing this, the immortal lady laughed softly. That thing itself came from outer space. What makes you think it does not know of the endless starry sky beyond Blue Star's sky? Then why is it hiding the fact that there is outer space? Gray asked in confusion. Also, why can't people go outside Blue Star? It said that the sky is endless, that there's a thick ice wall covering the planet from all directions, and that this world is also flat. It doesn't make sense gravitationally for it to be flat. You sure know a lot about how planets work, the immortal lady said in a tone of mild curiosity. But to answer your question, I have no idea either. I do not know why there is an endless sky or why people cannot leave this planet. Unless I personally ventured into the true world beyond and observed the walls and the sky, I would not be able to deduce a definitive answer. And that boy Evan is not strong enough to be concerning himself with the endless sky right now. Such thoughts would only invite calamity upon him. Does he know about outer space? Gray inquired. No, the immortal lady said. I never mentioned it to him. He is far too weak to comprehend the starry sky either way. Then Gray pursed his lips. Do you know what he is? What he is? The immortal lady had a confused expression on her face. Isn't he just a normal, average human? He was probably the most untalented man on this planet until I found him and began to instruct him. And Gray fell silent when he heard this. Turns out the scope of the fate holder wasn't just limited to Blue Star. A thread was connected to the immortal lady as well, and even she was unaware of his destiny. The protagonist of the universe, that was Evan Brown. Okay, thank you for your time, Senior. Gray thanked the immortal lady quickly. What if she got offended by how many questions he was asking and decided to slap him out of existence? Now please revert the time back. I'm sure others will notice the fact that time is frozen in Nova City, especially those Tigerclaw gang bunch in the outer ring. Don't worry about it, the immortal lady said with a yawn. No one will sense it or even know that time was ever stopped. Senior, I'm sure stopping time is spending a lot of energy. I believe we should end this conversation here today and revert time back, Gray said cautiously. That's not an issue either. The immortal lady had an arrogant look on her face. Someone at my level doesn't even need to spend an ounce of energy to bend the natural flow of the world, let alone a small portion of it. I can keep the time here frozen forever if I want to, and nobody will ever notice it either. And Gray was shaken. Turns out this senior was more powerful than he expected. And it looked like this senior didn't plan on letting him leave just yet. Okay, now that I've revealed information to you, it's your turn now, the immortal lady said. How are you fine after having heavenly tribulation in your system? No, how did you even come in contact with it? I was struck by lightning when I was transforming into an evolver, Gray revealed. I just used a special technique to contain the heavenly tribulation from that to study it later. Of course, there were no techniques here. It was purely just his Nexus energy surpassing it. It could do nothing to him as long as the energy of perfection existed. Struck by lightning, the immortal lady had a flabbergasted expression on her face. How are you already undergoing heavenly tribulation while being only a first-rank evolver? What did you do to provoke the all-powerful heaven? I wonder, Gray said with a helpless smile. He couldn't just reveal the fact that it was because he did something that could essentially be considered the biggest taboo in Heaven's Book of Taboos. You don't even cultivate a primordial evolutionary path, just a martial artist. Then how? The more she tried to make sense of Gray, the more confusing it became. No, you're not a martial artist. She suddenly narrowed her eyes as she examined Gray closely. You give off true energy from your body, but it feels like an imitation. Gray's heart skipped a beat, but he tried not to show anything on his face. Are you really a martial artist? The immortal lady asked suspiciously. The fact your energy actually negated my probing also makes it hard for me to believe that it's true energy. I'm sorry, Gray sighed and spoke. Please don't ask anything about my evolutionary path. It cannot be revealed to anyone at all cost. Fine, the immortal lady nodded. Since you don't want to talk about your evolutionary path, then it's fine. I won't ask you any further. Gray nodded silently. This senior was surprisingly understanding. He thought higher-level beings would be extremely unreasonable and assertive. One last question, and I hope you answer this truthfully, the immortal lady said. Are you an ally to this world? The immortal lady asked with a light flashing in her eyes. I've encountered many special people like you in my long life, and in the end, all of them fell to the darkness, the abyss, becoming the very thing that they sought to destroy. The abyss, a shocked expression appeared on Gray's face. Senior, are you talking about the abyss, the corruption fields? You know about the abyss. The immortal lady was even more shocked. The information about the abyss definitely isn't something people in this world know about. It's so tightly sealed, Eterna didn't allow any information about it to leak. She looked at Gray as if waiting for an answer. I saw someone creating a corruption field in the outer ring last week. Gray spoke. I don't exactly know how he managed to create a corruption field, but it did happen, and when I entered the corruption field, I was able to sense the abyssal energy from the Necro Star before it fused with the cosmic energy of the world and created the corruption energy. What? Create a corruption field? The immortal lady's eyes became deathly cold when she heard this. It looks like the abyss has already made direct contact with the Blue Star's people. The situation is worse than I thought. A grim look appeared on her face. Senior, what exactly is the abyss? Is it a different world? Gray had his own theories and he decided to ask it directly. You could call it that, the immortal lady said. It's best to not have more knowledge of the abyss. The more knowledge you have about it, the more chances of it getting to you. Just thinking about the abyss alone is more than enough for it to notice you. And Gray's eyes flashed with a grim light when he heard this. Just know that the abyss. It's your worst enemy. Countless die in the starry sky each day under the abominations emerging from the abyss. It's the one true evil that will never stop until it has completely swallowed our world. The corruption fields are a way for them to steal the energy of our world for their own use, while also slowly corrupting planets. They are world conquerors who will never stop until they completely wipe out everyone in our world. Everyone you know, everyone you don't. That's a lot of information, Gray said with a speechless smile. I knew that the abyss was an extremely evil place, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. This planet will also get swallowed, the immortal lady said as she shook her head. I believe it is already too late. The abyss's beings have already come in contact with humans of this world, with them creating corruption fields. It won't be long before the world becomes corrupted enough, and a higher level being descends into this world from the abyss. There are certain conditions for a higher level being from the abyss to cross over due to the world consciousness constantly suppressing the abyss. But once a world becomes corrupted, the barrier becomes easier to break. Is there no way to stop the abyss? Gray asked with a deep frown. The people of Blue Star believe that once all the corruption fields are eliminated, the crisis will be over. That is nothing but wishful thinking. The immortal lady's voice carried a solemn weight and a faint sigh escaped her lips. Erasing the abyss is not so simple. Even if you were to purge every trace of it from a world, it would return. Once corruption takes root, it is almost impossible to remove it fully. At best, a higher being can suppress it, but in all my long life, no one has discovered a way to cleanse it completely. No one. Gray's purple eyes gleamed like crescents in the dim light. Indeed, her gaze grew distant. Abyssal energy is unlike anything else. It devours other energies outright. Our universe offers no force that can resist it. Gray's expression turned thoughtful, then in theory. If there existed an energy stronger than the abyss, one capable of cleansing it, the corruption could be removed. The immortal lady studied him carefully, her ancient eyes narrowing. If such a thing truly exists, then yes, it is possible. Her instincts stirred uneasily. She felt as though he were about to unveil something that would shake her very understanding of reality. Gray raised his hand. Then I will show you. There is an energy within me, one that surpasses abyssal energy. He did not speak carelessly. He had hesitated, weighing the danger of revealing his greatest secret. But the immortal lady was bound to the fate holder. And the fate holder was the world's destined ally. If she could not be trusted, then there was no one in existence he could rely on. With his decision made, Gray extended his palm. Nexus energy surged outward, then split apart. From it, the true origin energy separated, leaving behind the union of cosmic and life energy. Buzz, a soft hum filled the air as a ball of light gray radiance condensed in his hand. The immortal lady fell silent. She gazed upon the energy with an expression rarely seen on her immortal face, an expression that questioned the very fabric of reality. This was no ordinary force. Gray's reasoning was simple. She had entrusted him with secrets of the abyss and revealed how helpless the people of this world were before it. He, in turn, would show her hope. His etheric energy born from Nexus was fundamentally different. Where the abyss corrupted, Ether purified it. If heavenly tribulation was the bane of all energies, then Nexus was the bane of existence itself. Abyssal energy being born from it could not escape its restraint. There was no way it could handle Ether energy, which was derived from Nexus energy. All he lacked was a method to direct this power. With a proper cleansing technique, Ether could become the sharpest weapon against corruption. This, the immortal lady's eyes trembled, her composure faltering. This is not cosmic energy, nor life energy, nor any spiritual essence I know. It feels like the convergence of all energies and yet above them. It suppresses all others. When it emerges, every lesser energy hides in its shadow. Gray smiled faintly. You once asked me whether I was the ally of this world. Consider this my answer. Her lips parted, but only a whisper came out. You. Just what are you? In her endless life, she had encountered countless wonders, yet never had she felt such upheaval. An energy capable of suppressing abyssal corruption completely on a remote backwater planet like Blue Star. Her gaze sharpened. As I thought, you are no longer a mere human. Earlier I felt it faintly, but now I am certain. You are caught halfway in a transformation, though something still binds you, perhaps. Your life level. Gray's brow furrowed. Life level transformation, what are you talking about? The immortal lady shook her head, her expression grave. Do not press further. To speak of such matters is to touch the workings of heaven itself. I would bring calamity upon both of us if I explained. Gray could only sigh inwardly. If you cannot say it, then why even mention it? Now his curiosity burned even brighter, but he forced himself to set it aside. The matter of the abyss was far more urgent. That is not what we should focus on. He spread his hand, the gray light swirling. Tell me plainly, can this energy cleanse abyssal corruption or not? I have faced pure abyssal energy countless times. I can say with certainty this force of yours stands above it. She raised her hand, and with a gesture the world around them shifted. The blank space dissolved, replaced by a vast library. Ancient tomes and runes floated across endless shelves, each radiating with profound power. Names etched in light flashed before Gray's eyes, sky-splitting rupture, ninth nirvanic ascension, and countless others. Gray swallowed hard, stunned. So many techniques, each with a name brimming with grandeur and mystery. With his comprehension, could he not become invincible overnight if he mastered them all? The immortal lady caught the look in his eyes and shook her head. Do not be tempted. Most of these require life levels far beyond your own. Even if you learned the words, your body and soul would shatter the moment you attempted them. She waved her hand again, and a single rune appeared, glowing faintly in her palm. Cosmic Purge Technique. This art is used by evolvers of high standing. It cleanses impurities from the land and from disciples, purifying their bodies of flaws. Though simple, it is versatile. In theory, it can be used with any form of energy, which means, her eyes lingered on the sphere in Gray's hand. With your power, it may indeed cleanse abyssal corruption entirely. The rune floated toward him, light spinning in delicate arcs. Take it, she said with quiet solemnity. If it works, then even if you alone can wield it, it will be enough to turn the tide against the abyss. Gray received the rune, his gaze steady. Do not worry. I intend to spread my evolutionary path across Blue Star. Anyone who walks it will eventually cultivate etheric energy. In time, countless people will be able to wield this cleansing method. The abyss will no longer reign unchecked. The immortal lady's face softened, but before she could respond, her figure wavered. She pressed a hand to her forehead as her form began to flicker, growing increasingly translucent. Gray's eyes widened. I expended too much energy by stopping time, she said, her tone strained. But you said earlier that it cost you nothing. Her lips curved faintly. A harmless lie. I wish to test you. Do you think it possible to halt time on such a scale without paying a price? Gray's mouth twitched, but he held his tongue. Do not dwell on it. Her figure dimmed further. I only sought to confirm you were not one of the old monsters roaming the starry sky. Now I have my answer. She gave him one last look, her voice echoing faintly as the library faded into mist. We will meet again. I will send Evan to you. When the time comes, I wish to see the evolutionary path that utilizes that energy you have forged with my own eyes. Her figure vanished and the world snapped back into place. Time flowed once more, leaving Gray back where he originally was. Huh. As soon as Gray came back, he saw Evan's expression change drastically, as if something dire had happened. "Senior," Evan exclaimed out loud, louder than usual. Hearing his exclamation, Ellen, Albert, and Alyssa immediately turned their heads toward Evan with looks of concern. "What happened, Evan?" Ellen came to Evan's side and asked, concern and worry written on her face. Nothing," Evan shook his head slowly. "I just suddenly zoned out, don't worry." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Ellen nodded and calmed down. Seeing this, Gray knew Evan was most likely affected by the sudden appearance of his all-powerful senior. However, he didn't plan on saying anything now. The immortal senior would reveal herself to Evan on her own once she woke up again. "Well, you guys have fun," Gray said with a smile. "I'll be on my way now. I won't keep you guys any longer." Saying that, he nodded slightly at Alyssa, who surprisingly also nodded back, and then directly went inside the Evolvers Association. As soon as he went in, all four of their phones rang simultaneously. "Huh, what a coincidence, our phones rang at the same time," Ellen said with a surprised expression. Everyone swiftly took out their phones to check, and to their surprise it was from the Evolvers Association Tournament Group. "It's from the Tournament Group," Albert said as he pushed his eyeglasses back. He swiftly navigated through the messaging app and opened the message for everyone to read. "Notice, a new substitute member has joined the tournament group. Please welcome him at everyone." Lockhart. All of them fell dead silent when they saw this. Especially Albert and Ellen, both of them were also part of the substitute team, and it was honestly surprising to see Alyssa's brother there. On Alyssa's phone, she tried to tap Gray's profile, only to find that she had blocked the user. Indeed, this confirmed it. It was none other than her brother. What a coincidence. Ellen mumbled under her breath as she stared at the freshly closed door of the Evolvers Association. "It's time," Gray muttered to himself as he entered the private training room he had rented. With the current wealth he possessed, renting a top-tier training room in the Evolvers Association was no longer hard for him. It was effortless, and the amount deducted would barely even make a difference. As soon as he entered, he took out the talisman papers he had brought from the Golden Chamber. He swiftly took out a special ink pen infused with cosmic energy that he had also brought from the Golden Chamber and began drawing the mini cosmic energy conversion diagram. One by one, the diagrams, each shaped like a golden ratio, were drawn on every talisman he had brought, and he started sticking them all around the walls and floor of the room in an array to maximize the cosmic energy. Afterward, he took out several translucent bottles, one with blue liquid and another with light green liquid, bubbles rising from the bottom to the top. These were the healing potions and energy potions he had purchased. He neatly placed them around him in a circle as he sat down cross-legged in the center of the potions. It was now time to officially step into the first level of the first rank. Gray calmed his breathing. He completely forgot about everything else and focused solely on his body and Nexus energy. Once his concentration reached its peak, he began. The first step was awakening the mind. Buzz. Nexus energy slowly churned, pulsing rhythmically along with his breathing, and swiftly started climbing out of his energy field. From the energy field, it flew straight to his spinal cord. Buzz, a purple glow formed around his lower spine. This time, the Nexus energy rushed into his neural pathways not to overload his senses, but to form something completely new. As the Nexus energy surged, it wove a unique pattern. From that pattern, a spark was born. The spark rushed to his mind. His mind had been completely and utterly empty with no source of light. However, that changed. Buzz, as soon as the spark struck his mind, the darkness exploded as if the world were ending. The spark shone with great brilliance and brought light to the world of his mind, growing even stronger as more and more sparks emerged. Like fireworks, they exploded one by one and eventually combined, forming a huge purple flame etched with an intricate pattern. Instantly, the purple flame rushed deeper into his mind, toward his soul and merged with it, granting his soul a purple hue. Gray's mind stirred. He felt as if some chain placed on his brain had been lifted. A sense of ease washed over him as his thoughts abruptly accelerated, and things which once seemed doubtful and confusing began becoming clearer to him. At the same time, a feeling of control appeared in his mind. He felt he could command his thoughts now. Not only that, as the transformation continued, information was constantly poured into his mind. It was the visual feedback coming from his awakened consciousness, which spread out 5 meters around him. Additionally, he awakened a brand new ability, but he didn't dwell on it too much because things hadn't ended yet. Right after he finished awakening his mind, it was finally time for his body. Nexus energy bubbled within his body, and immediately a vortex began forming in his energy field, sucking in all the Nexus energy. However, Gray didn't panic. He had already placed the conversion diagrams, and fresh cosmic energy was being poured into his body from all directions. It was continuously converted into Nexus energy as the vortex kept absorbing the energy. Coincidentally, the silent heavenly tribulation lightning within his energy field awakened. It buzzed, and wisps of it started entering the vortex of Nexus energy. Seeing this, Gray was surprised, but he didn't panic. He focused and readied himself for the body tempering process to begin. The Nexus energy combined with the heavenly tribulation and rushed into Gray's body like a tsunami. It ripped through him like a bolt of lightning, moving without restriction and ravaging everything in its path. Gray gritted his teeth in pain, his mind instantly disturbed, but with a fierce look on his face he pressed on. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but one thing was certain: the Nexus energy would never harm him. He believed in the energy and continued onward with the body tempering technique. Crack, crack, his body began breaking apart rapidly, however it didn't completely collapse. Just before everything that made up his body crumbled, the heavenly tribulation lightning struck again, and his form slowly began regaining definition. The Nexus energy shone brilliantly. It rushed into the shattered parts of his body, starting with his bones. The fractures healed at an alarming rate, glowing with a radiant purple hue. Immediately, the broken bones were patched back together, becoming sturdier than before as they were infused with Nexus energy. Next, the energy surged into his veins. They were in complete disorder after the lightning had wreaked havoc, but once the Nexus energy came into contact with them, they regrew, fortified with energy and far stronger than before. It didn't stop there. The energy continued to his muscle fibers, enveloping them in the same transformation. Once that was complete, it spread to his organs. His organs, scattered and broken just like his body, were repaired and strengthened one by one. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Still, the process went deeper. The Nexus energy seeped into his bone marrow, constantly cleansing and infusing it with energy. The instant that happened, a profound transformation occurred within Gray's blood. It was changing colors. From its natural dark red, it transformed into a shimmering purple, glittering with countless specks of light. Gray, using his mind perception, witnessed this moment with a flabbergasted expression. However, he didn't let it distract him. He focused entirely and waited for the transformation to end. Buzz. After his internal body was completely rebuilt, it was time for his skin. The Nexus energy rushed outward, enveloping his withered, broken skin. It peeled away as dead layers while a more perfect, radiant skin replaced it. The Nexus energy cycled through his newly forged body once more before. Together with the heavenly tribulation lightning, it returned to his elixir field. With that, the body tempering was complete. It was time to focus on his elixir field. He had already studied the energy tempering and refining techniques. Now it was time to put them into practice, to refine Nexus energy and expand his elixir field. Steadying his breath, he refocused and activated the combined Nexus Vortex refinement technique. Immediately, his elixir field trembled as the Nexus energy began to stir violently. The energy within Gray's body was still untamed and raw. To make it his own, he had to condense it, then explode it to expand his elixir field, officially stepping into the first level of energy cultivation. He guided the energy with the technique, forcing it to grind against itself to strip away its rawness, polishing it until it reached perfection. Only then could he compress it and finally form a vortex. This was the Nexus energy refining technique. The Nexus energy resisted fiercely, but Gray's control was absolute. Slowly, the rough, unpolished energy was transformed. Piece by piece, the wild essence became his own. At last, it was complete. The raw energy had been refined. This was true Nexus energy. But that was only the beginning. The most important step was expanding his elixir field. The refined Nexus energy surged, filling his field completely. With nowhere left to go, it pressed against the invisible barrier surrounding it. Bang, bang, each strike was like a hammer blow. Bit by bit, the barrier chipped away until finally it shattered. Instantly, more cosmic energy from the outside world rushed in, flooding into his newly expanded elixir field. Gray immediately reacted. He cut off the incoming energy, refining what had already entered and merging it with his refined pool. Then he began compressing it. He gathered the energy tightly and coiled it inward, pressing it down with the refining technique. The refined energy resisted at first, but eventually it yielded, condensing into a glittering purple-black liquid at the core of his elixir field. It resembled his blood. It was done. The liquid had formed. The hardest part had passed. Now came the final stage, forging the vortex. Gray slowly guided the refined liquid energy into motion. The energy stirred, rippling outward before beginning to twist into a spiral. But the instant he tried, it slipped out of his control. Portions of the energy scattered chaotically. If he failed here, the refinement would collapse, and he would lose the chance to achieve perfect harmony between mind, body, soul, and energy. Gritting his teeth, Gray fought with unwavering focus. One by one, he pulled the spilled energy back into the spiral. This time, nothing leaked. The energy obeyed him completely. The spiral grew stronger. The currents churned violently, spinning faster and faster until it blazed with light. Finally, the spiral condensed into a fully formed vortex. Its center was black, glittering with countless star-like specks, while its outer layer glowed with dense purple light. It was complete. Gray had officially stepped into the first level of first rank of the Nexus evolutionary path. Just then, a strange sensation struck him. His mind stirred, his body trembled, and the vortex of energy pulsed. Lights erupted from his body, soul, and energy field together, converging at the center of his being. They fused into one, leaving behind a trail that connected all three aspects of his existence. At the heart of that radiant light, a single name emerged: Nexus. Your comprehension defies heaven. You've invoked the Evolver's path resonance and branded yourself as the sole creator of the Nexus evolutionary path. A special creational invocation has formed, Nexus. You have gained deeper insight into the hidden rules of evolution. Gray slowly opened his eyes, which shone with purple-black energy. An oppressive aura emerged from him. For the first time ever, he felt absolutely powerful beyond words. My body is several times stronger than before, Gray said as he waved his hand, which seemingly disappeared from moving too fast. The air around his hands literally twisted when he moved them. This was the perfect body tempering and refining one could achieve. Not only that, the issue of lacking Nexus energy is also over. Gray smiled, and instantly purple-black Nexus energy burst out from his body, spreading throughout the entire training room with an oppressive aura. He believed he could now utilize his techniques twice as effectively as before. Especially sword energy, it had also changed slightly with the Nexus energy being refined. Of course, the most impactful change was none other than his mind and soul. He was now officially an Esper. He could spread his consciousness out and see in all four directions within a 5-meter radius. Not only that, he could utilize telekinesis now. Gray turned slightly toward the weapon rack in the training room and stretched his arm out in a grabbing motion. His consciousness and the rack were within range of each other. Instantly, one of the swords on the rack trembled heavily and tried to detach from it. It wasn't precise control, and Gray felt the connection being cut off here and there. He believed it might be due to the fact that he didn't have a telekinesis technique to utilize it at full power yet. However, just as he thought that, his mind stirred, his cheat was activated once again. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By utilizing telekinesis for the first time, you've grasped the heaven-seizing hand technique. Instantly, Gray's control over telekinesis became perfect. The trembling sword now steadily came out from the rack and flew toward Gray, rotating around him. An invisible hand was now holding onto the hilt of the sword. Of course, the hand was essentially telekinesis. No one would be able to see it as it was an imaginary energy formed from psionic energy, or rather, his Nexus psionic energy. "This is perfect," Gray exclaimed. Immediately, several other swords on the rack also jumped off and joined the first sword in revolving around him, but the max he could control was only 10 swords. "That's my limit," Gray smiled, pleased. People couldn't even lift one properly at his level, yet he could lift 10. It was all thanks to his technique and Nexus psionic energy. Then he tried all sorts of various moves with the swords, from making them form a sword array behind him to other cool poses, which he immediately took photos of with Nexus energy pouring out from his body, elevating the aesthetics of the pictures. He looked exactly like one of those powerful game characters from his old world. It was like a wish come true. "I'm great, aren't I?" Gray proudly exclaimed as he praised himself. After he was done taking cool pictures of himself, he moved onward to the special ability he awakened as an all-powerful Esper. And that ability was called Shapeless. Gray's eyes darkened. What the heck is Shapeless? In the chart of Esper ability lists, he had never encountered the name Shapeless before. Hell, he would have been satisfied if it was at least a fire manipulation ability. He didn't ask for those power Esper abilities where they could literally infuse the governing laws of the world into their attacks. A shapeless, massless thing. Gray memorized what the ability did. From it, he understood that the ability was something similar to himself. It could change into whatever he desired. Wait, it grows alongside me and has similar strength to me. Gray's eyes shot open. He hadn't exactly paid attention to its details before, but now rereading it, he realized his ability was not useless at all. Wouldn't that essentially mean my enemies will be fighting two Grays? Gray realized how broken this ability was. He directly summoned the ability, but then nothing came out. Gray fell silent when he saw this. Right, I should imagine something to summon it. Gray closed his eyes and visualized a sword in his mind, a sword with an intricate design, its long blade glowing with faint purple circles along the edges. Immediately, a purple-black energy condensed in the air, and the exact sword he visualized appeared right in front of him. "It worked," Gray exclaimed as he grabbed hold of the sword. He gripped it with full strength, and indeed it felt real and hard like cold steel infused with rare cosmic ores. Gray infused Nexus energy into it, and immediately the dim purple circles on it glowed and surged across the sword, making it look extremely menacing and domineering. But he didn't stop there. He visualized something else after that. The shapeless ability crumbled, and immediately a bar of red color was formed. It was a brick. So anything is possible, Gray suddenly had an idea. He dissolved the brick and visualized something else, something simple and cute. A cat, a white fluffy cat. He wanted to see if he could actually make a cat. Boom! The shapeless ability took effect again, and out of the condensed energy, a cute, fluffy creature came out of it. It had a small frame, long ears, and one big fluffy tail. It looked slightly different from a usual cat, but it was without a doubt a cat. Huh. The small, fluffy creature's ears twitched as it slowly opened its cute eyes. It had deep purple pupils and stared at Gray with its head tilted. Gray had a deadpan look on his face when he saw this. He underestimated his ability. No, he severely underestimated it. He had just actually created a life form. From his imagination, this was not normal. Not even those super-rare Aspir abilities could give birth to life. And the most important thing was this: the fluffy creature had similar strength to him. It couldn't use Nexus energy, so it should be slightly weaker, but it could definitely burst out with his level of strength in battle. Gray crouched down and closely examined the fluffy cat he had created with a silent look. The cat also stared back at him before meowing slightly and coming close to him, rubbing against his hand. Gray caressed the head of the cat, and the cat enjoyed it. "You will be called Mimi from today," Gray said with a serious look on his face. "Welcome to the family, Mimi." As if understanding him, the cat purred and smiled at Gray. Seeing this, Gray was even more flabbergasted. "Wait, you can understand me?" Gray inquired. Hearing this, the cat gave him a full nod. And Gray was stunned. "Isn't my ability a bit too broken?" Mimi purred in response. "Mimi, stay put. I still need to do something. I'll get you some food after we're done, okay?" "My Tilda," Mimi purred in response. Gray, for the past 10 minutes, had been rubbing the cat's head continuously with a pleased expression on his face. He liked cute things, and this cat, which was his ability, was exceptionally cute. It obeyed him perfectly, as it was his own ability and he could reshape it any time he wanted. Of course, the cat would stay. He would only change it when it was absolutely necessary. It would be more like a helper to him, and if the details of the ability were true, then this cat could essentially even use his sword energy. But it would have to use a normal sword, as complete Nexus energy couldn't be utilized. "It's interesting," Gray mused. Even his ability couldn't use Nexus energy. He would have to make it utilize Ether energy instead. But that was fine. Ether energy wasn't lacking at all, and besides, it was overloaded with cuteness. So it didn't matter whether if it couldn't utilize Nexus energy or not. With that settled, he walked to the computer terminal in the training room. It was originally built as a terminal for evolvers to watch technique videos to practice their techniques, but it could also be used to surf the internet. And most importantly, connect with the Eterna system. He turned it on, logged into his Blue Star account, and connected to the Eterna system. Immediately, a red eye just like the one from the virtual world appeared on screen. Then, abruptly, his ability was activated. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By observing a powerful artificial intelligence living in the information layer, you've gained access to the information layer. Gray's vision flickered as static glitches eroded his sight. For an instant, the world broke into glitches, and before he knew it, he stood in a completely different place. He was now floating in a place made up of runes and circuitries. The world was pure white, numbers flashed around zeros and ones, and mathematical equations flew past him. So this is the information layer. Gray looked around in awe. From the information he received, it was a layer of the universe. The space where his physical body existed was one layer of existence, and this too was a layer of existence, but for information and data. It could only be accessed by very powerful AIs. "Welcome to the information layer." Then a sweet yet indifferent voice came from behind him. "Who?" Gray turned around with alertness, and then he saw a woman who looked to be around her 20s standing in front of him. She had long pink hair that fell to her waistline, an extremely gorgeous face that could make any man in the world fall. And she wore a white gown with unique and intricate patterns, making her seem even more beautiful. She stared silently at Gray, observing him closely as she inched closer and closer. "Please do not be alarmed, Citizen Gray. I am not your enemy." The beautiful woman slowly parted her soft pink lips and spoke. If you suddenly scare me like that, I would definitely be alarmed, wouldn't I? Gray replied with a smile, but he kept his guard up. He had no idea how he was going to fight in this world, but he wouldn't go down without a fight if the other party was an enemy. The woman, hearing this, paused, then bowed slightly and spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eterna, what the people of Blue Star call the Eterna system. What? Gray's gaze immediately became strange. You are a human being. Huh? Gray stared wide-eyed at Eterna. She looked without a doubt like a human, and it surprised him greatly. I'm not a human. Eterna shook her head subtly. I am an AI construct that lives in the information layer like many other data entities that exist here. This is the form I can take after becoming a powerful artificial intelligence. Is that so? There are other people like you in here? Gray asked curiously. From what he saw, there wasn't anyone else around. No, Eterna replied. There are no powerful beings in this area of the information layer. Only data entities that follow an algorithm and do not possess the same capabilities as me. Then she paused and stared deeply at Gray, until you came in. Now there are two beings who can severely influence the information layer of this area. I've been watching you since the truck incident, Eterna said with an expressionless look on her face. And from that moment, I knew you had become extremely extraordinary, even surpassing your sister in terms of potential. After all, you created your own evolutionary path, she added without pause, still staring deeply at Gray. I feel completely naked now. A chill ran down Gray's now non-existent spine. Does that mean you even saw me taking the pictures back in the training room? Yes, Eterna nodded with a plain look, still continuing to stare at Gray. Gray sighed. I knew I couldn't escape from the eyes of the all-powerful AI that oversees the world. What can I say? Still, to think you were actually stalking me this whole time. I wasn't stalking, Eterna said, I was observing. It is one of my duty as the AI that oversees the Blue Star. Same thing. No. Oh yes. No. Oh yes. All right, fine, you win. Gray waved his hand. The way Eterna kept repeating it with the same expressionless look made her seem like an unbreachable wall. Why did you observe me in the first place? I'm not even that special compared to the likes of Evan and my sister, Gray inquired. Hearing this, Eterna fell silent and then spoke. I've been observing them too. But you are far more special. You realized something extraordinary and even invited heavenly tribulation as a result. What made you invite it? Even I cannot see through it. But I'm sure it's tied to something about your evolutionary path. That makes you far more special than them. Alyssa's origin comes from the starry sky. She is bound to be special. And Evan has an old expert from the starry sky too. But you only have yourself, and you achieved things that could be considered a feat, one so defiant that even the heavens which watch over all of existence struck you down. Eterna's words were slow and soft, her expressionless face conveying her thoughts directly. You know about the immortal lady behind Evan, then what she said was right. You come from outer space, right? Gray asked in an inquiring tone. He was genuinely curious to have come from outer space. Eterna must be a very powerful AI from a highly advanced civilization that had achieved space travel or something even higher. I indeed don't originate from Blue Star. Eterna gave a gentle, expressionless nod. I came from beyond the sky. From how much information you know about outer space, I take it that you are a reincarnated being, Eterna asked. I could be or not. Gray didn't outright answer. He didn't trust Eterna enough. Actually, even if he didn't trust her, she already knew everything about him, and he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything if the entire fleet of the new Federation's army came marching down on him, or if she simply sent a drone strike his way. Still, him being a reincarnated being was not something he would easily reveal. Besides, he wasn't one in the first place, he was someone who crossed over and possessed someone. Meaning, he was a transmigrator. As for his ability, he would never reveal it, even if it cost his life. Reincarnated beings and transmigrators, they are not new to Blue Star. Seeing Gray hesitate, Eterna replied. It's even more common in the starry sky. What? Gray's expression drastically changed when he heard this. Does that mean there are transmigrators in this world? No, Eterna said, the Federation eliminated them. No new threat has been found since the past week, but there are still some lingering around. And Gray grew cautious when he heard this. He was just about to try to cut the connection off to run away when Eterna spoke again. But you are fine, Eterna said. Those people, they are beings that entered this world seeking the world's source power. They are beings who transmigrate with the purpose of destroying Blue Star. You might know them. They are the infamous evil organization called the High Order. While the majority of its members are citizens of Blue Star, the people running it are beings who were transported into this world from another. Coming back to the topic, If you are either a reincarnator or a transmigrated being, it wouldn't make a difference, because the planet's consciousness has accepted you as one of its own. One would never be able to identify that you are one unless you reveal too much. Huh? Hearing this, Gray was dumbfounded. So it turns out there are many transmigrators in this world. Oh yes. And they cross over for one single purpose: to take over the world's source. In that regard, both the Abyss and they are similar. They all want the world's source. On the other hand, Gray had a slightly questioning gaze. Hearing words like world's source and world's consciousness was slightly confusing. The world's consciousness, is Blue Star conscious? Gray asked with a slightly surprised tone. However, Eterna didn't give him the answer he wanted. Your citizen level is too low to know that answer. Gray's eyes darkened. Why did you mention it if you can't give me an answer? Do all superpowerful beings do this? First it was that immortal lady, and now you. There are a lot of secrets concerning Blue Star, Eterna explained expressionlessly. I myself will fall under heaven's radar if I disclose information unnecessarily. And there are things that cannot be revealed to you right now because you are far too weak. Knowing them can be very harmful to you. So you won't tell me anything about outer space, or the endless sky, or the ice wall covering the world, or why the planet is flat. Gray's expression dimmed. He honestly thought he was going to get some sort of answer from Eterna, but from her tone and the way she worded it, he knew he couldn't gain much more information out of her. Your citizenship rank is too low to know that information, Eterna said. Increase your citizenship rank and you'll naturally find more information about it. What rank do I have to be to gain access to that information? Gray inquired. 4, Eterna said indifferently. You need a citizenship rank of 4 or become a 4th rank evolver yourself to know all the information. 4th rank, Gray almost spat out blood. It was known to everyone that there were only 5 4th rank beings, and they were the top experts of the top universities of Blue Star and the Federation Master himself. To reach that level, Gray didn't know how long it would take. He sighed. Take it slow, I guess. Not like I can resolve the mysteries of Blue Star with my current power anyway. Then Gray shifted the subject. I wanted to ask this from the beginning, from the fact that you were aware of me undergoing heavenly tribulation. Does that also mean you are aware of the Tigerclaw gang creating corruption fields? Yes, Eterna replied. This time, Gray didn't jump to conclusions and waited for Eterna to finish her words, as she was really good at dropping bombshells of information and then pausing to take a breather. I'm aware of the Tigerclaw gang. The reason I detected the heavenly tribulation was due to their personal phones. My network covers every technological across Blue Star. Then why didn't you stop them from creating these fields? Gray asked. Surely, with Eterna knowing this, the Federation Master naturally knew as well. Then why hadn't they taken the initiative to eliminate people like these? I'm not powerful enough to intervene directly. I reported the corruption field the moment it appeared, but before the Federation could act, you had already neutralized it. My authority only allows observation and reporting. By the time a response could have been authorized, the threat was already gone. That aside, why haven't you guys destroyed the Tigerclaw gang already? It's clear that they don't side with humanity, Gray inquired curiously. Everything had a reason, and he knew there was something going on here as well. The Tigerclaw gang is weak. All it would take is the dissension of one second-rank evolver, Eterna said slowly. But the reason they still stand is because of the constant pressure the Federation army experiences from the High Order whenever they try to launch an attack on the gang. Which means they are backed by the High Order, leading me to believe that a being of the Abyss has already joined their ranks, which completely keeps my detection abilities limited. What a strange world, Gray sighed. Otherworlders, the Abyss, and the High Order. I knew this world was strange, with people pulling strings in the background, but I never thought it would be this deep. Then, as if thinking about something, Gray inquired, those people of the High Order know about the starry sky, right? To this, Eterna simply nodded subtly. Then why haven't they taken any action against the endless sky or the ice wall? Gray was curious. This world was a low-level backwater planet, according to the immortal lady. What would they possibly achieve on this planet? If it was Gray in their shoes, he would definitely try to leave for the starry sky. However, just like before, he didn't get the answer he was looking for. Your citizen level is too low to know the answer, Eterna said with a straight face. Whatever, Gray rolled his eyes. I'm done asking. I called out to you to upload my evolutionary path. Can we get to that now? Yes, Eterna nodded and waved her hand, and instantly an interface appeared in front of Gray. This is extremely convenient, Gray couldn't help but say. To be able to bring and access information anywhere, anytime, just by utilizing your mind. I think I might be able to create a technique to make it possible. With that, I'll be able to do a lot of things. Eterna continued staring blankly at Gray, not surprised at his remarks. She was already aware of his heaven-defying capabilities, from comprehending the zenith sword art to perfection, to achieving sword energy the instant he became an evolver. Then Gray had a confused look. How am I going to put my evolutionary path into this? It's in a physical notebook back in the physical world. Try to force your psionic energy out. The psionic energy is the way to navigate through the information layer, and it will automatically load the information. Eterna said softly as she came closer to Gray and put her hand on his face. Her eyes flashed slightly. Gray felt slightly uncomfortable with someone as gorgeous as Eterna standing right next to him and touching his face. But he still focused and tried to do as she instructed. He tried to bring it out just like she said, but he failed miserably. His consciousness only trembled slightly and didn't even listen to him, but he didn't give up. He tried again, and this time a gentle current emerged from outside and nudged his consciousness, which seemed to be afraid of stepping into the information layer. Eventually, his consciousness spread out. This usually happens the first time you enter the information layer. Your consciousness gets stunned by the crossing of dimensions. It'll take time to get used to it, Eterna said in a gentle tone. But your soul is far stronger. It can survive in this world indefinitely for a long time. That's why you weren't immediately kicked out from the layer. Gray nodded. Can I upload the evolutionary path now? Yes, Eterna replied. Gray immediately focused his mind perception on the interface in front of him and recalled the information of the Ether evolutionary path. Immediately, the relevant information began appearing in the interface about his evolutionary path. Eterna, who was receiving the information, had a complicated look on her face as the data poured into her database. Evolutionary path has been confirmed to be real, Eterna said. Evolver resonance to the author is possible, making it a real path. Of course it's real, this is the path I forged on my own, Gray smiled, ranking the evolutionary path ranking complete. Rank X has been assigned to the evolutionary path due to its versatility and major advantage over other common energies. Eterna didn't pause, but kept replying as screens flickered around her. Calculating the success rate of cultivating the path, success. Eterna moved a screen towards Gray and displayed it. Chances of becoming an evolver, 100%. Chances of reaching peak of first rank, 100%. Chances of reaching second rank, 90%. Chances of reaching peak of second rank, 0.5%. Chances of reaching third rank, 0%. Gray was surprised when he saw the success rate. How did it go from 90% to straight 0.5%? At the same time, he was also rather excited. A 100% success rate meant even normal beings who had energy restrictions like him could also cultivate his path. This was opening up a whole new world to the ordinary beings in the world. Starting from the second rank, things are no longer just about strengthening oneself to transcend limits. Another factor comes into play: laws. Eterna patiently explained to Gray. The Ether evolutionary path hasn't touched upon the laws of the world and hence cannot ascend to higher levels of the second rank yet. Laws, Gray nodded. It made sense. Starting from the second rank, one would begin comprehending laws. For example, martial artists would comprehend the law of swords or the law of killing. Cultivators would comprehend spiritual laws like the law of fire or wood, while other minor evolutionary paths would focus on basic laws like gravity. It was a common theme. Comprehending laws was a necessity to gain more connection with the world and ascend to greater heights. For myself, I should try comprehending the law behind heavenly tribulation, Gray mused. If he could comprehend the law behind it, then he could directly destroy every other law, since heavenly tribulation stood supreme above all. For the Ether evolutionary path, he would come up with something in time. He wouldn't stop until he perfected his evolutionary path after all. I understand, Gray nodded at Eterna. You can upload the path to the public now. Eterna nodded at this and spoke. Your path has been uploaded. All right, now that it's done, can I leave? Gray inquired. Then he paused and thought of something. How do I create a similar interface to yours? I want all the things in my phone to be accessible using my mind. It should be possible with the information layer, right? He thought about it. For a normal person, it was nigh impossible, but he wasn't normal. He could enter the information layer, and according to Eterna, that was where all the information of this world was stored, where she herself lived. It is possible for you, Eterna nodded softly, her crystalline eyes shimmering like data streams. But it's not as simple as dragging an app into your mind. The information layer doesn't work with crude human interfaces. It's a field of raw data, concepts, and connections, not icons or code. You'll have to create a cognitive anchor first. Gray frowned. Cognitive anchors. Yes, think of it as a personal root access key. Your consciousness must forge a stable node inside the information layer, a sort of mental server that will host your interface. Once that node is stable, every piece of information you tag from your phone or your surroundings will be mirrored into it. After that, you can call those things up at will, like summoning a memory. So I'd basically build a mental operating system. In a way, Eterna said. But since you can already step into the information layer, there is a bolder option. Instead of only mirroring your device, you can make a direct link to Blue Star's planetary network, the vast web of data streams and hidden archives that underlies this world. You would not connect as a human connects to a browser. You would weave a mental conduit, a thread of intent fused with your mental signature, and pull information straight from the source. The information layer would translate the raw flow into something your mind can understand, which makes it far faster and deeper than any device. But doing that will be extremely hard. Your consciousness alone can't achieve it as you are not a full data entity, but cognitive anchoring is possible. Just then, his cheat ability was activated. Your comprehension defies the heavens. From your understanding of the information layer, you've grasped the technique mind-link interface art. This is Gray's eyes changed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he could comprehend a technique like this. Mind-link interface art. By forming a cognitive anchor in the mind and weaving a spiritual conduit, the practitioner can link directly to nearby technology or networks. Data, devices, and transmissions can be accessed and controlled through thought. In short, he had just gained a technique to do exactly what Eterna said would be difficult for him to achieve as he was not a full data entity. Without hesitation, Gray got to work. He didn't even care if Eterna was watching. She would find out the instant he placed his cognitive anchor anyway. Eterna watched silently from the side, seeing Gray acting unusual. Then her eyes widened sharply the next second. Gray closed his eyes and let his mind perception spread out once more. He immediately activated the mind-link interface art. The instant he did, he felt currents passing through him, none other than the currents of the information layer brushing past his consciousness. Eterna froze mid-sentence, her crystalline eyes flickering as if data streams within them had glitched. For a brief instant, her flawless composure cracked, but she quickly forced herself back into silence, continuing to observe Gray intently. She stopped whatever she was about to say and continued observing Gray. He focused on the currents of the information layer and immediately sent out psionic energy towards them. The currents and his strong, powerful Nexus psionic energy collided, and the area ahead of Gray started distorting heavily. A purple-black light emerged out of the void. With his eyes still closed, Gray began to see glitches appearing in his vision. Raw data and binary numbers started flashing within his mind. Eterna's expression visibly changed with each passing moment, from silence to wide-eyed shock. She stared at the purple-black energy that emerged in front of Gray, her face unreadable. There was no doubt about it. It was a cognitive anchor and a spiritual conduit. The same glow appeared in the center of his mind. The two glows, the anchors, sent out signals, and instantly he picked up several signals coming from the information layer. Seeing this, Eterna snapped her fingers, and the information layer distorted slightly. I've filtered out the multiple signals for you and left only the main network of Blue Star. You can connect to it now. Hearing Eterna's voice, Gray no longer hesitated. He focused on the single signal that was left, and the cognitive anchor immediately grabbed onto it. Buzz. His vision flickered, and instantly a basic interface appeared. A loading screen flashed into existence, followed by a login screen. He was extremely familiar with this login screen. It was the login page for his personal terminal, the one that contained everything about him. Gray swiftly typed in his own credentials, and immediately the interface he was familiar with appeared. The technique was still in its basic form. He had only connected to the main network. If he wanted to do more, he would have to create a proper user interface or system that would allow him to operate it exactly like a PC or phone. But he could still manage with the technique. He altered the signal slightly, and a new view popped up, the top search engine of Blue Star, Starling. He quickly opened the video-sharing platform StarTube, and immediately several videos floated around his vision. There was no need for the internet. His mind, linked to the information layer where the servers of Starling resided, was completely merged with it. He could freely browse StarTube or Starling anytime he wished. I should use some unique operating system as the interface for the mind link. Gray nodded to himself. That way, changing signals would be easier and accessing things more efficient. And call for hacking. After all, his technique was essentially made to hack directly into things. Of course, he wasn't going to reveal that to Eterna. Just what are you? Eterna asked in her usual emotionless tone. I've never seen anything like this before. Well, now you did, Gray replied with a smile. You've been observing me for a while now, yet you still know nothing about me. What you know is merely surface level, and I don't plan on revealing the rest either. It was a word of caution for Eterna. By his words, he was indirectly telling her he had many cards up his sleeve and she shouldn't pry as she had before. He didn't appreciate her stalking him one bit. Then, Gray noticed a notification flash at the side. He realized that citizen credits had been transferred to his account, and the amount was precisely 200 points. Gray opened the interface and looked below. There was an upgrade button directly under his citizen rank. This is the payment for uploading the evolutionary path, Eterna said gently. You may now upgrade to a second-rank citizen and enjoy the higher benefits that only third-rank evolvers who have contributed greatly to the military can enjoy. Elright, how do I get out of here? Gray inquired to Eterna after he was done looking through his brand-new technique. Eterna silently stared at Gray for a while before speaking. Just imagine your body falling down, you'll get back to the real world. Oh, all right, Gray nodded and immediately imagined himself falling down from a sea of clouds. He didn't even bother saying farewell to Eterna, and before he knew it, he was back in his old world. I'm back in my body. Gray stretched his arms. He could now sense his heartbeat, muscles, and skin. At the same time, he also felt a distant realm from within his mind. That feeling came from the cognitive anchor embedded with his spiritual conduit. It was directly connected to the information layer, where he could draw information from. All right, it's time to go home. Gray nodded and turned to switch off the terminal, which now had a blank screen on it. Just then, Manager Victor abruptly rushed into the training room with a panicked look on his face. The instant he rushed in, several evolvers from the association followed behind him and he froze with a stunned expression when he saw Gray. Oh, it's Manager Victor, Gray greeted him. What brings you here? Just then, a voice rang in his mind, one he was very familiar with, as he had just finished talking to it a few minutes ago. Your breakthrough put a heavy load on the cosmic energy gathering array below the association. The amount you took was far more than the array could handle at once. Eterna spoke clearly within his mind, or through his mind link to be accurate. Gray fell silent when he heard her voice. From stalking me indirectly, you decided to stalk me directly by entering my head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are connected to the Blue Star Network. Eterna's figure manifested from the corner of his vision, in his mind link interface to be more exact. The Blue Star Network is a part of me. It is not my fault that I am connected directly to you now. Gray sighed upon hearing this. Whatever, just don't randomly start talking in my head. People will think I'm crazy. Eterna just silently stared at Gray before vanishing. Back to Gray, Manager Victor, seeing it was him, greeted him with a dumbfounded smile. It was you, young Gray. Indeed, Gray nodded. They had just met this morning, but he didn't expect to meet him again today. Young Master Gray, there was suddenly a spike in cosmic energy in this area. It was so massive that the sky above the Evolvers Association twisted due to the storm of energy gathering at one place. It even overloaded the array. Manager Victor trailed off, expecting an answer from Gray. It was me, Gray nodded. I needed energy to undergo a breakthrough. Hearing the word breakthrough, Manager Victor's eyes shot open. He swiftly took out an eyewear device from his pocket and put it on. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on his face. This, life level 2, Manager Victor was flabbergasted. Didn't this guy say he just finished Metamorphosis today? What sort of speed was this, besides level 2 in a single day? This, young Master Gray. Manager Victor trembled with wide eyes. Have you actually achieved a breakthrough? Indeed I have, Gray nodded with a smile. This, Manager Victor was bewildered. He had never encountered something like this before. Even his sister Alyssa took a week to advance from one level to another. Shaking his thoughts away, he spoke to Gray. Since it was young Master Gray, it can be overlooked. However, next time, please contact me personally when you want to undergo a breakthrough. I will make the necessary arrangements for you. You don't need to draw in so much cosmic energy. I will arrange a Tier 2 potion for you, young Master Gray. As we said before, we will provide all the resources you need. Hearing this, Gray simply nodded. All right, I'll keep that in mind. All right, young Master Gray, I won't disturb you further, Manager Victor said as he left the room with the guards. At the same time, he had a shocked expression on his face as he passed by. This level of monstrosity was something he had only seen within the legendary floating cities. Back to Gray, he took a quick shower, wiping away any impurities that were stuck to his body before heading out with Mimi, who now jumped onto his shoulders and laid down comfortably around his neck. These energy-gathering arrays, their formations, right, like the cosmic energy conversion diagram, Gray asked in his mind. He wasn't talking to himself but to Eterna. Yes, Eterna's figure materialized in his mind. Formations are structured systems designed to interact with the workings of heaven. You can think of them as coded sequences, symbols, lines, and energy nodes arranged into patterns that serve as commands. Each configuration corresponds to a specific principle of heaven, and when executed properly, they form a complete instruction set. In essence, formations are a language, a framework that allows cultivators to communicate with heaven, request its response, and channel its power in a controlled manner. I'm surprised that you actually responded, Gray said with a bit of surprise on his face. You really are following me, aren't you? Eterna said nothing again and vanished. But on the other hand, it made sense. People utilized Eterna to ask her questions all the time, so it wasn't a surprise that she responded. She had to respond either way. Gray shook his head and continued walking. Before going back home, he planned to stop by the Golden Chamber and buy books related to formations. Formation masters, that was an actual occupation in this world, and they were respected by everyone. Even evolvers respected them. He decided to pick up a thing or two about formations. They could always be utilized in combat. Hence, he decided to head straight to Sector 6's Golden Chamber. It was open 24/7, so it didn't matter even if it was this late at night. Even after entering, he saw many evolvers there purchasing or selling things like monster carcasses from the outer ring and other materials. Sector 6 residential area. Click. Gray opened the door to his apartment and stepped inside. It was already late at night. It had taken him nearly an hour to buy things from the Golden Chamber and to pick up some cat food for Mimi. But to his surprise, Mimi didn't like eating cat food at all. Turns out it preferred eating what he loved the most, junk food. Thankfully, being a part of his ability, Mimi wouldn't get fat, so the two of them ended up eating a mountain of snacks together on the neon-lit streets of Sector 6, creating quite the bizarre sight. Now that he was back home, it was time to look into the formation books he'd bought from the Golden Chamber. As soon as he had entered the Golden Chamber earlier, he'd shown them his VIP access card. That gesture alone made the branch manager personally come down to escort him into the VIP room. Everything he wanted was brought directly to him, and in the end, he bought every formation book that looked even remotely interesting or useful. The total came to a hefty 4,800 Union credits. Formations weren't cheap, and the ones he purchased were all high-grade 1-star formations. Formation masters and their formation arrays were ranked in 4 levels: 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star. There was only one known 4-star formation master on Blue Star, the sole overseer of Sun and Moon Academy, Grand Polarity Master. He was a 4th-rank being who presided over the Sun and Moon Academy, an incredible formation master whose reputation spread across the Federation. It was even said that only the Federation Master himself could defeat Grand Polarity Immortal. His formations were so intricate that even the other 3 4th-rank transcendental beings couldn't harm him. Gray smiled faintly to himself. Now all he had to do was study hard, comprehend what he'd bought, and he'd eventually become just as difficult to fight. When he entered the living room, Gray noticed that Alyssa was already home from the Evolvers Association. Her hair was still slightly damp from a shower, and the faint fragrance of shampoo and conditioner lingered in the air. Right now, she was sitting lazily on the couch, watching TV. Alyssa glanced at him for a moment. Gray acted casual and said, "Oh, you're back earlier than me." To that, Alyssa replied calmly, "We had to stop our practice midway because of a disturbance in the cosmic energy gathering array beneath the association's training area." Her voice trailed off mid-sentence as her gaze froze. She had just noticed the small creature perched on Gray's shoulder. A stunned expression appeared on her face. She asked, "What's that thing on your shoulder that's sleeping so soundly?" Gray lifted his hand slightly and said, "It's a cat. Mimi, wake up." The moment he spoke, Mimi's ears twitched. It woke up, stretched its small body, and let out a lazy yawn. With a soft meow, it rubbed its head affectionately against Gray as if greeting him. Alyssa blinked, completely dumbfounded. A cat. If there was one weakness Alyssa had, it was cats. She often fed the strays around their residential area whenever she could, and even planned to get one herself once she became independent. Never in her life had she thought that Gray would be the one to bring one home. And from the looks of it, this cat was definitely not a street stray. Its white fur looked soft, clean, and warm, without a hint of dust or roughness. It was clearly well taken care of. Where did you get this from?" Alyssa asked, her eyes never leaving the cat for even a second. She clearly wanted to pet it but tried her best to hold back. Mimi, however, noticed her the moment she spoke. It tilted its head slightly and without hesitation jumped down from Gray's shoulder, landed neatly on the couch, and leapt straight into Alyssa's lap. It looked up at her, then glanced curiously at her white hair. With a happy meow, it pressed its fluffy head against her stomach. Alyssa's expression softened instantly. The cold composure she usually carried melted away, replaced by a gentle warmth Gray had never seen before. She couldn't hold back any longer and immediately pulled the cat into her arms. Mimi didn't resist, it simply nestled comfortably in her embrace, accepting her touch as if it belonged there. Seeing this, Gray didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own creation had betrayed him the moment it met another person. Gray coughed lightly. Looks like it likes you. HMPH, Alyssa snorted softly and continued patting the cat. After a while, she finally looked up from Mimi and fixed her gaze on Gray. Did you break through? She asked, her tone sharp. Gray simply nodded. It was obvious even without him saying a word, his aura was still unstable, like a newly ignited flame that hadn't yet settled. Stabilizing a breakthrough took time, and his current state made it clear he had just advanced. Alyssa's eyes narrowed slightly. Were you the one behind the disturbance? Gray smiled awkwardly. What does me undergoing a breakthrough have to do with that? Even a second ranker breaking through at the association wouldn't cause such a commotion. What can I, a mere first ranker, possibly do? He tried to sound casual, but Alyssa continued staring at him with suspicion. You joined the tournament team, she asked. Indeed, it was unexpected, but it happened, Gray replied with a faint grin. The privileges were far too good to refuse. Alyssa nodded slightly. Indeed, even she wouldn't refuse free resources. Then, as if thinking about something, Alyssa spoke again. I gave Evan your number. Gray paused for a moment but didn't look surprised. He suddenly asked me for it, Alyssa added, watching him closely, hoping to catch even the slightest change in his expression. But to her surprise, Gray remained calm. He simply nodded as if he had already expected it. Alyssa's eyes flickered slightly. She knew very well that Evan was no ordinary individual. His combat techniques and powers were completely foreign to this world, refined, structured, and unlike anything from Blue Star. Others wouldn't be able to tell, but with her power as a true dragon, she could see it clearly. And now, there was her brother. Before, she could at least read him, see his soul, sense his level with a glance. But after he walked out of his room this morning, everything had changed. She couldn't sense his power level at all, nor could she see even a flicker of his soul. It was as if he had become a void, there yet unreachable. Two unknown variables had suddenly appeared in her life, Evan and Gray. And now Evan was asking for Gray's number. There was no way it was a coincidence. Ever since Evan met Gray, his behavior during training had been strange, restless, shocked, then relieved, even thoughtful. None of it made sense. I'll find what you both are up to, Alyssa thought silently, a new resolve settling in her heart as she gently patted Mimi's head. Gray glanced at Mimi, who showed no intention of leaving Alyssa's arms anytime soon, and said, I'll be going to my room. Take care of Mimi. Alyssa nodded. Back in Gray's room, he quickly freshened up and immediately began studying the formation techniques and manuals he had bought. He started with the one titled Basics of Formation. With his high comprehension ability, it didn't take him long to grasp it completely. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Basics of Formation, you've gained insight into formations. A way to invoke the hidden workings of the heavens, Gray nodded to himself. Things were much clearer to him now. His golden ratio cosmic energy conversion diagram was similar. It too invoked the power of the heavens to enable energy conversion and manifestation. Aren't I technically already a one-star formation master? Gray mused. According to the manual, to become a one-star formation master, one only needed to comprehend and successfully activate a single one-star formation technique. In essence, his cosmic conversion diagram was already a one-star formation. That meant he technically qualified as one. I should go apply for the one-star formation master evaluation soon, Gray nodded thoughtfully. With that certification, he could take on commissions and earn money. In this age, money was an absolute necessity, and he honestly couldn't get enough of it. Once he reached second rank, his expenses would skyrocket even further. Then Gray shifted his focus to the several one-star formation techniques he had purchased. 5 Elemental Array, Crimson Fang Array, Blinding Petal Array, and Mirror Shield Circles. The 5 Elemental Array was widely used either to comprehend the 5 elements or as an offensive array against Aspers and Elemental Technique users. It could amplify elemental attacks if the user was the one who invoked it, or neutralize them if cast against an enemy. It was highly effective against Aspers and Immortals who relied on elemental spells. Next was the Crimson Fang Array, a practical combat formation designed purely for offense. It allowed the user to condense all their energy into a single devastating piercing strike. The array was drawn using one's own energy, and the resulting attack could be amplified 5-fold. The Blinding Petal Array was a trap formation. Once activated, it blinded the enemy while unleashing countless wind blades that tore their bodies apart. With sufficient energy infusion, it could even take down a peak first-rank evolver. Of course, for a level 1 first rank like him, that kind of energy infusion could take a whole year. Still, it was an extremely versatile array. Finally, the Mirror Shield Circle, a defensive formation capable of reflecting energy attacks back at the opponent, amplified tenfold, though only once per activation. The downside was its high energy consumption. It required immense energy just to inscribe a single circle. But Gray didn't mind. Something like that could be a lifesaver in a moment of life and death. Having one ready would always come in handy. With that, he began comprehending each of the techniques one by one. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading 5 elemental array. You've comprehended the flawless elemental array. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Crimson Fang array, you've comprehended the Crimson Fang Surge array. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Blinding Petal array, you've comprehended the Radiant Petal Storm array. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Mirror Circle array, you've comprehended the flawless Mirror Circle array. As expected, his cheat didn't disappoint him. By the time he finished reading each manual, he had managed to comprehend all 4 arrays, and even better, they had evolved into perfected versions of themselves. The flawless elemental array became easier to draw and required less energy. The Crimson Fang array evolved into Crimson Fang Surge array, which could now unleash multiple piercing strikes while consuming the same amount of energy as before. The Blinding Petal array transformed into the Radiant Petal Storm, which not only blinded enemies but also stunned them while trapping them in a storm of slicing wind blades. And finally, the Flawless Mirror Circle, although it required twice as much energy to use, it could now reflect attacks amplified 15-fold. Even without enough energy infused, he could still reflect the attack at twice the power. That alone made it an absolute steal. They were still technically 1-star formations, but each was now in its most perfect form. Incredible, Gray grinned. With this, I won't have to worry about getting ambushed like before by those Tigerclaw gang members. I can easily escape or even fight back. These arrays drastically improve my combat capabilities. Now that he was a level 1 first-rank evolver, he had no idea just how strong he had truly become. But one thing was certain, his combat power had already surpassed the level 3 threshold. I completely forgot to check my actual combat strength because I was too distracted by Eterna, Gray muttered with a sigh. As if hearing her name, Eterna appeared in the corner of his vision. Thanks to the cognitive anchor, his mind was essentially a virtual computer, allowing Eterna to appear and disappear at will. Of course, she couldn't harm him. His mind-link interface ensured absolute security for its user. After all, it was originally a technique used for hacking. You came at the perfect time, Gray said to Eterna, who had manifested in his vision. I was planning to turn this half-finished interface in my head into a fully functional one. How do I start? Return to the information layer, Eterna replied softly, her expression blank as always. You'll need the currents of the information layer to create what you're envisioning. Is that so? Gray nodded thoughtfully. Then how do I get back to the information layer again? Eterna fell silent. To think this guy had entered the information layer twice already without even knowing how to do it. After a brief pause, she spoke again. Push your consciousness into the cognitive anchor within your mind. That will shift you back into the information layer. Gray nodded and immediately did as instructed. The next moment, his vision blurred and the world transformed. Once again, he stood within the endless white expanse of the information layer, where binary streams of ones and zeros flowed freely across the horizon like data currents in an ocean of light. You can now utilize the currents to form what you desire, Eterna said, appearing beside him in her full holographic form. Gray blinked at her. Do you seriously have nothing better to do? He couldn't help but ask speechlessly. Every single time he needed her, she just happened to show up. Did she even rest? In his mind, he could only imagine Eterna staring blankly at the information layer when she had free time. I'm a multifunctional AI, Eterna replied softly. I can perform millions of tasks simultaneously without issue. Right, Gray nodded helplessly and focused again. He began sensing the flows of the information layer, the faint frequency-like vibrations that ran through the virtual fabric of this world. Then, channeling them through his spiritual conduit, he drew those currents toward himself. Since his conduit was directly connected to the main server of Blue Star, he could begin the process of creating his own operating system, a personalized HUD interface capable of assisting him with faster and more efficient access to data and applications. As soon as he began feeling information currents, he activated his mind-link interface art. Instantly, the flowing data responded to his will, moving according to the vision he was shaping in his mind. Using his imagination as the blueprint, he condensed the currents into visual nodes, each one a glowing piece of structured code. He connected these nodes to the core structures of the Blue Star network, Starling, StarTube, and other major apps. Each successful connection created a mental shortcut, appearing as sleek icons that floated within his field of perception, ready to be accessed with just a thought. But Gray didn't stop there. With the base system formed, he began constructing his HUD and a hacking interface. The hacking interface was the true essence of the mind-link interface art. For now, it was empty, there was nothing to hack yet. But once a target appeared, a lock formation similar to a cultivation array would manifest before him. To gain access, he'd have to decode it. It was the kind of process that would take teams of elite ethical hackers to pull off. But Gray wasn't a normal person. With his heaven-defying perception and the acceleration effects of the mind-link interface art, hacking complex formations would become nothing more than a casual exercise for him. After configuring the hacking interface, he moved on to refining the HUD itself. First, he manifested a mental power gauge in the form of a health bar. Beneath it, he added a bar for energy reserves and below that, one representing physical strength. These three indicators sync directly with his body in real time, allowing him to instantly judge his remaining power and allocate his strength precisely. Next came a notification feed, an alert column, a real-time log display, and several quick access slots for instant activation of apps. Finally, he added a link status bar, which would display the condition and connection integrity of any external devices or systems he was interfaced with. To top it off, he customized the entire HUD with a futuristic aesthetic, neon lines, glowing grids, and a clean, minimalistic futuristic look. "I'm done," Gray exclaimed. The HUD responded perfectly to his movements, displaying live data across his field of vision, time, weather, and a dozen other small metrics. Testing it out even further, he imagined opening a few videos on Evolver's combat footage, and in an instant, multiple video tabs appeared before him. Dozens of Evolvers fought mutated beasts and corrupted beings, and all the information streamed directly into his mind at lightning speed. He then switched to Starling, pulled up the latest newsfeed, and opened several tabs at once. Each worked flawlessly. It was like having an entire virtual reality interface within his mind, accessible at any moment. A grin tugged at his lips, and the best part, once I reach second rank or higher, I can start downloading data directly. Aspirers at second rank unlocked their mind palace, which allowed them to store massive amounts of data. If I can link it with the Blue Star network, I could download entire databases and access them anytime, even without network access. That realization alone made this interface priceless. Turning toward Eterna, he said calmly, "Wait for me." Then with a focused thought, he slipped out of the information layer and returned to the physical world. "Eterna, can you come into my interface for a moment?" he called out. In response, a small window appeared in his vision with the label, Caller ID, active, and inside it was Eterna's projection. "Impressive," Eterna said softly as she looked around. Being a data entity, she immediately recognized that this was now her dedicated appearance slot, one that others could also use to contact Gray. "Now, if I'm not wrong," Gray muttered with a faint smile, "calls won't show up on my phone anymore. They'll appear directly in my mind interface instead." He nodded in satisfaction. With this, things just got a whole lot easier. Gray could already imagine all sorts of things he could accomplish with his newly created system. "With that settled, it's time to upgrade my citizen rank," Gray said with a smile. Citizen rank dictated one's standing in Blue Star. It was a mark of respect and status within the Evolver community. Ordinary Evolvers and people alike held rank 1 citizenship. Their area of control and influence was barely worth mentioning, with no perks to speak of. However, that changed with second-rank citizenship. It provided a drastic shift in one's lifestyle. Starting from second rank, people would always give you face in meetings or even when you were out, and that was just the surface-level perk known to the general public. Gray swiftly navigated through his newly forged interface and opened up his Blue Star account. He logged in and immediately went into his profile. There, his information and citizenship rank were displayed. Right next to the citizenship rank, there was an upgrade button, and beneath it were the words, "Ready to upgrade." This was something the majority of Evolvers in Blue Star would never see in their entire life. Some even made it their lifelong goal to reach rank 2 citizenship, to enjoy higher status and leave a legacy for their family. Gray hesitated no longer. He pressed the upgrade button with his thought. The screen shifted, and an animation began to play, an overly dramatic sequence of a rocket piercing through the sky and vanishing into a sea of distant stars. Only after that flashy presentation did the system finally display the notification. Citizenship rank 1 right arrow 2. New perks available. A rocket soaring into a sea of stars, really Eterna. Gray stared blankly at the screen, tone flat. You do realize the people of Blue Star haven't even stepped beyond their own atmosphere, right? Throwing cosmic symbolism at a civilization that can't even comprehend the word orbit. Isn't this just mockery dressed up as inspiration? Eterna said nothing and vanished. Gray shifted his attention back to the interface. It was time to check his new perks as a Rank 2 citizen. Clicking on the new perks available notification, a new window opened and a list appeared. This, Gray read through the list one line at a time, and the more he saw, the brighter his expression became. Hey Eterna, aren't these perks a bit too much for a mere first-rank evolver like me? Gray asked, an amazed smile tugging at his lips. Normally, even second-rank beings couldn't obtain second-rank citizenship. Only those at third rank who had made outstanding military contributions, or elite graduates from top academies with the backing of fourth-rank existences, had the qualifications to receive it. And in truth, graduating from those academies was far more difficult than earning military merit. The first perk that stood out was the universal discount exclusive to second-rank citizens. No matter where he went, whether it was a street stall selling chicken skewers or a luxury toy store, anything he purchased would automatically receive a 20% discount. Not only that, he could now purchase things on credit and pay it back within a year with no interest. The second perk was prioritization. Wherever he went, be it the Golden Chamber or a weapons store, he would be granted priority entry even if a massive queue was lined up outside. Even if a third-rank evolver was waiting, he, as a first rank, would still walk in first so long as that third rank didn't possess higher citizenship clearance than him. And in Gray's opinion, the most exciting perk so far was the third one, a free mansion exclusively designated for second-rank citizens. A fully customizable residence that he could design himself, and the best part was that it came with an energy-gathering array even stronger than the one at the Evolver Association. But beyond all that, there was an even more significant benefit: access to advanced resources. Resources that were normally restricted from first and even second-rank evolvers were now available to him. This is great, Gray nodded. How do I customize my mansion, Eterna? He was excited. A mansion in this age, how much did a mansion cost? Not even a second rank could properly afford one. You need to access virtual reality to customize your mansion, Eterna said, but I don't have a VR headset or a sensory link pod. Gray frowned. Do I really have to buy one now? No, Eterna spoke softly. Since you can access the information layer, you can directly enter the virtual world with the help of your cognitive anchor. Come to the information layer, I'll filter out the signal for the virtual world for you. Gray did as Eterna told him. He swiftly climbed up into the information layer, utilizing his cognitive anchor, and saw Eterna floating in the blank world with a distant look on her face. Seeing that he had arrived, she turned to him and spoke. I've filtered out the signals. You should be able to sense it now. Try it yourself. Gray nodded and immediately activated Mind Link interface art. Right away, he caught a huge signal. It was none other than the virtual world. He seized it and, utilizing the information layer's current, forged an icon for it in his interface, so he could access it without coming back to the information layer again. Then, using the icon, he directly entered the virtual world and immediately activated his perk. The moment he did, the world around him blurred, then solidified into a sleek digital blueprint of lands. He floated above it, viewing it like a virtual city outlined in neon. Isn't this the inner district in Sector 1? Gray asked after seeing the outline of the map. Yes, Eterna replied in his head. Only the inner district has sufficient land to build a Tier 2 mansion. But wouldn't making a mansion in the inner district cause the others staying there to notice? Gray frowned. He didn't want to reveal himself just like that. Unless you decide to reveal yourself, they won't be able to access your information, Eterna spoke softly. Even the city lord won't be able to access your information. Then that's good. Gray nodded and swiftly selected a plot of land far away from the city lord's mansion and the other mansions around it. As soon as he selected it, his view shifted and a new menu appeared, the customization menu. Gray opened it, and the mansion's blueprint spread out before him like a glowing holographic map. Several slots blinked, each representing a potential room. He clicked the first slot. A menu floated in front of him with options: walls, flooring, furniture, and purpose. Living quarters, he selected. Instantly, a cozy, technologically advanced room materialized, walls lined with soft neon strips, a modular bed floating slightly above the ground, and shelves. The second slot he clicked became a standard training room. The menu offered reinforced walls, anti-shock flooring, and adjustable holographic targets. Gray fine-tuned it to handle a second-rank evolver's power without causing destruction. He smiled as the room solidified around the parameters he set. The third slot he dedicated to a pool area. With a few gestures, a small pool was born. Every change was instantaneous. The mansion shifted and updated with every selection, the interface translating his choices into reality. Gray leaned back, admiring the results. With just a few clicks and adjustments, he had created a personal mansion which he could call home. It's done, Gray smiled. While Gray was busy creating his own mansion and exploring the new perks he had obtained from his citizenship level, the world outside was going crazy. Tonight, many people on Blue Star would be sleepless. The Ether evolutionary path had already been uploaded to the Blue Star network. The instant it appeared, the evolutionary path rankings of Blue Star changed drastically, and people who always kept an eye on such things immediately noticed. Soon, an entire discussion erupted across the internet. The evolutionary ranking just updated, could it be? A new evolutionary path has been uploaded. How long has it been since the last one? It's been 5 years. The last one, the Night Evolutionary Path, became especially popular among young evolvers, particularly ordinary ones. Its success rate of reaching the second rank was relatively high. Unlike martial arts, which required comprehension of the yin and yang laws to advance to the middle stage of second rank, this path only demanded mastery of the law of strength, a much simpler task. Its potential is capped at the peak of second rank, but that was already more than enough since most evolvers never even surpassed the second rank's barrier, let alone reach its peak. That's why it became so popular. Enough chit-chat. Let's check the evolutionary rankings and see what new path was added. Everyone immediately shifted their focus to the rankings. They began with the standard evolutionary chart, a general list displaying every path capable of producing evolvers. Next came the ranking for paths capable of reaching rank 4, and there were only 5 in total. At the top 3, as always, were the immortal cultivation, martial arts, and aspir paths. Ranked 4th was the bloodline evolutionary path, which strengthened its practitioners through the infusion of powerful beast bloodlines. 5th was the elemental evolutionary path, which harnessed the powers of fire, water, wood, and other elements to grow stronger. Then came the ranking for paths capable of reaching rank 3, with 10 in total. Among them were notable paths such as the Meridian Flame Evolutionary Path, rank 6th, the Stone Body Evolutionary Path, 7th, and the Spirit Vitalizing Evolutionary Path, 8th. These were all direct subsidiary branches of the top 3 evolutionary paths, created by ancient scholars to help more people evolve and grow strong. Below these were the subpaths derived from the bloodline and elemental paths. The Beast Transformation Evolutionary Path, ranked 9th, allowed its practitioners to partially transform into beasts, growing stronger with each stage as they gradually awakened powerful abilities. Finally, there was the Element Soul Evolutionary Path. It borrowed elements from the Aspir path, focusing not only on elemental power but also on nurturing the soul. However, its immense resource consumption made advancement difficult, earning it the 10th rank. Below that was the rank 2 category, where the number of paths increased significantly, reaching over 70. The top 10 remained the same, with 11th onward filled with subsidiary paths inspired by the mainstream ones. I don't see any changes in the top 20. Did the new path fail to even reach that far? How disappointing. Hey guys, check the evolutionary ranking chart for first rank paths. What happened? Everyone opened the chart for first rank paths and immediately fell silent. What the F asterisk CK? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? The rankings had changed. The immortal cultivation path had been dethroned. In its place stood a brand new evolutionary path, the Ether evolutionary path. How could this happen? The top 3 have never changed for countless years. It's been the same since ancient times. How could it suddenly shift like this? That's right, it must be a system error. Yeah, how else can a newly uploaded path surpass the top 3? Everyone, I reported it to the Eterna system, and this is what it replied with. The attached message read: the evolutionary path ranking chart has been verified to contain no errors. The issue you reported does not exist. Silence. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. There was no room for doubt. The ultimate AI that governed all of Blue Star itself had confirmed it. The Ether evolutionary path had surpassed the top 3 in the realm of first-rank evolvers. Everyone, download it. I want to see what makes this path so special. One by one, members of the evolutionary research and oversight community began reading through the Ether evolutionary path's contents. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? I once dreamt of a path like this before. It strengthens the body, mind, soul, and energy all at once, without increasing the overall cost. How is that even possible? Who created this? Are we in a collective hallucination? That's what you're worried about. Did you not check the success rate? It's at 100%, 100%. Do you realize what that means? It means everyone, even those without talent, can become evolvers. Silence, everyone sucked in a cold breath. I've already posted an article about it, and in less than a minute it's hit 1 million views. Meanwhile, alright, I'm done with creating the mansion. Gray stretched with a satisfied smile as he disconnected from the virtual reality system and left the information layer. He checked the time. It was almost 1 a.m., already past his usual bedtime. Guess it's time to sleep, he muttered. Just then, Eterna's voice rang softly in his mind. You might want to check out the news. The news? Gray tilted his head curiously. With a thought, several news panels appeared in his vision. Oh, he said, realization dawning. It's my evolutionary path. His expression remained calm. The entire newsfeed was filled with nothing but one topic, the Ether evolutionary path. Multiple news channels were already live discussing its potential and impact. Gray yawned. This was all within his expectations. He knew it would blow up the moment it was released. In fact, he didn't even need to bother promoting it. People would download it automatically and start cultivating. So far, he hadn't sensed any new connections through his creator invocation, meaning no one had begun cultivating it yet. But that would change within a week or two. He opened his personal terminal and checked the statistics. The Ether evolutionary path had already been downloaded over 1 million times. It would only grow higher from here. All right. Time to sleep, Gray said with another yawn, closing all his interfaces. Just like any other Tuesday, he jumped onto his bed and drifted into the land of dreams. While the entire blue star was in turmoil, Gray slept soundly, a satisfied smile on his face. Time passed swiftly. 2 days went by in a flash, and by now the entire blue star had calmed down. At the same time, the people who had downloaded the evolutionary path had reached almost 10 million. That's right, 10 million, however. No one had managed to reach the threshold of the first rank yet. Of course, it was understandable. His evolutionary path was completely different from those cultivated by the mainstream paths. It required a certain breathing rhythm, and to actually harmonize one's breath with the rhythm of his ether energy was easier said than done. The only reason he could do it the first time without any hiccups was due to the fact that he had a comprehension that defied the heavens. By this time, people had already begun comparing the ether evolutionary path to the top 3 paths, and some had even deduced the fact that ether energy was a more powerful energy than cosmic energy. It wouldn't be long before someone finds out about its effects against corruption energy, Gray mused to himself as he made his way towards the front door of his mansion. That's right, his mansion. This was the era of technology and evolvers, and it didn't take long for his mansion to be fully created. He had swiftly made his way into Sector 1 and had been living here for the past 2 days. He had officially moved into the inner district, where only the city lord and the 2 top families of Nova City could live. Even though he was far from the city lord's mansion, he had seen people scouting outside his mansion, likely someone from the city lord's mansion or the top families, which were the Duskwood family and the Iron Fang family. Liu Fang and Duke Fang were both direct descendants of the patriarch of the Iron Fang family. The patriarch of the Iron Fang family was said to be a middle-stage second-rank evolver, while his sons were early second-rankers. Then there was the ancestor of Duskwood. He was also at the middle stage of the second rank, a being who had comprehended a law, and the patriarch of the Duskwood family was said to be at the early stage of the second rank. There was a huge disparity between a middle and early stage second ranker, with only those who had comprehended a law being capable of reaching the middle stage, which was the 5th level and onward. That matter aside, he hadn't been home for the past 2 days. For now, he told Richard that he was staying with his friend. He would break the news about the mansion at a later date. It would definitely raise unwanted suspicion if Gray suddenly talked about owning a mansion a week after becoming an evolver, because he definitely couldn't reveal the fact that he was a second-level citizen. Someone had just rung the bell, and he believed it was the delivery of what he had just purchased from the special website designated for Level 2 citizens by the Golden Chamber. As soon as he reached the main hall, which was linked to the main door, a small creature, as fast as the speed of sound, rushed towards him and clung onto him like a koala. My Tilda Mimi purred sweetly as it made its way onto Gray's shoulder and rubbed its face gently against his. All right, Gray smiled softly. I ordered some food for us. It should arrive any time now. I know you're hungry. Mimi nodded sweetly and then jumped off his shoulder, running off into who knows where in the huge mansion Gray owned. It looked like it had already made itself comfortable in its new home. Opening the main door, Gray saw a drone slightly suspended in the air. Seeing Gray, it immediately reacted and spoke. Please say the PIN code. 47,303. Gray checked his notification relay in his mind, and a PIN code had appeared. He swiftly conveyed it to the drone. Then, a light flashed from above the drone and it spoke again. Dear customer, please show your spatial ring. The transfer array placed above my head will directly transfer the items into your spatial ring. Gray did as the drone said, and immediately, several packages appeared within his spatial ring. Have a great day, respected Level 2 citizen. The drone bowed its mechanical body slightly and then shot off into the air like a rocket, its speed unimaginably fast. After that, Gray made his way into the personalized training room he had created within his mansion. For the past 2 days, he had spent most of his time inside the training room. He worked hard to solidify his foundation and strengthen his energy. His breakthrough had already stabilized and his foundation solidified. Now he just needed to reach the threshold of the second level and break through. After arriving, he swiftly took out the things he had bought from the Golden Chambers online shop, accessible only to second-level citizens. All of these had cost him a whole 25,000 Union credits, but being a second-level citizen, he could buy them on credit. It was like an upgraded VIP access that Gray already possessed. He began with the largest package. With a wave of his hand, his telekinesis surged forth and easily took out the item from the package. What came out were several small drones, that's right, drones. Gray had bought combat UAVs. They were small yet possessed many functions. They could detect temperature, scan areas, perform stealth attacks, and even detonate in cases of emergency. They were so small that people wouldn't be able to sense them at a glance. He could control multiple of them with a thought. These drones could act as surveillance tools in emergencies. Now that he knew about the hidden dangers of this world, he couldn't afford to go around completely defenseless. And that's where the next package came in. Opening it, a group of short yet sharp blades the size of daggers appeared in Gray's vision. These were flying swords, forged by a 2-star forging master using refined cosmic ore, which enabled the channeling of energy and control far more easily than traditional swords. They were made specifically for those who possessed sword energy. He had bought 4 of them. Having reached the first level, he could control 4 of them at the same time with his energy. Of course, he could utilize telekinesis to control them too, but it wouldn't be as powerful without sword energy. Besides, with the drones, it was already a lot on his plate. He wouldn't be able to control more than 10 at the same time anyway. With that settled, the last package was the smallest one. He opened it up to reveal a small booklet with the name Vitality Ignition Art. These things are something that you wouldn't be able to get normally, Gray said as he roughly skimmed through the book. The purpose of this technique was simple. It allowed one to burst out with more power than they normally could, but the side effect was that it would take away a large portion of their lifespan. Unless one had absolute confidence in advancing to a higher rank and increasing their lifespan, they would die within a month without fail. Gray bought it in case of emergencies. He couldn't take risks, and in the worst-case scenario, he would use it. Of course, he would only use it after he upgraded it with his cheat. Your comprehension defies the heavens. By reading Vitality Ignition Art, you've comprehended Death Ascension Art. Information about the technique appeared within his mind, leaving Gray stunned. Gray was silent. The upgraded technique was incredible. It was no longer similar to the one he had bought. It was completely different. The technique no longer took anything from his lifespan. Instead of increasing one's power temporarily, it would be permanent, and the power increase would depend on the person he was fighting. However, the activation of the technique was difficult. To activate the technique, my heart has to stop beating, Gray said grimly. But wait, wouldn't this act as a way for me to not die? He realized how broken this technique was. Not only did it allow his safety, it technically made him immortal. Of course, it could only activate once, and if he died in the technique's buffed state, he would die for real. Still, it was incredible. Unless he was completely obliterated out of existence and his heart remained, he could revive and fight stronger than ever. Just then, an alert appeared on Gray's interface. It was a call from Leah, his student. However, following that, another red alert suddenly appeared within the notification feed. Warning, citizens of Nova City, the city is now under lockdown. Multiple corruption fields have been. Several hours ago in Sector 1, in a coffee shop close to the inner district, sat Leah. Directly opposite her was a blonde man with deep blue eyes, a handsome yet arrogant face, and a well-built body. This was Cedric Duskwood, the direct descendant of the patriarch of the Duskwood family. The Duskwood family and the Nova family had a great relationship. Before the current city lord, Liebert Nova, became the city lord, the two families lived in harmony, often marrying into each other's families. A few hours ago, while Leah was practicing the zenith sword art by herself as instructed by Gray, she was suddenly called to the main chamber within the city lord's mansion. Her father had come out of seclusion and had invited her to meet him. Inside the main chamber sat a middle-aged man with an above-average face. He sat cross-legged on a platform surrounded by a pool of energy. The energy was blue in color and formed a vortex around the platform where the middle-aged man sat. As soon as Leah entered, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and stared at Leah with a calm gaze. "You are here," City Lord Liebert greeted Leah. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, father." Hearing this, City Lord Liebert shook his head. This seclusion was unsuccessful. "I didn't manage to reach the threshold and advance to the 9th level." A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, yet it was soon replaced by calmness as he gently floated into the air and landed in front of Leah. "In just a few months, you've grown even more, my daughter," City Lord Liebert said with a smile. "If only your mother were here to see you grow." He sighed. In Leah's life, her mother hadn't been present since she was young. During a high-order attack several years ago, she had perished trying to save Liebert's life. From that day on, he vowed to take revenge on the High Order. Then Liebert spoke again. "Leah, before I went into seclusion, do you remember what I told you to do?" Leah flinched slightly, an awkward expression crossing her face. "Yes, I do." "Did you meet up with young Master Cedric?" City Lord Liebert asked, his voice stern and unyielding. From the way Leah hesitated, he already had his answer. "No," she admitted, not daring to meet his gaze. "I was too busy cultivating." City Lord Liebert shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. "Cedric is a good young man. He is remarkably talented, reaching level 7 of the first rank before the age of 20. He is bound to become even stronger in the future. He's older than me and I'm at level 7 too," Leah muttered, rolling her eyes. City Lord Liebert's gaze hardened, piercing through her words. "Leah, enough excuses. Cedric is from the Duskwood family, one of the most powerful and influential families in the Nova City. Our families have maintained a strong bond for generations. You must remember, without the Duskwood's guidance and support, the Nova family would never have reached its current status. Meeting him is not a suggestion. It is your responsibility as someone from the Nova family. The alliance between our families may one day depend on your ability to understand and interact with him. You will go, today," he said with a strict look on his face. With no chance of refusal, she had no choice but to meet up with Cedric Duskwood. "Miss Leah, you look extraordinarily beautiful today," Cedric said with a smile on his face. "Because of the abrupt call from your father telling me that you wanted to meet me, I couldn't prepare in advance and bring you some flowers. Please forgive me, Miss Leah." "Yeah, whatever," Leah muttered, not bothering to hide her disinterest. Cedric's eyes curved with a smile. Still as blunt as ever. "I suppose that's what separates the strong from the weak, confidence and honesty in one's abilities." "And I suppose you're here to lecture me on mine?" Leah inquired with an indifferent expression. No, please forgive me if that's how you thought," Cedric said with a worried smile. Changing the subject, he spoke again. "I wanted to meet you before the beginning of the Tri-City tournament. You are someone I deeply care about, Miss Leah, and as someone who participated in last year's tournament, I wanted to give you some guidance and wish you luck." "We've only met once or twice before," Leah said with a frown. "We aren't close enough for you to be that familiar with me." If it were anyone else, she might have taken their words more seriously, but not Cedric. She knew his words were insincere and filled with ulterior motives. He went to the same school as her, Nova 1 High, and while everyone outside thought he was a goody-two-shoes young master of a prestigious clan, he was anything but that. There were many scandalous rumors about him within the school, and some had even been proven true before. However, they never spread far, as he would utilize his power to quickly suppress anything that came out. There was even a rumor that this fine-looking young man had once traumatized a girl so much that she left the school forever, never to be seen again. This was something nobody knew except people from Nova 1 High, and the only thing holding Leah back from exposing Cedric's false persona was the lack of evidence. Leah then shook her head and stood up. "Yeah, this is not going to work out." She turned to face Cedric, who had a confused expression on his face, and spoke. "I appreciate you coming, young Master Cedric, but I urgently have somewhere to be." "Now please excuse me." "But Miss Leah, the drinks we ordered will be here in a bit. How about drinking first and then going?" Cedric asked in a worried tone. "No thanks," Leah said as she directly left the cafe. Seeing Leah leave the cafe, Cedric stared blankly at her silhouette and immediately crushed the glass of water on the table with his hand. "Leah," Cedric spoke in a dark tone. "We'll be meeting much sooner than you think." A dark smile formed on his face as his eyes eerily flashed red for a second. As soon as Leah walked out of the cafe, she swiftly took out her phone and called a cab. Since she came here under the demand of City Lord Liebert, he didn't allow Albert to follow her and wanted the young ones to have some free space. And that also meant going back to the inner district on her own. However, just as she finished calling a cab, her phone suddenly rang. Surprisingly, it was one of her friends from Nova 1 High Maris. They had been close for a long time, but after she became an evolver, she rarely showed up at school. Because of that, they hadn't talked to each other for a long while. With a click, she accepted the call. "Hello, Maris," Leah greeted in a happy tone. "It's been so long since you called me. I thought you forgot about me." However, Maris didn't share the same energy as Leah. Instead, her voice was solemn. "Leah, are you free right now?" "Yes, I am," Leah replied. "Why? Did something happen?" Yes, Mari's voice came from the other side, shaky and low. "Something did happen. No, it would be more accurate to say that I found something very bizarre. I didn't know who else to contact, so I called you." "What is it?" Leah's expression turned serious. I don't know how to explain it," Mari said in a desperate voice. "Leah, please, can you come to me? This can't be talked over the phone. I'll send you my location." "All right," Leah nodded. "I'll come to you, Maris. Don't worry, you'll be safe no matter what happens." From the tone of Mari's voice, she sounded panicked and anxious, and as her friend, Leah couldn't just turn a blind eye. Thank you, Leah. I knew I could trust you," Mari said with some relief. Soon, she ended the call and a live location appeared on her screen. At the same time, the cab she booked arrived. Seeing this, without thinking much, she swiftly got inside and set her destination to Sector 6. Time passed swiftly, and an hour later, the cab, utilizing the fast route to Sector 6, reached the location mentioned by Maris. Getting out of the cab, Leah looked around. The place was littered with abandoned warehouses. This was most likely an old storage facility in Sector 6. However, that wasn't her concern. She took out her phone and dialed Mari's number. She picked up immediately. "I'm here," Leah spoke first. "Where are you?" I'm in the warehouse with the number B64, Maris replied. Leah looked around and quickly spotted the warehouse. "I found it." "Wait there, I'm coming." Saying that, she cut the call and rushed toward the warehouse. Inside, it was dim and eerily silent, and there was a strange smell lingering in the air, the scent of chemicals. Leah stepped inside, her footsteps echoing through the empty space. "Maris, I'm here, where are you?" Right after she spoke, she sensed faint movement in the corner of the warehouse. Turning toward it, she saw Maris. Maris was a girl with an average face, short brown-black hair, and right now she wore a look of distress and anxiety. The instant she saw Leah, Maris rushed toward her. "Maris," Leah called out as Maris threw herself into her arms. "What exactly happened?" Leah asked, her voice filled with concern. "What did you want to show me?" "What I wanted to show you," Maris slowly spoke, "was this." As she said that, her hand moved toward Leah's neck, holding a syringe filled with a purple liquid. SHNK, the sharp sound of the needle-piercing skin rang out. A stunned expression appeared on Leah's face. "You, Maris, what did you do?" The moment the syringe hit, Leah felt dizzy. She couldn't believe what was happening. Her thoughts became sluggish and her consciousness started to blur. Maris pushed Leah to the floor, her face twisted with fear. Don't blame me, Leah. If I didn't do this, they said they would kill my parents and my brother." Leah realized. It was a setup. She had been played by someone she trusted. Leah knew Maris well, her personality, her habits. The thing she cherished the most was her little brother, who was only 7 years old. Leah had met him before. He was a bright and confident kid. Leah's mind flashed back to 2 days ago, precisely at the time when Gray suddenly started acting strange. His voice echoed in her head like a bell. "I trust your intuition, Miss Leah. Practice hard at home, don't go anywhere." Was it truly a coincidence? Leah struggled to stay awake, her spinning vision barely holding Mari's face. Her thoughts were in disarray, she couldn't think straight anymore. The only thing in her mind was Gray's voice, repeating over and over. With trembling hands, she grabbed her phone and dialed Gray's number. It began ringing immediately. However, just as it rang, a black-gray hand appeared in her vision, snatched the phone, and ended the call. Leah subconsciously turned her gaze, and what she saw was a man with slitted dark yellow eyes, unnaturally colored hair, and a black horn protruding from his head. He wore human clothes, but his legs were those of a goat. In her current state, she couldn't even muster shock. She just stared blankly, thoughtless as the last flicker of will, the instinct to call Gray, faded away. "Greetings, Miss Leah," the man spoke. "I am a humble being that has crossed over to this world from the abyss. Nice to meet you." Leah didn't respond. She couldn't. Seeing that, he chuckled. "Right, I forgot. The numbing poison has reduced you to a mere human with no thought. But that's fine. My goal isn't to kill you. I just need to draw the city lord out of his little cave that he sits in all day." As he said that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, bolts of lightning crackled throughout the warehouse, and a dark globe of energy began to spread. It was the creation of a corruption field. Let the show begin, the man said with a smile. Sector 6, Nova 5 high. Lightning crackled as a dome of black mist covered the entire school and the surrounding streets. In Sector 5, amidst the bustling streets, lightning split the sky and a massive black void formed out of nowhere, swallowing everything in its path. Arg, what is this? Civilians screamed as they ran in terror. A corruption field had erupted and they were about to be consumed. It didn't stop there. More and more corruption fields began spawning within Sector 5, and not just there. Other sectors were experiencing the same disaster. The civilians of Nova City looked on in horror. What is this? Is this the end of the world? Multiple corruption fields loomed over the horizon of Nova City as the surviving civilians trembled in fear. Attention! Multiple corruption fields have formed in all sectors due to unknown reasons. The entire Nova City is now in lockdown. Citizens, please seek shelter within the nearest Evolver Association immediately. Sector 6, inside the corruption field within the central plaza. Boom! A corrupted being was sent flying as a flash of an arrow pierced through it. Rock Landing then rushed forward with his bow, aiming down at the group of corrupted beings. Arrows shot out one after another, piercing every corrupted being that came his way. Far away, waves of thorny trees erupted from the ground, binding a group of low-level corrupted beings. Then, following a single sword slash, all of the bound creatures were chopped into pieces. Evan landed on the ground with a solemn expression. Thanks for the support, Ellen. Ellen, who stood beside him, nodded and released waves of healing wood energy. She was an elemental evolver, her main element was wood. Evan looked around. Just like them, there were many other evolvers fighting against the corrupted monsters. Is there no end to this? How are there so many corrupted beings inside this corruption field? Hey, you watch outs. I'm injured, someone help. The entire area had turned into a battlefield. And this wasn't the only corruption field within Sector 6, there were more. On the other side, a lone figure stood silently. Her eyes were calm and cold. Ahead of her, a horde of corrupted beings charged forth like a black tide. True ice-style first form, Alyssa spoke indifferently. Her entire body shimmered with an icy blue light as hundreds of icicles manifested behind her. With a wave of her hand, the icicles shot forward. Boom. The icicles rained down on the corrupted beings like arrows, each one landing precisely on target. Then, with a flick of her fingers, her hands shone with silver light, and instantly every corrupted being froze in place. The civilians trapped within the corruption field were in awe. Look at that, that's Alyssa, the top genius of Nova City. Thank God with her here we'll be saved. However, before their relief could settle, the civilians who were standing and watching suddenly froze. Blood began to gush from their noses as they collapsed to the ground one by one. What? Panic erupted among the remaining civilians as they ran in all directions. Near the fallen civilians now stood a man wearing a black robe, his face hidden beneath the hood. A cruel smirk stretched across his lips as red corrupted energy coursed through his body. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Codename Black 04, a member of the High Order, the man said, grinning wickedly as he fixed his gaze on Alyssa. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Alyssa stared deeply at the guy and then at the fallen civilian, and immediately her expression became cold. What did those poor people do to you? Alyssa asked closely as she strode forward. They are mere worms, what difference would it make whether they died or lived? The High Order member smirked and said, That matter aside, Miss Alyssa, the great genius of Nova City, today I'm here to take your life today. Alyssa didn't reply. Instead, she began walking towards the man with cold gaze. Seeing that, Black 04 charged forward with a dagger in hand, dark crimson corruption energy swirling around it. But just as he was about to reach her, Absolute Zero. Buzz. For a brief moment, everything slowed down. Black 04's expression froze mid-charge, and before he could even comprehend what had happened, a thick layer of ice spread through his body. In an instant, he was completely frozen, then shattered into countless shards of ice dust. The civilians who had fled earlier stopped and turned back, staring at Alyssa in awe. She stood like a goddess, silent, untouchable, and terrifyingly powerful. With just a few words, she had obliterated her enemy. Alyssa turned toward the other end of the corruption field. Due to the field's distorted internal space, the area had expanded significantly, yet she could still see across it. In the distance, she saw several other black-robed figures like Black 04 attacking the city's evolvers. Sector 4. Larg. An evolver fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Beside him stood another man wearing the same black robe as Black 04. For the order, the man roared as he charged forward. One by one, the evolvers rushing toward him collapsed before they could even get close. Sector 1, Central District, a City Lord Mansion. Inside the mansion's meeting room sat three men. One was City Lord Liebert. The second was Torin Ironfang, patriarch of the Ironfang family. And the third was Alaric Duskwood, the ancestor of the Duskwood line. The situation is grim, Torin said. He was a middle-aged man, strong and solid, with a plain face and a neatly trimmed beard. There are over 13 corruption fields, each the size of a football stadium, appearing across Nova City at once. All signs point to the High Order and the Tigerclaw gang working together. Alaric leaned lightly on his cane. His hair was white, his face lined with age, yet his posture and eyes radiated power, the presence of a veteran evolver. They're unpredictable, Alaric said calmly. The High Order never follows a set pattern. We can't anticipate their next move. Every evolver in the city is fighting inside the corruption fields, Torin added. The situation is still under control for now. Liebert's eyes narrowed. Control, my daughter is in their custody. How can you say this is under control? Alaric's gaze met his. Boy Liebert, they have your daughter and my grandson Cedric, both are being used as bait. This is a trap. Liebert's aura surged, shaking the air. I don't care if it's a trap or not, I'm getting her back. Hearing that, both Alaric and Torin sighed. Since it's come to this, we have no choice, Alaric said, rising to his feet. We'll go together and bring our children back. Torin will hold the city while we move. Cedric and Leah are both geniuses, we can't afford to lose them. Most importantly, they're our blood. Torin nodded firmly. Understood, I'll secure the city. Nothing moves without my command. Liebert clenched his fists. Then let's move, for Leah, for Cedric, for Nova City. At the same time, somewhere within Sector 1, a man in a black suit was walking quietly. His face was plain, expressionless, and calm. In front of him was a corruption field. As he stepped inside, the dark red miasma instantly dispersed. The area returned to normal. The civilians trapped inside looked around in disbelief. Then their eyes all turned toward the man who had just entered. They stared at him in awe. The man's face remained blank and emotionless. This man was none other than Albert, Leah's butler. He turned his gaze southward toward the distance. Don't worry, Miss Leah, Albert said softly. I'm coming, I'll save you. The moment those words left his mouth, a terrifying beastly energy burst from his body. Long wings stretched out from his back, his eyes turning slit-like. Then, with a thunderous boom, he shot into the sky, leaving several sonic booms in his wake as he flew toward the southern part of Nova City, where Sector 6 lay. Sector 6, Warehouse B64. Leah slowly opened her eyes with great difficulty. She looked around her with a grim expression on her face. To her right was a guy sitting on a chair, one leg over the other, sharpening his long blade with his black nails, sending sparks flying as he worked on the edges. It was none other than Zerith, who had introduced himself to her before. Oh, seeing Leah wake up, Zerith spoke. Did you have a good nap? Leah's expression twisted into one of rage. Where is Mari's? What did you do to her? She knew that her friend had acted out only to protect her own family. She didn't blame her. Mari's was just an ordinary girl. She had no choice but to obey. Oh, her? Zerith tilted his head with a smile. Look to your right. Leah did as he said, and the scene made her eyes open wide in horror. To the side lay Mari's with no life in her eyes. You bastard! Leah screamed out as tears rolled down her cheeks. She tried to stand up, but she realized that she couldn't move her body or sense her energy. To make things worse, she was tied up with her hands behind her back, completely cuffed. Tap, tap, tap. Just then someone walked into the warehouse. Seeing the person, Leah's eyes widened in shock. Walking in was a young man who looked about the same age as Leah. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. It was none other than Cedric Duskwood. You're back, Zerith said. Did you handle the evolvers who wandered in? I sent them down to hell, Cedric said with a casual smirk on his face. Then his eyes fell onto Leah, who was on the ground, staring at him with disbelief and shock. Leah Nova, we met faster than you expected, huh? His smirk twisted into a cruel smile. You, Cedric, what are you doing with this being? Leah asked in shock. She no longer knew what was happening. A corruption field, a being that didn't look human, and now a human who was the direct descendant of a prestigious family in Nova City, was colluding with this being who created the corruption fields. Hearing her, Cedric burst into laughter. You still don't understand anything, do you? Then let me explain it to you, Cedric said with an evil grin. This is a setup. A setup to completely eliminate Liebert and Torin from Nova City. They are the only mid-stage second rankers in Nova City, and eliminating them will directly allow the Duskwood family and the High Order to effectively turn Nova City into our base. What? Leah was shaken. You are colluding with the High Order. How could you betray the human race? Is Lord Alaric aware of this? Haha, is grandfather aware of this? Cedric grinned evilly. He is the one who formed this plan in the first place. And besides, how is it betraying when the Duskwood family has always been a follower of the High Order since countless years ago? In case you didn't know by now, the Tigerclaw gang was formed by the Duskwood family. Leah couldn't speak properly anymore. The Duskwood family had a connection to the High Order long ago. She couldn't process anything properly anymore, and they were the ones behind the Tigerclaw gang. But don't worry, Leah, Cedric smiled sweetly like a lunatic. Once that old bastard Liebert is dead and the entire Nova family is uprooted from Nova City, I'll still keep you alive. You will become my harem member and serve as my maid. You disgusting dog, Leah spat, utterly disgusted. If this numbing potion fades away, I'll take your head. However, just as they were talking, a sound of an explosion rang out in the distance. Both Cedric and Zerith turned to look at the source of the explosion. It was coming from a warehouse not far from the one they were in. Zerith spoke annoyed, go deal with whatever that is. Yes, young Master Zerith, Cedric replied respectfully and withdrew from the warehouse to check on the explosion. However, just as he left, a few minutes later another explosion rang out, and this time it came from the opposite side. Who is it? Zerith frowned. Looks like there's more than one small fry. He then glanced at Leah, who was looking back at him with a hateful expression. Stay still, human. As he said that, he strode toward the opposite side of the warehouse. Entering the area of the explosion, he saw a huge crater, and inside it a broken part of a drone. Buzz. However, as soon as he looked down, a bright light flashed into his vision, and his ears began ringing continuously. Following that, a whirlwind formed where he stood and completely covered him, wind blades rushing toward Zerith. Warehouse B64, Mimi Tilda. The sound of a cat meowing rang out within the quiet warehouse, and a silver blur flashed across it. Leah, seeing this, became alert, but before she could react further, she saw a cat-like creature land next to her, and to her disbelief, sword energy rushed out of its body, cutting the cuffs tying her hands. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps rang out. Leah slowly turned her head toward the direction of the sound. There she saw a man with long black hair, an extremely handsome face, flashing purple eyes, and a smirk on his lips walking toward her. Looks like I'm just in time, you didn't die. The guy's voice, for some reason, made Leah feel a surge of relief wash over her. Like a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The guy was none other than Gray Lockhart. Gray, Leah's eyes watered up, Gray. She called out to him as she wept. I didn't trust my intuition this time like you told me, Leah said with teary eyes. My friend, she is dead. I couldn't do anything. Hearing this, Gray simply shook his head slightly, then took Leah into his embrace from the ground and held her close to his chest. You indeed didn't trust your intuition, Gray said with a sigh. And to make matters worse, the protagonist isn't even here. Then, as if remembering something, Leah spoke in a hurried tone. We should leave quick, Cedric and that being, they're still here. I know, Gray nodded, that's why we're leaving now. If I make a run for it, we should be able to escape the corruption field in a few minutes. Gray had already begun moving the instant he got a call from Leah. He tried to call her back, but the instant the call went through, the signal was said to be switched off. It was definitely something Gray couldn't overlook, and thinking about the omen of death Leah carried, he was certain something had happened to her. Being his personal wallet and someone with endless potential, he couldn't let Leah die. Hence, he set off. He had no direction, so he asked for Eterna's help, and she did help him. But it was all for naught, as according to Eterna, her network was jammed the moment Leah entered some cafe near the inner district. This made them realize that it was a coordinated attack that also eliminated Eterna from taking action. With no choice left, for the first time ever, he utilized his mind interface link art and hacked into the database of Nova City for information. It took him almost an hour to crack the encrypted security pack server, but he managed to get in and finally gain information on Leah. And that information thankfully came from a cab service. It even had the exact location she was dropped off at. Sector 6, abandoned warehousing. He didn't hesitate anymore. After preparing some defensive mechanisms, he traveled to Sector 6 and entered the corruption field Leah was in, unnoticed by anyone. With his drones in full effect, he had eyes everywhere, and he stealthily entered the warehouse where Leah was kept with his stealth drone and eavesdropped on their conversation. Then, he placed some distractions by detonating 2 drones and a radiant petal storm array. He took this chance to free Leah and leave before both of them escaped the trap he had set up. However, just as Gray was about to run away, a crimson beam of energy shot toward him at bottleneck speed. Gray's eyes contracted. Immediately, his spatial ring flashed, and a talisman flew into the air. Boom! The attack hit the talisman with intricate patterns, and immediately the disappeared beam manifested once again and shot straight back to the place it came from. Abyssal wall. Instantly, a black wall of energy formed in front of the caster, and the barrier directly blocked the beam before cracking and disappearing, leaving smoke across the warehouse. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By hearing the abyssal language, you've comprehended abyssal language. Seeing this, Gray's expression became grim. He escaped my drone's detection, Gray thought in dread. The smoke vanished and revealed Zerith standing at the entrance of the warehouse with an enraged expression. I don't know who you are, Zerith spoke slowly, giving each word some weight. But if you dare to disrupt the High Order's plan and stand in our way, I will gut you down inch by inch. As he said that, he inched closer to Gray. Seeing this, Gray's expression became solemn, while Leah had a look of terror. Gee, Gray, it's that being. I can sense that he's very powerful. You won't be able to defeat him. Let's run, please. However, to her dismay, Gray softly placed her in the corner of the warehouse and spoke gently. I'm afraid it's too late for that. We won't be able to run now. That guy, he's a level 9 first ranker, Gray said with a helpless smile. But Gray's eyes flashed. Don't worry. I'm confident I can drag out this battle until someone else comes. Your comprehension defies the heaven. By trying to observe the other party's level, you've gained comprehension into the relationship between the information layer and the physical layer, and gained the skill appraisal. Power. First rank level 9s. Leah's eyes welled up with tears. Why, you'll die. No, Gray spoke with a smile, I won't die. As he said that, an oppressive aura spread out. A powerful black-purple energy erupted from his body, and immediately Gray's body underwent a transformation. Nexus overlock. Nexus energy surged into his body and brain like lightning. Instantly, purple-black lines with white dots appeared on Gray's hands, and intricate deep purple lines spread out from his eyes into his sclera. Leah was stunned seeing this. Coincidentally, she also felt an oppressive aura coming from Gray, the kind she had only felt from a mid-stage first ranker. By the time Gray was done transforming, Zerith had also inched closer, but there was now a frown on his face. What is that energy? Zerith asked with caution. The way Gray looked now was something he had never seen before. And most importantly, the instant the energy erupted from the human, his abyssal energy trembled slightly and retreated back into his energy field. I have no obligation to say anything to an abyssal being coming from the abyss, Gray spoke softly. Hearing this, Zerith's expression changed drastically. How do you know about the abyss? Zerith's voice was solemn. Nobody in this world knew about the abyss aside from the upper echelons of Blue Star and those who belonged to the High Order. Then how could a mere first-rank brat know about it? The abyss, Leah silently mumbled under her breath. Turns out Gray knew something about the demonic being. You don't need to know, Gray said with a cold smile. But now that I'm looking at an abyssal being, those corrupted beings don't resemble you guys at all. I thought you both would have some resemblance, being ugly, but turns out you're even uglier than the corrupted beings. You're the one who's ugly, Zerith's expression darkened. How dare you insult my appearance? As he said that, he rushed toward Gray with bottleneck speed. Gray, seeing this, looked at the demon with a calm expression. He didn't move, he just let Zerith charge at him. At the same time, a crazed smirk formed on Gray's face. He had a plan in mind, and if done properly, he would survive another day. His previous plan of rescuing Leah unnoticed had flopped, and there was only one way to survive this, and that was to die. Zerith closed in with great momentum, and with immense force he punched directly into Gray's stomach. Boom! A hole formed in Gray's stomach as blood profusely poured out of his mouth before he collapsed to the ground. Grey, Leah's pupils shrank as a wave of dread washed over her. Kekekek, Zerith grinned wickedly. This small fry, did he really think he could match my strength? I thought he'd be difficult to deal with. What a joke. At the same time, his frown deepened. Strange, this human's blood, it's not red. The blood oozing from Gray's body was purple-black, flecked with dim, glowing specks that shimmered faintly when they splattered on the ground. He honestly doubted whether this guy was human at all. And no, Leah's eyes went blank as she stared at Gray's fallen body. This can't be real. How can something like this happen? That guy's dead, human, Zerith said with a smirk. I thought he might be someone special, able to sense my true identity. I overestimated him, but he's just a small fry who knew too much. However, at the same time, neither Zerith nor Leah noticed the tidal wave of energy now surging through Gray's body. Death Ascension art activated. Buzz, an unknown power seeped into Gray's body. The wound in his stomach slowly closed as black-purple blood surged from his heart. Ba-dump, ba-dump. His previously still heart began to beat again, growing stronger with each passing second. CRK? Boom. Nexus energy erupted from his body like a tidal wave, painting the area in a starry sky-like scene. The ground beneath him cracked and lifted, defying gravity as it floated. Buzz, purple-black veins spread from Gray's eyes as he shot into the air, suspended mid-flight. His long hair broke free from its ponytail, flaring wildly. His eyes slowly opened, transformed, pupils pulsing with purple energy, black hole-like dots at their centers, with veins of violet creeping across his sclera. He extended his arm and spoke with calm precision. Zenith sword art, myriad swords. Swish, 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 his spatial ring flashed and swords wreathed in purple fire-like energy shot towards Zerith at blinding speed. Zerith's eyes widened in alarm. He spun to defend, but the swords were faster than he anticipated. Shit, Zerith cursed, chanting an abyssal spell. Abyssal wall. Swish, boom, srrkt. The flying sword slammed against his barrier, tearing slightly into it before throwing him back. Gray's feet touched the ground lightly, and at that moment a wave of energy burst outward. His body's energy field expanded, reconstructing itself with greater space. Muscles tightened, nerves strengthened, and bones solidified. Nexus energy bathed his entire body, his psionic pool churned, and his sea of consciousness expanded. First rank level 2, Gray, Leah's voice trembled with disbelief. Hearing Leah's call, Gray didn't reply. His focus was entirely on Zerith, who now looked at him with a flicker of surprise. You broke through? Zerith asked, a trace of doubt in his voice. Then he laughed, cold and scornful. But do you really think breaking through once is enough to defeat me, you puny low-level brat? Swish, boom, he shot forward at bottleneck speed, tearing the air around him. Before he could reach Gray, another wave of energy surged outward. Another breakthrough, first rank level 3, Gray waved his hand. Nexus energy formed intricate patterns in the air. Crimson Fang surge. Condensed beams of Nexus energy shot straight towards Zerith. Boom, the beams clashed head-on, sending Zerith flying slightly backward. Why you? Zerith's face twisted in disbelief. How? How are you suddenly stronger? He realized Gray had broken through again, his strength now rivaling a 7th rank evolver. Yet it didn't stop. Another wave of energy swept from Gray, first rank level 4. Gray waved his hand and the warehouse crumbled. The ground beneath him cracked and rose, forming sharp, jagged structures. Purple flames danced over them and surged towards Zerith with unstoppable momentum. This is telekinesis, Zerith exclaimed. Weren't you an immortal cultivator? Judging by Gray's attacks so far, he had assumed Gray was an immortal cultivator. But now, it was clear he was also utilizing psionic energy. Telekinesis, Leah whispered under her breath. I knew it. Zerith's expression grew deadly serious. He could no longer hold back, it was time to play his full hand. Abyssal convergence, he shouted in abyssal tongue. Missile-like shots were sucked into a black globe of energy before detonating harmlessly. I never said anything about that, Gray said coldly, a small smile forming. In fact, I'll just stand here and let someone else do the work. Maybe you're up. As soon his words fell, a flash of silver streaked towards Zerith, and to his shock it was a small cat. Before he could react, the cat slapped him across the face with a cheerful smile. Mimi Tilda. Buzz boom. The moment her tiny paws landed, the world flashed black and white. Zerith was hurled skyward as gray energy erupted from Mimi's hand, air twisting violently around him. Zerith muttered in disbelief, hovering in the air as he stared at the cat. Even Leah was dumbfounded. What sort of godly cat is this? It had just sent a late-stage first ranker flying across the map, but it wasn't over. Mimi's fur crackled with gray energy as it shot upward like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath it splintering from the sheer force. You filthy animal, Zerith roared as dense black energy erupted from him. You deserve to die. He charged downward as a sword flashed into his hand, propelling himself with abyssal energy. Mimi meowed sharply and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The dense black energy from Zerith's sword struck it. In an instant, it and the energy vanished, leaving a crater behind. Zerith landed gracefully on the ground after dispatching the cat, then glared at Gray. What is that creature? It's clearly not a mutated beast. It gives off no beastly energy. How can it possibly reach this level of strength? Gray merely smiled. You can ask it yourself. The air around him distorted and the cat dropped to the ground. Zerith's expression froze. It was the same cat he had disintegrated moments ago. Before he could react further, Mimi charged once more, meowing happily. Waves of sword energy erupted from its body, racing straight towards Zerith. Mimi Tilda. Zerith immediately activated Abyssal Wall and tried to dodge the incoming sword energy, but as he moved, Mimi closed in on him. She leaped into the air from behind and kicked Zerith forward, straight toward Gray. Gray, seeing this, flashed a smirk. He clenched his fists and punched forward with all his strength. Boom! The punch connected directly into Zerith's stomach as Nexus energy surged, amplifying the force of the attack. Zerith's expression twisted in agony as he was sent flying right back toward Mimi. The moment that happened, another wave of energy exploded from Gray. Another breakthrough, first rank level 5. Mimi's aura likewise surged upward. However, just then the battlefield shifted. Zerith, who had been sent flying, suddenly halted midair. Dense black energy erupted from him, even more sinister than before. "You inferior animals," Zerith roared as his silhouette expanded. "That's enough playing around. Now this young master will personally send you off into the deepest part of hell." His horns grew larger, his legs elongated and became sturdier, and a third eye abruptly split open at the center of his forehead. The moment it opened, a beam of pure destruction shot out toward Gray. However, before it could reach him, the mind field around Gray negated the attack. Having reached level 5, his mind perception underwent a qualitative leap. It now covered a 90-meter radius, allowing him to influence anything within that range freely. But that wasn't the important part right now. What mattered was eliminating the threat in front of him. The abyssal being who called himself Zerith finally released the full aura of a 9th-level, first-rank evolver. Since that was the case, Gray had to go all out as well. Flying swords flashed from afar and lined up behind him in neat formation. He quickly called Mimi back. It was time to turn it into a sword. Swordsmanship was the only weapon art he had mastered so far, but in the future he would naturally learn more one day, becoming a true weapon master. Why am I even thinking about that right now? Gray clicked his tongue slightly and focused his gaze on the calm Zerith, who had landed back on the ground, waiting for Gray to make his move. Mimi vanished from sight and materialized in Gray's hand as a sword, a long black blade with purple-white circular patterns along its edge. The instant Gray poured sword energy into it, the circles lit up in a deep violet glow, giving it an extremely domineering aura. With Gray in his Nexus overlock state and his sword in hand, he looked like a death god descending upon the mortal world. What even is happening? Leah was so shocked that she could no longer process what she was seeing. This no longer felt like a battle between evolvers, but rather a clash between mythical entities. She had no idea what techniques or abilities either side was using. None of this existed in any recorded combat. Ordinary first-rankers threw fireballs at each other, yet here they were, firing beams of annihilation that shook the entire abandoned district. One attack had even destroyed the entire warehouse in a single strike. And what was even more unbelievable was Gray's strength. He was going toe-to-toe with a late-stage first-ranker, and he had only awakened a week ago. "What's wrong, human worm?" Zerith sneered coldly. "Are you scared after witnessing my true form?" He snickered viciously. "Don't worry, I'll make your death quick." Boom! The ground beneath him shattered as he charged toward Gray at terrifying speed, the pressure alone sending even Leah flying backward. But before she could crash, a gentle force caught her and tossed her out of the battlefield. Gray had used Heaven's seizing hand to send her away from danger. Zerith reached Gray in an instant and swung his longsword at bottleneck speed, dense abyssal energy trailing behind it like a comet. Gray reacted. Nexus energy surged into his brain, slowing the world even further. With speed surpassing Zerith's, he swung Mimi at him. KRRRSHHHHK. Their swords collided, fierce energy dancing along the edges of their blades. The very air warped as they clashed, locked in a deadlock as neither could overpower the other. Their figures flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, they reappeared beside another still-standing warehouse, only for their swords to collide again, instantly reducing the structure to rubble. Chunks of debris rose into the air, twisting and sharpening under sword energy. Covered in a purple sheen, they rained down on Zerith like a storm of falling stars. "Abyssal convergence," Zerith roared. A black globe of energy formed, sucking in the incoming attacks. But instead of detonating it immediately, Zerith hurled it straight at Gray. The moment it neared him, it detonated. Swoosh, he didn't stop there. A black beam of annihilation burst out from the eye at the center of his forehead, tearing through the air as it struck the spot where Gray stood. But Gray was unharmed. He pushed his reflexes and sensory perception beyond their limits, moving faster than the explosion itself. He realized he could now draw even more from Nexus overlock with his evolved mind, but a creeping headache warned him, if he kept forcing his limits, he would flatline from overstimulation. Since that was the case, he had to end this now. Gray, faster than ever before, dashed forward and brought his sword down at a blinding speed, Nexus energy erupting from his vortex like a violent tide. Zerith tried to counter, gritting his teeth, but this time he realized Gray had become even stronger. He could no longer hold back. Swish, boom, Zerith's counter failed and he was sent flying into another warehouse. The shockwave shattered it instantly as he crashed through it. "No," Zerith roared, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. "Now," Gray's eyes flickered with killing intent. He seized Zerith by the head and slammed it against the ground, dragging him across the shattered terrain before hurling him into the air. Sword energy surged like a tidal wave from his body, and he immediately followed with Crimson Fang Surge. With his sword in hand, he unleashed Zenith sword art to its absolute limit. Swish, 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 swish. He moved at speeds several times faster than sound, the air itself screeching as sword energy tore through Zerith. Countless streaks of cutting energy erupted in the area, shredding his flesh apart. Not giving Zerith even a moment to recover, Gray activated True Origin Sight, locating the core of Zerith's elixir field and stabbed straight into it. Boom. A violent tide of black energy burst out as Zerith screamed in agony. Arghhh. It hurts, he convulsed as his elixir field shattered, energy rapidly draining from his body. Goodbye, abyssal being, Gray said with a calm smirk. In the end, not even an exalted abyssal being like you could stop me. As he said that, he drove his sword into Zerith's chest and twisted. Zerith's eyes widened, but the scream died in his throat. The light in his eyes went out. The abyssal being was dead. Leah stared at the scene of Gray plunging his sword deep into the abyssal being into Zerith's chest, ending his life with mixed emotions. The things that had happened today, if she told anyone, nobody would believe them. An evolver who had just awakened a week ago had subdued a late-stage first ranker. The man she thought incapable of becoming an evolver a week ago had now already surpassed her in strength. From afar, Gray looked like a menacing death god. The longsword pulsed with energy as he coldly stared down at Zerith with a grim smile. This scene would forever be etched into Leah's memory, never to be forgotten even in the moment of death. A being who defied all odds to rise beyond his enemies, that was Gray Lockhart. An unstoppable force of nature that not even death could take hold of. Just then, Leah noticed movement from behind her. Because she couldn't turn her head around, she couldn't see who it was. Swoosh. The next moment she was yanked upward and she subtly caught the color of the person's hair. It was blonde. There was no doubt about it, the man was none other than Cedric Duskwood, who now stood with a knife at Leah's throat. He wore a fearful expression as he shouted at Gray. "Why you, whoever you are, don't come any closer," Cedric exclaimed as he inched the knife closer to Leah's throat. "If you dare to make a move, I'll kill this woman," Cedric threatened, his voice trembling with fear. Cedric had been observing everything that had happened so far with growing dread. First, he had been trapped inside a formation, suffering heavy injuries, but it hadn't taken long for him to heal completely after drinking a healing potion. However, just as he escaped the formation, two terrifying powers had erupted from the warehouse. He'd seen young Master Zerith fighting against a being that looked nothing like a human, a god that descended into the mortal world to eliminate evil. His moves had never been seen before. A being capable of using both energy and telekinesis, and physically strong too, he had effortlessly dragged young Master Zerith across the ground. And his cat had sent the young master flying with a single slap from its tiny paw. But that wasn't what shocked Cedric the most, it was the sudden increase in the other party's power. With every step, his power rose step by step until it evenly matched young Master Zerith. The mere sight made Cedric's body tremble with fear. As an abyssal creature, young Master Zerith had been an apex being in the same level, yet he had still been defeated. Under Gray's onslaught, he could do nothing but die under his blade. This made Cedric believe that the man in front of him was a reincarnation of an ancient god. There was no other way to explain Gray's abilities. With no choice left but a will to live, Cedric decided to take Leah hostage and leave the corruption field to get to safety. He knew that this guy had a connection with Leah, that must mean he wouldn't act if Leah were taken hostage. Hearing the shout, Gray glanced at Cedric with a blank look on his face. He looked at Cedric as if he were looking at an idiot. On the other hand, Leah wore a calm expression. She already knew nothing was going to happen to her. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Cedric immediately flinched when Gray's unnaturally glowing purple eyes gazed at him. But he mustered up his courage and spoke. "If you don't do as I say, I'll kill her." However, just as he said that, the knife in his hand began to tremble and soon flew out of his control. He had the knife gripped with all his strength, yet he still couldn't contest control against the powerful presence that descended onto him. The next moment, Gray's figure flickered from his spot, and he was right beside Cedric, his longsword pulsating with energy. With Leah out of harm's way and Cedric's grip on her collapsing, Gray swiftly caught her using Heaven's seizing hand and put her a short distance away. "Do it," Gray spoke with a playful smile. "Kill her." "Let's see you do it." "Why you?" Cedric's expression was aghast. If you let me leave here today, we of the High Order will personally welcome you into the organization and give you immense benefits. With your talent, the High Order will rise again and you will obtain high status. Our Duskwood family has been in the organization for years. If we recommend you, you will definitely get in." Cedric stammered with a fearful expression as he took a step back and tried to bargain with Gray. To this, Gray merely snorted. "I don't want to affiliate with a bunch of otherworlders and pieces of garbage from the abyss who are trying to destroy this world." "Enough chit-chat," Gray brandished his longsword. "It's time for you to die." Since you are a member of the High Order, you naturally will have no chance of escaping here alive. Cedric's expression twisted when he heard Gray's words. The last trace of his sanity slipped away when he heard his death sentence pronounced. With madness descending into his mind, a black pill suddenly appeared in his hand. If I take this pill, I'll fully transform into an abyssal being, Cedric thought with a crazed expression as he popped the pill into his mouth. He was already a half-transformed abyssal being, every High Order member was. These transformations boosted their physical strength and altered their evolutionary paths. Cedric, for example, followed the bloodline evolutionary path. He had fused with the powerful bloodline of a third-rank mutated beast, the Shadow Wolf King. But with the abyssal transformation, he would evolve into an abyssal Shadow Wolf bloodline evolutionary pathstrider, a being who could utilize abyssal energy. This is the final product of the High Order, Cedric exclaimed as his eyes flashed red and a dense black energy erupted from him. Before, these pills only allowed one to use corruption energy, but with the combined efforts of the High Order, we humans too can ascend into higher beings and become abyssal. As he finished his words, his form began to twist. Cedric's human form completely vanished. Dense black fur with a hint of gray began forming over his entire body, his structure grew taller, and his limbs began to evolve into something that looked more like an animal than a human. His head then fully transformed into that of a wolf with sharp ears, and following that, a thick black horn with gray highlights grew out from his forehead. "This is my final evolution," Cedric exclaimed in a completely foreign voice. "You filthy humans, be grateful that you were able to witness my ascension to a higher being. This transformation, it is indeed more pronounced than the one that burly guy had back when I underwent my metamorphosis a week ago." Gray nodded with a thoughtful expression. He was not the least bit scared. The guy, even after transforming, was weaker than Zerith. Gray could kill him with a thought using his heaven-seizing hand. At the same time, seeing Cedric transform gave Gray some inspiration, an inspiration for his Nexus overlock. He had been utilizing Nexus overlock as a way to temporarily buff his strength. At the same time, following the golden ratio principles of the technique, he realized he could also reverse the technique to buff his own Nexus energy. Both his physical strength and psionic energy were already buffed automatically, as Nexus overlock also affected the mind. But the thing which lacked the most was his energy. It was still only at the level of the 5th level, of course, weaker than a normal 5th level, as his Death Ascension art was essentially a way to force someone to become stronger in a short amount of time after one died, and this technique drew upon the law of death to make it possible. And due to that, his foundation was unstable. After this, he would have to take some time to solidify his foundation before breaking through again. Back to the topic, his energy was still stuck at the 5th level of the 1st rank, and to make it reach the 9th level similar to his psionic energy and physical strength using Nexus overlock, he would have to create a reverse circulation sequence in Nexus overlock, letting the buffed output fold back into his vortex of energy, gradually compressing and elevating his Nexus energy layer by layer. Your comprehension defies the heaven. You've realized the importance of reverse circulation sequence and perfected Nexus overlock. Instantly, a transformation took place within Gray's vortex of energy. His energy level was climbing up in real time, and eventually it reached the level of his physical strength and psionic power. But he didn't stop there. This power of his Nexus overlock was permanent. As long as he activated it, it wouldn't stop until he deactivated it himself. But it also came with the need to maintain it. For example, if he went unconscious, the skill would automatically stop functioning as there was no force to sustain the golden ratio spiral loop. But if I program the technique to function by itself then, Gray's eyes shone brightly. Your comprehension defies the heaven, you've further perfected Nexus overlock. The instant that notification rang out, the marks on Gray's hands and eyes dimmed and disappeared. He reverted back to his normal appearance. That was because he completely stopped paying attention to Nexus overlock, and the energy circuit manifestation disappeared in the process. That was because Nexus overlock was running in a passive state and wouldn't appear unless he was fighting at his full capability or beyond it. With this, the strength from Nexus overlock would stay as long as he wasn't depleted of energy. He permanently had the strength of a 9th level 1st ranker. But of course, his life level was still stuck at 5th rank, and that's what mattered the most. Without advancing his life level, he'd never see the steps of 2nd rank. "It's perfect," Gray smiled as he casually stared at Cedric, who was still undergoing transformation. His eyes flashed for a moment, and within his interface a notification popped up. Power 1st rank 8th level. Gray nodded at this. This was the appraisal skill he comprehended when he tried to ascertain Zerith's power level. During the process, he had gained more insight into the information layer. It didn't just store technological data, it stored all sorts of data, meaning if he could comprehend more insight into the information layer, his appraisal skill could evolve to the point where he could gain information on someone like when and where they peed last time. And at the same time, he noticed that he could utilize his interface within the corruption field and access the data servers of Blue Star, but Eterna couldn't. These corruption fields were tailor-made to stop power AIs like Eterna from gaining access. But he, a normal human, wasn't taken into that equation as there was no way a human could access the information layer normally. In fact, he doubted the High Order even knew what an information layer was. Soon the transformation was over. A dense wave of black energy erupted from Cedric, and he menacingly stared down at Gray with a hint of madness. If Cedric had even an ounce of rational thought left within his mind that had gone mad, then he would have used this time to run away. However, the first thing he did after transforming was rush towards Gray with a feral expression on his face. "Watch out, Gray," Leah called out from afar. Although she couldn't sense the other party's strength, she could still feel a big oppressive air. There was no doubt that he had become far stronger than he was before, and he was a 7th-level first ranker previously. However, what she expected didn't happen. Instead, a speechless expression appeared on her face. Gray waved his hand upward and immediately Cedric froze and rose into the air. Before he could even comprehend what happened, his body compressed inward as sword energy erupted from within him, and immediately Cedric burst into a mist of blood. Cedric Duskwood was dead. Gray then went up to Cedric's corpse and took off the spatial ring on his hand and placed it in his own, and he did the same for Zerith's spatial ring. Gray yawned and turned to Leah and spoke, "Time to leave." Leah nodded dumbly. During the time Gray was dealing with Zerith and Cedric in the inner district of Sector 1, an earth-shattering battle was about to take place. Bzzzzz, Shiyang. A black beam of energy shot out towards the Ironfang family's headquarters. But before it could hit the mansion, a powerful barrier of earth formed from below the ground, and immediately, from all 4 directions, the ground shook and an earthly wall formed. Following that, Torin Ironfang flew into the air with a cold expression on his face. "How can this humble one help you?" Torin spoke coldly as he eyed the guy who stood not far away, wearing a gray hoodie covering his face and only showing his mouth. "Member of the High Order, I don't believe we have any past enmities." "Qhihe," the High Order member laughed sinisterly. "We of the High Order don't need a reason to attack anything, especially a nobody like you. Today, my task is to eliminate and uproot the Ironfang family from Nova City." "I'm afraid that will be impossible," Torin said with a solemn look. "You will have to go through me first." As he said that, an oppressive true energy surged out, spreading out into Sector 1. The aura crossed into Sector 2 and even 3. Evolvers who were fighting the High Order members near the corruption fields all looked up. "This aura, a second-rank evolver, is taking action." "Just you," the High Order member laughed with a snicker. "What can you, an ordinary martial artist, possibly do to me?" "Friend, if you are done speaking, please make your move. I like to keep my battles quick," Torin said with a calm gaze. "If we take it too far, the sectors around us will be completely destroyed." "Heh," the High Order member smirked, and immediately, dense black energy began to surge out from him. However, just then, the High Order member froze, and in Torin's vision, multiple hands made of shadow appeared out of thin air and clutched onto the High Order member's neck. "This shadow," the High Order member's voice trembled in disbelief. "Is this Ghost Blade Daniel?" But before he could utter another word, the hands plunged into all parts of his body, and the High Order member fell to the ground, dead. Torin's eyes widened when he saw this. "Who is there? Please show yourself, friend." He called out and scanned the area with his heightened perception, yet nothing appeared in his vision. At the same time, far in the distance, a certain guy with long black hair, an average face, and a t-shirt that wrote, "I love Nova City," stood with a cigarette in his mouth as he stared at Torin from afar. It was none other than Daniel Carter. "To think they would invade Nova City on the same day I was about to go on a date with my wife," Daniel Carter cursed. "I'm retired, damn it, why am I even here?" As he said that, his figure flickered and disappeared. No one knew how he came or where he went. At the same time, in Sector 6, Liebert and Alaric descended. Alaric's expression flashed with a sinister light as he flew behind Liebert. Once they entered the corruption field, he would strike. However, as soon as they inched closer to the corruption field, where Leah and Cedric were held in custody, they both saw that the corruption field suddenly dissolved with a bang, and in the center of where there was once a corruption field lay the unconscious body of Leah. Alaric's expression immediately darkened when he saw this. At the same time, a flash of lightning streaked past them and landed at the place where Leah was. It was none other than Albert. Time passed swiftly, and before anyone realized it, several hours had gone by. By now, the entire corruption field and the High Order members had been dealt with. Many triumphed, many mourned, and many vowed revenge. Today, Nova City lost thousands of people and evolvers. It was a huge loss for Nova City, but they had successfully repelled the attack from the High Order. They had won. This moment would forever be etched into history. At the same time, the battle-worn evolvers finally had the chance to return to their homes and rest. Richard rushed toward Alyssa and tightly hugged his daughter with a look of relief. "My sweet daughter, you're fine." He spoke in a trembling tone. He had been worried sick. He tried contacting both Alyssa and Gray, yet none of them answered except Alyssa, who only gave him vague details about the situation. But thinking of Gray made him even more anxious. "That's right. Did Gray call you?" Richard asked with a worried expression. "He hasn't picked up my calls or seen my messages since this morning." "No," Alyssa softly shook her head. She herself didn't know where he had disappeared to for the past 2 days. He said that he was at a friend's house. But even when she fought across the corruption fields, she never once sensed him. Sector 6 was big, but with her acute true dragon mind perception, it wasn't big enough to hide someone from her. She wasn't the type to assume the worst. But considering the fact that he still hadn't replied, could it be that something had happened? However, just as Alyssa was thinking that, a young man suddenly appeared from the corner of her vision. He wore a slightly torn t-shirt with a hole near the stomach area, his hands in his pockets as he casually walked toward them with a relaxed smile. "Hey guys, I'm back," Gray spoke slowly. Immediately, Richard turned around and a relieved expression washed over his face. He quickly walked up to Gray and checked him for injuries. Confirming that there were none, he let out a long sigh. "Where were you? Do you know how worried I was?" Hearing that, Gray smiled helplessly. "I really couldn't take any calls or messages. I wasn't in a situation where I could." Richard shook his head. "You just became an evolver. You're still only at the first level. You should have found a safe shelter and stayed hidden. I don't want you taking risks this early, Gray." Richard cared for both his children, and now that his older son had become an evolver too, he was even more anxious. Alyssa had matured as an evolver, and seeing her display her full strength in the incident broadcast, he felt relief that his daughter now possessed the power to protect herself. She was no longer the little girl who used to drag him out for ice cream on his free days. However, the same couldn't be said for Gray. Even though he was older, he had only just awakened. In a world filled with powerful evolvers, Gray's strength seemed insignificant. It was only natural that Richard was this worried. "Level 1, huh?" Gray smiled inwardly. Indeed, to anyone else, he would look like a level 1 evolver. After all, he had only awakened a week ago. How could he possibly reach second rank in such a short time? It was statistically impossible. But what Richard didn't know was that Gray's strength had already surpassed the 9th level of the first rank. He had already stepped into the 5th life level of the first rank. "It's good that you're back," Richard said with a relieved smile. "Come, let's go home. Your clothes are torn to pieces. Get a shower and change into something proper." With that, the family of 3 headed home. Nova City, Sector 1, Inner District, Duskwood Mansion. Bang! The office table split clean in half as Alaric's fist slammed down, shattering the expensive wood. Documents flew through the air as the room trembled with killing intent. Why, he roared, veins bulging on his forehead. This plan was foolproof, how could it fail? His hoarse yet thunderous voice sent chills down the servants' spines outside the door. "Not only that, my grandson Cedric, he's dead." Alaric's eyes burned scarlet, his entire body trembling with barely contained rage. Dead, and for what? For nothing. His bloodshot gaze locked onto the holographic screen, replaying the same moment again and again, Cedric's body turning to mist. And the murderer's face kept repeating, showing Gray directly. A dark shadow flickered across Alaric's face, his expression distorted, and it's all his fault. His voice dropped into a cold abyss. "That brat. I'll make him wish he was never born." The heavy doors slid open with a hiss. A tall man in his 40s walked in, calm and composed, but his eyes carried venom. "We already have his information," the man said. "I dug through the Blue Star local database. It's old but accurate enough." Malric Duskwood, current patriarch of the Duskwood family, spoke with chilling steadiness, the kind that made his fury terrifying. He flicked a small data chip toward Alaric. The old man caught it and plugged it into his device. Gray's Evolver license, ID photo, and address were all projected onto the screen. A deadly silence followed. Malric's lips curled into a thin, cruel smile. "Father, just say the word," he said, voice low and sharp. "I'll tear down his entire block if I have to. I'll make his family beg for death before they get it." Malric stared at the screen, at Gray's calm face, and his fingers twitched violently. "He killed our blood," Malric whispered. "So we'll answer with blood, his and everyone tied to him." The holographic light reflected against his twisted expression, making him look almost monstrous. "Grey Lockhart," Alaric muttered, every word shaking with wrath. "You've started something you can't end." Just then Alaric's phone rang. The name displayed Lord Varin. Both Malric and Alaric's expression shifted. Alaric immediately answered and connected the call to the side screen. A robed figure appeared. "Lord Varin, the powerhouse the Duskwood family pledged allegiance to." "Our plan has failed," Varin said calmly. "Young Master Zerith is dead." "I believe you both know who killed him." "Grey Lockhart," Alaric said with a grim look. "If not for him, we would have succeeded, Lord Varin. He is the sole reason we lost." "Just give the command, Lord Varin." "We'll uproot him and his family entirely," Malric said coldly. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy," Varin replied. "That girl, Alyssa Lockhart, has direct protection from the Evolver Association. And according to High Order intel, she has met the Federation Master before. We cannot openly act against her or Richard." However, Varin snapped his fingers, the screen shifted and a video began to play. No. "You monster, stay away," a desperate voice screamed as the recording played. Grey appeared in the video, a sinister grin on his face as he walked forward. "For the High Order," he said. Then he swung his sword and beheaded Cedric. The footage cut abruptly. At first glance, it looked exactly like a soul lamp recording. That was also how they got the footage of Grey killing Zerith. Both had soul lamps that recorded their last moments before death. "This is," Alaric's expression flickered. "It's a fake video created by two High Order specialists who excel in illusion arts," Varin said. "Even Eterna wouldn't be able to tell the difference." "Use it," Lord Varin commanded. "With this video, you'll have justification to eliminate him. That brat likely knows that the Duskwood family is part of the High Order. Eliminate him before he speaks. With this, Alyssa won't be able to intervene and it won't raise suspicion. And for now, lay low. We already failed once. Acting rashly will bring trouble." "Yes, Lord Varin," both Alaric and Malric replied, madness gleaming in their eyes. They now had a reason, a perfect excuse to go after Grey Lockhart, and once they captured him, they would make sure he begged for death by the end. Sector 1, Inner District, Grey's mansion. Time passed by swiftly, and it was already the next day. After spending some time with his family, he came back to his mansion, 1 to speak with Eterna and 2 to solidify his foundation. After using the Death Ascension art, his foundation had become extremely unstable. Luckily, he took his time and stabilized it, or else he could have kissed his chances of reaching the second rank goodbye. Grey was still sleeping. However, just then an alarming sound rang within his mind and he groggily woke up with a yawn. Where did this alarm come from? Grey mumbled in annoyance. He definitely didn't set an alarm himself. However, he soon had his answer. Eterna had magically manifested within his interface. "Grey," Eterna said, her tone solemn, "you need to run, leave Nova City immediately, it's no longer safe." Grey tilted his head as he got up from his bed. "What happened to you all of a sudden?" "There is no time for questions," Eterna replied. "Check the news feed, leave now or you'll die. Current projections show a 0% survival rate if you stay." "Even I cannot change that." Grey didn't move immediately. Instead, he swiftly opened Starling and entered Nova City's local news site. Immediately, several news feeds popped up on his screen. Potential mastermind. Evolver Grey Lockhart revealed as High Order member. Cold-bloodedly murders the Duskwood family's descendant, Cedric. The Duskwood family demands justice. An elite squad dispatched to hunt Grey Lockhart. Duskwood family places a bounty of 50,000 Union credits on Grey Lockhart, dead or alive. WNTD Grey Lockhart, age 17. And below it was a video of Grey killing Cedric while wearing the demeanor of a High Order member. Seeing this, Grey frowned. "Is that me? I didn't think they would go this far." Grey had a solemn look on his face. The news article already had over 1 million views, meaning almost every citizen in Nova City had seen it. "He deserves death. That bastard killed someone from the Duskwood family. Wasn't he a student from Nova 5 High? I heard he wasn't a good person. He killed Cedric Duskwood. That's already a death sentence by itself." Someone said the Duskwood family dispatched the elite evolvers of the family. "Run all you want, Grey Lockhart, you'll still die. If I see him, I'll report him immediately. I want those 50k Union credits. People like him shouldn't exist. The High Order should be wiped out completely." He probably planned the entire High Order attack. He's a spy who infiltrated the city. "City Lord Liebert, what are you doing? The citizens are demanding justice." "Justice? I lost my brother in that battle. That scum should be executed publicly. No wonder the corruption field erupted like that. It was all planned. People like him hide in plain sight. They could be anyone, even your neighbor." Can someone track his signal? Someone from the tech division locate him? Why hasn't the Federation announced anything yet? Are they trying to protect him? If the City Lord protects that murderer, he's no better than the High Order themselves. Execute him, execute him, execute him. Comments poured in like a flood, most filled with anger, confusion, and hatred toward the High Order. And with no real target to direct their rage at, the civilians of Nova City cursed Gray Lockhart, who is now officially identified as a High Order member. Gray stared at the screen for a long time. The bright headlines and hateful remarks reflected in his eyes, each word echoing in his mind. He neither frowned nor sighed, his expression didn't change. So this is how they want to play it, he murmured quietly. I expected retaliation from the Duskwood family, but I never thought they would go this far. Gray spoke softly and sighed. There goes my dream of living a calm, quiet life and developing quietly. As he watched the comments pour in, Gray realized one thing: his normal life was over. Starting today, everything would change completely. It's likely an illusion crafted by a high-order illusionist. Because of that, I cannot confirm whether it's true or false. Eterna's voice echoed in his mind. We could try putting the videos you captured into the corruption field using the leftover drones. It's useless, Gray sneered. Who do you think they will believe? Me, a nobody with no background, or the Duskwood family that has stood for years as Nova City's so-called protectors and backbone? The answer is obvious. There's no time to waste. Gray clicked his tongue and swiftly made his way to the wardrobe. This mansion was under the radar of the three families. It had risen suddenly without prior notice, and there was no information about its owner. If they were to begin searching, they would definitely start with a place like this. And being eerily close to the three big families was also not a good option. It was like letting himself be caught on purpose. He had to leave Nova City. There was no place for him here anymore. Starting today, Gray Lockhart would be a criminal. At the same time, numerous notifications began flooding his interface, missed calls from both Richard and, surprisingly, Alyssa as well. There was even a missed call from Evan, but he didn't have the time to answer their calls, and he probably wouldn't be able to speak to them for a very long time after this. He swiftly packed all his clothes inside the mansion with a calm yet cold expression and left without turning back. His next destination was the Outer Ring. From there, he would enter the deep forest and leave the Tri-City province entirely. Blue Spirit City and Crimson City weren't safe either, as they were both directly connected to Nova City. He would flee to the very ends of the southern region. He dashed through the streets, his figure flickering as he passed through Sector 1, then 2, 3, and 4. With no taxi willing to pick him up and every public transport system on high alert because of the bounty, there was only one option left: run. He emptied one energy potion after another, feeling the burning surge of energy coursing through his veins, yet he didn't stop, not even for a breath. Only when the towering walls of Sector 6 came into view did he finally slow his pace. He stood there quietly, overlooking the residential area in the distance. He knew the news had already reached Richard and Alyssa. Part of him wanted, just for a moment, to tell them he wasn't in the wrong, that everything was a setup, but no amount of words could change anything now, not until he dragged the real culprits into the light. And besides, time was no longer a luxury he possessed. On the way here, he had crossed paths with countless low-level Duskwood family members. He avoided them without alerting them and successfully made it to the outer sectors. As long as he crossed Nova City's final boundary, he would be beyond their jurisdiction. However, Gray's expression suddenly changed. Several powerful auras exploded around the area like a tightening net, each one belonging to a late-stage first-rank evolver, most likely at the 8th or 9th level. A dozen figures burst forward and landed heavily on the road ahead, their footsteps cracking the pavement beneath them. Each of them wore a combat uniform marked with a black bird insignia, the symbol of the Duskwood family. It's him. Gray Lockhart. There were about 4 8th or 9th rank evolvers, and all of them wore the Duskwood family badge, which had the logo of a black crow. And just above them was a flying drone. Everyone, we have found him, the evolver in the center spoke. We will now subdue him. Gray glanced at the drone slightly and sighed. He was already aware of the purpose of this drone. It was a stream drone. While he was traveling to Sector 6, he had already seen the live streams on the way. That was also why he managed to avoid many Duskwood family evolvers, but in the end he still got caught. There he is. I can see him on the feed. Lock him up, don't let him blink. Is that really Gray Lockhart? That's him, right? Finally took them long enough. Execute him, public execution now. This is what happens when you stab a Duskwood. No mercy. Why is he so calm? Surrender yourself, you filthy High Order member, the evolver in the center said righteously. Gray's eyes flashed slightly. The people present here both knew who the real High Order member was, but Gray didn't say anything about it and simply spoke. "What if I won't surrender?" Gray asked with a calm smile on his face. "What are you going to do to me? Do you believe you can stop me?" How arrogant, those are high-ranking evolvers of Duskwood, the core of the family. Does he think he can win against them? What we will do, the evolver in the center had a cold expression as he unleashed his aura. Then we will have no choice but to resort to violence. The patriarch of the family has already commanded us that we can eliminate you directly. As soon as he spoke, the other evolvers' expressions changed, and they too unleashed their auras. Seeing this, the livestream chat went wild. They are going to attack, kill him, eliminate the High Order member. Kill, the evolver at the center, clearly a 9th level first ranker, shouted and charged forward. The other evolvers followed right behind him. They all unleashed their killing intent. Seeing this, Gray smiled coldly and spoke. "Since you lot have decided to kill me, then I don't need to hesitate either." As he said that, a powerful aura surged out from him, and a sword materialized in his hand. He hadn't brought Mimi back since the last battle with Zerith, and he definitely wasn't going to bring it out now either, as it could reveal his own identity in the future through the cat. Purple-black sword energy surged, and the circles on the edges of the sword glowed with a deep violet light. Then Gray swung. Bzzz. Sword energy shot out from his weapon in a wave and directly charged toward the 9th level evolver. The Duskwood family evolver, seeing this, was alarmed and tried to dodge to the side, but to his dismay, the sword energy was slightly faster than him. The sound of flesh tearing apart rang out as Gray's sword energy tore into the evolver's shoulder. Seeing this, the entire livestream fell silent. Did he just injure a late-stage first ranker? How old is he? 17. Monster, this must be some power-enhancing technique from the High Order. The group of evolvers, seeing this, didn't stop their momentum. They grunted and charged forward. Seeing this, Gray merely laughed. "You want to stop me?" A wide grin formed on his face. "You'll have to be born twice before that happens." As he said that, patterns emerged on his hands and eyes, crackling with Nexus energy. Boom, calmly, Gray took a step forward and instantly the air distorted. Before anyone could even see what happened, the group of 8th level first rank evolvers fell to the ground one by one with looks of disbelief on their faces. All dead. The entire livestream fell silent when they saw the sight. Gray's eyes crackled with dense purple energy as he stared down at the injured 9th level evolver, who was now looking at him with a look of horror. He had taken down 4 8th rank evolvers in one move. This level of strength, it wasn't something the man could match at all. Gray then slowly walked toward him with his long sword in hand. "You. Stay back," the 9th level ranker shouted as he took a step back. He felt a crushing presence emerging from the young man in front of him. It made his energy tremble, refusing to come out under the young man's pressure. "I would have let you go if you weren't a member of the Duskwood," Gray said coldly. Then, unleashing Nexus Overlock at full power, he closed the distance between them and cleaved the 9th level first ranker's head off. But just then, Gray's expression changed. He looked up into the sky and immediately sensed an oppressive aura descending. It was a second ranker. "Run!" Gray exclaimed in his mind as Nexus Overlock surged faster than before. Behind him was danger, and he had to escape. At the same time, within the Lockhart household before the evolvers attacked Gray, both Alyssa and Richard anxiously looked at the TV. "No, all of this has to be a lie," Richard said with a downcast look. "My son would never do that." "Dad, don't worry. I've already contacted the Evolvers Association. I'm sure they know something." Alyssa tried to comfort Richard with a heavy expression. But was it really him? Alyssa's heart wavered slightly. She had already asked the Eterna system, and the video was proven to be true and not artificially made up. Thinking back to the past few days where Gray suddenly stopped coming home only made him seem even more suspicious. While she didn't want to believe that Gray was the culprit, a part of her also told her that he might have indeed done it. But on the other hand, it made no sense for Gray to abruptly eliminate a 7th level first ranker like Cedric Duskwood. After all, he had only awakened a week ago. However, just as Alyssa thought that, the live television shifted and a new screen appeared. Inside the screen was Gray, and in front of him was a group of Duskwood cultivators. "My son," Richard shouted in anxiety. "No. They found him." Richard had a look of disbelief and shock. No, this can't happen." "Gray, run, my son." Almost as if he had lost his sanity, Richard shouted in distress. Even if his son was a world criminal, a son was still a son, and he didn't want Gray to be caught. Then, the very next moment, both Richard and Alyssa fell silent. They saw Gray cleaving apart the 4 8th rank evolvers and then killing the 9th level ranker with a cold gaze. However, instead of being sad that his son was a cold-blooded murderer, Richard was excited. "Yes," Richard exclaimed. Run, my son, run, now is your chance, don't let them catch you. Those Duskwood bastards definitely forged that video. I know my son better than anyone. Hearing this, Alyssa glanced strangely at Richard. But at the same time, it made sense. Gray was his son. If he didn't support him, then who would? At the same time, Alyssa sighed. She was now conflicted about whether he was truly the murderer and had worked for the High Order or not. She denied it because of his lack of power. But the prowess he displayed just now was strong enough to cut down several 8th-level first-rankers and even dispatch a 9th-level one. And remembering the fact that he was a reincarnator only added fuel to her doubts. I don't know, Alyssa mumbled under her breath.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.